Yo, 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 yo. What is up, everybody? Skill, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you, thank you. Blueald, Lunette, Orange Guys, Sasha, Les Beta, Yellow Gumdrop, Jade, thank you so much for the resubs. Talia, Callum, Rambling Ambrose, Snow Moon, Shani, Dracula, Nomchi, Leo Kabagabam. Thank you very much. Temple's hairline. What is up? Okay, I look blind right now. I look like one of the 3 blind mice. Also kind of look like a cop. It's giving cop. I know, they're kind of crooked. I don't know what happened to them. Hey guys, so big announcement. I'm joining the LAPD. Do you have a migraine? A migraine. Yeah, this week has been terrible. Usually I get headaches around my period because when your estrogen levels drop suddenly, it can produce a headache, but this week has been bad. Monday, I did one about it and I streamed and I thought maybe I was just cooked, but then I forgot. It's my period week. So I just took Excedrin. I'm hoping that it kicks in. But yeah, we're struggling a little bit. I have a splitting headache right now too, and am I an empath? Yes. Yes, you are. It's not the black lung. No. I just watched the Whine About It episode and I need more. Well, here you go. This is Whine About It. Are you joining the Fearan gang to New York? Yes, I am officially going to New York. I was also on the phone with Austin 4 times today. 4 times today, figuring out flights. It was like overcomplicating. They did not have any guests booked. I'm spilling the shit right now. They did not have any official guest books, so I booked Matt Bernstein for the podcast. And I went, there you go. So if you saw that Matt Bernstein's going to be on Fearan and you went, I wonder if that was Caroline. Yep. Unpaid producers / publicist strikes again. Okay, let me take these off a little bit because they look goofy as hell and see if I can function. Yeah, that's not great. Magnets, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you for paying. Thank you for contributing to my pay as an unpaid producer, Fearand. God of Raw and Magnets, thank you for the formats. God of Raw, thank you for the 16. Katie, thank you for the 20. Shelb, thank you for the 15. Nuns Nuggets, thank you for the 4. That is how I found you. From Fearan? But did you book? Yes, I'm gonna be on. I'm gonna be on the episode with Matt. That's how I found you. Oh, you found me through Matt. Yeah, it's so exciting. Everything's coming full circle. Very exciting. Yeah. By the way, this was 2 days ago, and we're going to New York we're leaving very late Monday night. And I was like, y'all don't have anyone booked yet? A lot of ideas for who they want on the pod. And I'm like, okay, well, it is it's next week. But anyway, it'll all work out. It makes my day whenever I tune into Matt's pod and you're on it. And now Matt is going to be on Fearan, which I kind of I'm just claiming sort of as my pod right now because I don't have one, but might as well. Monty, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you. Sonica, thank you for the 13 months. Blue Pop, thank you for the 12 months. Kent, thank you for the 2. Foster, thank you for the 5. Okay, so Monday night, flying to New York, getting in Tuesday through Saturday morning. We'll be in New York City doing content, going to see some shows. Can this be your look for stream? Is not going to the game, is he? But is he going to want to go to ragtime? Well, he's not going to want to not do anything. Or he's not going to want to not do, he's not going to want to do nothing. Caroline, when will you be posting the bail goal for when you move? I think it was 8,000 subs. Or wait, no. Was it more or less? I don't remember. I can't keep it straight anymore. I think it was something like that. And then I dig up Hugh Hefner's corpse and throw it in the trash. Insane first chat. Let me, who? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. 10,000 subs was LAPD. Yeah. Swirl Merle Fur, thank you for the 4 months, 10 feet high. Thank you for the 25. Anna, thank you for the 19. Girls, skip ragtime and go see Titanic. I thought it closed. Is it still running? Or do they have a different cast? No, it's at the St. James. Why did I think that... Oh, I don't know. The games are in New Jersey. Why would anyone stay in the city when they... Wait. What game? The NBA game? The Spurs and the Knicks game is in New Jersey? Isn't it? What are you... what? What are we talking about? I don't know what's being talked about. World Cup. Oh, now we're talking about the World Cup. Oh, so this is the problem with chat. Sometimes I'll read a message and I'm like, is everyone else talking about something else? Like, wait, I have to ask my own chat. Wait, what are we talking about? What's going on? What's the tea? What are we discussing? The World Cup. I see. Soccer. Yes. In Jersey. Sorry, I was just funny to someone else. I'm like, okay, I know I don't know much about basketball, but I'm pretty sure it's in New York. Pretty sure it's at Madison Square Garden with Jim Dolan and his surveillance system that rivals the fucking State Department's. Melissa Barrera is doing Titanic right now. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I thought they had. I thought she had done her closing night performance. All right. So next week's gonna be weird schedule wise. So probably we'll be doing some IRLs. And then I'm going to Chicago that weekend for my sister's engagement. So I'm going to be gone. So next week, New York, doing IRLs, doing hopefully fun content. And then I'm going to Chicago, and then I'm coming back to Los Angeles. Congrats again to her. Thank you so much. Did you see the ad after the Memdanistan Knicks won? Yeah, this is a really good ad. I thought that hold on. If you haven't seen this, let me show you.
Black billionaires.
For like as cool as politicians can look doing something like passing a basketball around, they nailed it.
Buying our elections.
Hold on.
I'm Maria Elisa.
We know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE. I'm Claire Valdez, and
I'm like, can we have a crumb of this in Los Angeles, please? In Los Angeles? Can we have just a crumb? Just a crumb, please.
stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
No?
Get out and vote.
Okay.
This is the team.
You stupid
This
whore.
is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
You stupid slut. There's not going to be a crumb of democratic socialism in Los Angeles.
I'm Claire Valdez. I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and we approve this message.
New York.
You get Spencer Pratt. Just kidding. We're not getting Spencer Pratt. We're not getting Spencer Pratt. We're not getting Spencer Pratt. Yeah, you get neolib hell and you'll like it. And you'll eat that shit up and you'll beg for more while also sobbing at what a neolib hell you live in. It's so funny to me because all the conservatives who love to call California California, and it's like, oh, yeah, California, where we vote for corporations in human skin suits. We vote for washed up reality show villains whose entire platform is Karen Bass burned my house down, so let's kill all the homeless people. And then it's like the best options being billionaires who had formerly invested in mining. What is this? Oh. Nithya Raman. Come on, man. Oh. I will say things are looking better. This is California. It's not even like we're so back, because it never really felt that fun and exciting to begin with the exception of a few races. Okay, I will say Kenneth Mejia's comptroller. He is one of, if not like the most leftist dude in Los Angeles, and he killed it. So Mejia, sorry, I always Mejia. He's great, and so that's exciting. But otherwise, I think a lot of people are realizing that California is actually not as progressive as outsiders believe it to be. It's I think garnered this reputation as a very progressive state without actually demonstrating any proof of that. California is like, we never actually pretended to be that progressive. It's more neoliberal. California is like, it's the fifth largest economy in the world. It is a total capitalist, techno-fascist hellhole. Okay. How do I explain that to my Trumper parents? Show them the politicians that get elected. Show them the measures that get passed or don't get passed. California's voted against ending prison labor in 2024. That is not a progressive state. We show them how many billionaires we have in this state. Billionaires who are funding people like Javier Becerra, who is a corporation in a human skin suit. So yeah, show them who's funding who and which politicians get elected and what measures pass and don't pass. California is progressive as far as like, I don't know, reproductive rights being popular, but that's also popular in red states. The things about California that people be like progressive is also what people in red states want. Yeah, it's like gay rights, reproductive rights, generally green energy. Yeah, be as gay as long as you like Palantir. Yeah. So cultural and social progressive values that are found throughout the country, which is great, but also come on, this is barely the bare minimum anymore. Yeah. You know what? Since we're talking about it, let's just take a look-see. Let's take a look-see poo. Okay, I got a lot of stuff that I do want to try to get through tonight. And my head is exploding. So I'm gonna try and not get too bogged down in talking about one thing. I really have been wanting to get to covering this Lego thing, which is so overwhelming because there's so much to the story, but I would like to save time so we can finally cover that. I also did watch Backrooms last night. If y'all wanted to hear some quick thoughts, which actually I have a video of Kane Parsons talking about Backrooms and how he's never going to use AI, which is great because you have people like Marty Scorsese going, AI, it's the future. So I will give some thoughts on Backrooms once we get to that. And then talking about the chaos at 60 Minutes, Bari Weiss just continues to drive this legendary institution into the fucking ground and is now trying to pretend that Scott Pelley is actually the one who's lying here. And it's like, yeah, I think 10 out of 10 times in a situation of Bari Weiss versus anyone, Bari Weiss is lying. So look at that. We need to talk about Marjane Satrapi, who was an Iranian cartoonist, writer, artist, filmmaker, and her memoir, Persepolis, is one of the most acclaimed graphic novels of all time. And she was just a really, really interesting, she was a fascinating figure. And I think a lot of the criticism that she and her work received from detractors was it was short-sighted. And so I would love to talk about her. And if you don't know who she is, you should definitely know who she is. And it's very odd because all that we know is that she died of sadness, which I guess you can read between the lines there and presume something tragic, but literally all that's been reported is that she died of sadness. And I think her husband had died recently and she was only 56 years old. So it's tragic nonetheless, but yeah, there is a real thing called broken heart syndrome. That is true, but nothing has been elaborated on. So I don't know. I don't know if like, I don't know if she had poor health. I'm not sure. So all we know is died of sadness. Carrie Fisher's mom passed the next day. Yeah, but Debbie Reynolds was very old too. So yes, Carrie Fisher and Debbie Reynolds died within 24 hours. But MARJANE SATRAPI was only 56. I mean, look, I never believe it's necessary to like know exactly how somebody died in a situation like this. But in case you were a fan of MARJANE SATRAPI and you're just now finding out that she passed away, all we know is that it is, quote, from sadness. Okay, so we will talk about her work and her legacy, and then as I said, I also want to finally cover the Lego stuff, the crazy Lego stuff. I used to work at an aged care home when there were couples. If one passed away, the other almost always would pass not long after. You can absolutely die of a broken heart. Yeah, if I die and Will does not die within 24 hours, I am definitely coming back to haunt his ass because what the fuck? He's not here. I was going to say, I hope he heard that. Granted, if we're old, if I die young, then yes, he should be, dramatically mourning me for years. Build a whole temple in my memory. But if we're both old and I pass and he doesn't go from a broken heart, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Would you look at that? Age isn't an excuse. If he cared, he would. I know. Hassan Fantano, thank you for the 9 months. Ryan, thank you for the 17 months. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Okay. Otherwise, hope everyone is having as good of a day as you can have. And yeah. I hope good things are happening in people's individual lives. We've got the Knicks. Yes, the Knicks won yesterday. And then this morning I woke up and I had my period headache, and Will goes, "Did you see all the videos I sent you?" And I said, "What?" And he goes, "I sent you 4 videos on the Knicks to Instagram." I said, "No, I absolutely did not watch 4 Knicks videos that you sent me on Instagram. Absolutely not." Oh my God. I don't blame it. It's been 27 years. I know. Yeah, Christian's text or tweet. "My BF is simply never not on a phone call. I'm just so scared as to what his gay ass could be working on. One day we're going to wake up. He's going to be the ruler of the universe. And even then I'll still wonder why it took him so many phone calls to accomplish world domination." I was on the phone. Let me just take a look here. Okay. Austin show. Twice. 3, 4 times just me in the last 24 hours. And I want to say probably 4 or 5 with Will, because at one point Austin asked to merge the calls. Now he was figuring out flights, but it was like, oh my God, I can't have you guys sitting right here. Anyway, we were on the phone. That's why I said, don't worry, it's been me or Will for a lot of the phone calls. Love Mr. Show. Love Mr. Show and how much he gets so excited to talk and book travel. Unofficial travel agent Austin show. Uh-huh. Around 40% of the LA mayor and California governor race votes, Steyer and Nithya might get to second spot and go to the runoff. Yeah, we'll see. Things are trickling in. California takes a very long time, which better to take time so that people can feel like their votes are really being counted and encouraging people to vote, I guess. But yeah, it takes a minute. Okay.
Taking a live look at our election set where we're tracking the results from Tuesday's primary elections. The race to be our next governor still too close to call. As you can see with the most updated numbers, it remains a 3-candidate race for the 2 top spots. Republican Steve Hilton still holds a lead.
I think the only confirmation we have right now is that Karen Bass, who is the incumbent mayor in Los Angeles, has secured her spot for the November runoff election. So in the mayor's race now, it comes down to fuck-ass Spencer Pratt, who Donald Trump is already saying, by the way, that the California elections have been stolen. So that's just the world we live in now, where if Republicans don't win, or even if they do win, there's still the cries of election interference, frauds, stolen seats, etc. Yeah. So we are waiting to see if Nithya Raman continues to keeps closing the gap here. I think either way, it's going to be very close, which, as I already had said prior to election night, Spencer Pratt and the dumbest motherfuckers in Los Angeles are going to be echoing Trump's cries of a stolen election if he ends up coming in third. This guy who claimed that on primary night he was going to get over 50%, so there would be no need for runoff. Here's this. Okay. OC day 1, Steyer gains 10% on Hilton. OC day 2, Steyer gains 11.3% on Hilton. LA day 1, Steyer gains 13.3% on Hilton. LA day 2, Steyer gains 15.4% on Hilton. Blue shift appears to be underway. Yeah, I mean, my predictions have mostly been that the neo-lib candidates are going to win. It's more like basically we're going to have more of the same, but also kind of worse.
Over Democrats Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer. But on Wednesday, Becerra and Steyer gained ground on Hilton.
Okay, you know what? Actually, just forget about what I said, because again, Nithya, not excellent. Tom Steyer, still a billionaire, but definitely the 2 better options. So I guess the hope core part of me is like, but I think it's more so a reflection of where California truly is, where we really are as a state. And I think there's a lot of finger pointing at states like Texas from here in California. And it's like, hey, we really actually need to have an honest conversation about California.
First updated that count, and it was released yesterday afternoon. Experts told us they see Becerra as having the best chances of advancing among the 3, with Hilton and Steyer left to battle it out.
Well, in our LA mayoral race, what we do know is that CBS News has projected that Karen Bass has advanced to the November general election, but who will she be facing? Spencer Pratt or Nithya Raman? Pratt sits in second place at this hour, Raman in third, but we did get a vote count update on Wednesday in which Raman gained nearly 3,000 votes on Pratt from her first ballot count. Pratt led Raman by 9% after Tuesday night. Now, first perspective, keep in mind.
Do you know what I recently saw again was the clip of Tom Steyer during the 2020 primary debate, where he walks up to kind of fanboy over Bernie Sanders and say hi, and Bernie and Warren are clearly going at it, and Tom Steyer walks up and is like, oh, never mind. one of the all-time memes.
Mayor Bass gained 12 points on her opponent Rick Caruso between election night and the final vote count, so nothing is decided yet. And with thousands of ballots still uncounted, this election isn't over.
Nope. Political strategist Matt Klink
Let me
joins us
see if I
to
can
talk
find
about
it.
some of the key
Hold on.
takeaways from the primaries. Okay. So we're looking at this LA mayoral race, as we've been talking about. Obviously, Karen Bass has now moved on.
Yes.
But when you look at Spencer Pratt and you look at Nithya Raman, nationally, we're seeing all these teary videos. Nithya Raman's out, Spencer Pratt's advanced. But locally, they're not counting her any time.
You called me.
Okay, yeah. Here you go.
I think you called me a liar on national TV. I think you called me a liar on national TV.
Okay, here comes Tom.
Let's not do it right now. You want to have that discussion? We'll
It's
have that
like-
discussion. You
Oh.
called me. You told me. All right, let's not do it now.
I don't want to get in the middle of it. I just want to say hi.
Yeah, good. Okay.
He goes, I don't want to get in the middle of this, just want to say hi. Bernie's like, yeah, okay.
I think you called me a liar on national TV.
What?
I think you called me a liar on national TV.
Let's not do it right now. You want to have that discussion? We'll have
Tom
that
Steyer
discussion.
Tom Steyer walking up at actually the worst point.
You told me. All right, let's not do it now.
I don't want to get in the middle of it. I just want to say hi, Bernie.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Totally forgot he ran for president. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're out just yet. What's the deal here?
It's one of those things, Jamie, where it's mathematically still possible for Nithya Raman to make the runoff.
Big
but
fan.
It's
Fuck off.
not really practical.
Okay, thanks.
Really?
So there are roughly 280,000 votes left in the city of Los Angeles to count. She was at 40,000 behind. Now she's at 37,000 behind. The votes are not going to be distributed all to Nithya.
Right.
They're going to be distributed among all the other candidates. So as the number of total ballots there shrinks, she needs to get more and more of a percentage, and it just becomes mathematically impossible for her to do.
So we're looking then at Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass.
More likely than not, I think it's pretty like 85-90%.
Honest to God, right now, it just depends on who is talking. You know, whether it's individual commentators online or whatever news publication. You have Nithya's for sure going to overtake Spencer Raman. Nithya is... Wow. Yep. Spencer Raman and Nithya Pratt. Welcome to LA politics. So anyway, as I was saying, it depends on who's saying it, but you have the Nithya's for sure overtaking Spencer for spot number 2, or Spencer is going to be staying in spot number 2 and Nithya cannot overtake him.
You're going to see Bass versus Pratt, which, to be honest with you, that's the more interesting race than Bass versus Raman.
But did you think it was actually going to happen? If it does happen, is that what you were thinking
What
before we
love?
went
Think
into
of it
election
12
day?
months.
I did,
You
yeah,
did?
I did, absolutely. LA has a strong progressive base,
Right. Sure.
And I think that for a while, look, other Democratic Socialist candidates won outright in city council races, but don't forget there were 2 Democratic Socialists on the ballot. So Ray Wang, she pulled, I think she has 20.
Okay. We need to get real clear with talking about progressive versus leftist, because I think there is a muddying of a lot of these terms, a lot of these ideological labels. And let's be clear that Los Angeles, when people talk about Los Angeles as being super progressive, sometimes they mistake that as being leftist. And LA has a very, very powerful liberal voting bloc. And the leftist power is really on the east side of LA. So places like Eagle Rock and Silver Lake were very when Bernie was running, those were a lot of Bernie's coalition support in Los Angeles was. But LA is very liberal. There are very, very diehard liberal, like still believing in the institutions of liberalism here in Los Angeles. And there's a lot of diversity here in LA, but that diversity does not necessarily, like there's so many different mini blocks within the three major blocks where you have conservative, liberal, and then leftist. And so there is more of a liberal power here than there is leftist.
20,000 votes.
I feel like there's a concerted effort to conflate them. Liberals and center stems get a bad rap, and then they want to use it to squash the actual movement of socialism, leftism. Yeah, I think it depends. There is certainly an advantage for liberals to seem more progressive when they actually are not, where they are very much more leaning towards the centrist establishment side. But because progressivism is trendy, it's popular, everybody calls themselves a progressive now who's left of the right wing, is using the label of progressivism when they're not really progressive when we think about that in terms of like populist leftist principles and policies. We have a bunch of moderates in our city council who want to make our cops more progressive by having more of them. Yeah, the fact that Nithya Raman, who is the Democratic Socialist in this race here, has taken a lot of steps to show that shouldn't be nowhere near the label of socialist. And within the DSA, when Ray announced she was running, and then when Nithya endorsed Karen Bass and then announced she was running, there were a lot of debates in DSA, mostly having to do with Nithya's inconsistency. And it's true that she has been inconsistent. And like a lot of Dems who in 2020 and like in woke era, when they were all talking about Black Lives Matter, defunding the police, all that, have walked that back. But it's not just Dems, it's also Dem socialists. Like, oh, hi. It's also ones who we're being told are our leftist candidates. Hi.
If Nithya captures those votes, we have a real battle for second place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's still interesting, right? A couple days later.
I love it. It's like three-dimensional chess, but it is fun to try to figure out what's going on.
Just peeking his little head
Well,
through.
you are a Republican strategist. So if Spencer Pratt has said that he has voted Republican, he's a registered Republican, but he doesn't.
You are a Republican strategist. Yeah, that's why he's saying definitively that Spencer Pratt is going to the general.
Necessarily follow those lines. He's really tapped into the anger and kind of the sentiment of people no longer wanting the incumbent in office. What is he going to need to do, though, to continue moving forward, taking on Karen Bass?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if I'm Mayor Bass's campaign, Spencer Pratt is Donald Trump's second cousin, and they have breakfast at Mar-a-Lago every day. He's MAGA Republican Spencer Pratt. They want to link him because there are only 13% Republicans in the city of LA.
Sure.
Spencer Pratt needs to continue.
Okay, 13% Republicans. But this is what I need people to understand, that there are way more people than that who operate conservatively in their day-to-day lives. So people who are inclined to find themselves listening to someone like Spencer Pratt when he's talking about killing homeless people, because they're like, yeah, I actually hate the fact that there are homeless surrounding where I live, right? They look at them like an invasion that needs to be eradicated. And it's a lot of people who will vote depending on how they feel that their surrounding environment is affecting their daily lives. So a lot of, yes, 13% Republicans in Los Angeles, but a lot more Angelenos who absolutely get all fucking right wing up in here when it comes to the issues of, say, homelessness. This is what happens when you don't address it for this long. Yes, or when you spend a lot of money like Karen Bass has with her Inside Safe program, but that has not actually worked because there's no long-term housing solution here where you cannot temporarily, don't spend a lot of money, temporarily house people, not have a system that's keeping track of where they are, and then 40% or so are ending back up on the streets. It's because the conservative rhetoric on crime has dominated the media. Yes, so there are a lot of Angelenos who are like, oh my God, crime has gone up in the city. Homeless are everywhere. So sure, I'm liberal in the sense that I think people should get to be gay and we should have reproductive rights and green energy and all that. But frankly, the corruption from the commies and socialists, which where in Los Angeles, frankly, that has resulted in the deterioration of our city here. Yeah, I was literally reading a neighborhood Reddit thread just like this today. Yes. Remember, a lot more people are reactionary who might not specifically ascribe to the label of conservative or Republican or right wing, whatever you want to call it.
To run a disruptor campaign. The second that he starts sounding like a politician and not my 9-point plan to solve homelessness, forget it. The voters are going to be like, you know, birds of a feather, you're like one of them. He needs to be different, and that's what attracts people to him.
And so far, he definitely has.
This guy loves Spencer Pratt.
He is answering to his own drum right now.
Right.
He's a little bit, he's not a politician.
But what I find interesting is he keeps getting criticized by a certain percentage of people saying, well, he doesn't have the experience. Why would we want someone to run the city of Los Angeles who has no political experience? But he's right. I know.
Look, there is not a, voters like to vote.
You know what I will say? It's been very interesting, especially on these liberal places like liberal, CNN, New York Times, etc., where a big argument against Zoran Mamdani is that he didn't have the experience, that he was too young, he was too inexperienced, he was too green, et cetera, et cetera. But somebody like Spencer Pratt, whose resume is reality TV villain, coming in, they're like, you know, it's exciting. It's a change up. People are wanting change. He represents as an outsider that potential change. It's just, it's the difference in who as an outsider, a political outsider, who as somebody who doesn't have experience in politics is that's a plus, that's exciting, that's a positive, and for whom it's not.
Voters like everyone to believe that they like to weigh the facts to make a decision.
Sure.
Right.
They don't.
Yeah.
People make decisions quickly based on shortcuts.
True.
And Spencer Pratt right now is talking about LA's broken. If you elect the same people, you get the same result. I'm different.
This is the only thing as of right now I'm going to say on the Graham Plattner stuff. I just find it noteworthy how many leftists have engaged in smearing Chris Smalls, in diminishing the work that he's done and painting him out to be a danger to the movement. And same leftists who have made excuses over and over and over again for Graham Plattner. Just going to say that. So it's not just on the liberal side here where there is a difference in who gets to be an outsider and that is a positive for them, and for whom it's a, like, I heard that a lot with Ray too, where it was like, oh, Ray doesn't have any experience, so we can't even consider voting for her at all. And I just think that we should be paying attention to the contradictions there. We should be paying attention to double standards. And I just saw a piece from Jacobin that was really ripping into Chris Smalls. And I'm not saying that Chris Smalls has not erred, because nobody has not made mistakes or could have marks against them who's been prominent in the type of work that he does. But I just think it's interesting to see that Jacobin runs a piece like that, especially right fucking now. Right fucking now, you're gonna dedicate time and money and energy towards a piece that is disparaging Chris Smalls, while at the same time, I'm sure Jacobin, I don't know for sure, like that writer or not, but Jacobin and Jacobin type of leftists are unequivocally supporting Graham Plattner and going, this is all nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Where my take is, let the people of Maine decide. That's a race where I'm like, the people of Maine, they have the information. It's their state. Susan Collins fucking sucks. They know that. They hate her. They hated Janet Mills. That's why she had to drop out, because she was so unpopular. She was unpopular as a governor. So this is for Maine to decide. But I do think we need to take note here on the left of who continually gets passes and who has much, much higher standards, who has a much more scrutinous lens applied to them.
That's what he needs to continue doing.
And that's what he's playing on. Okay, we got to talk about the governor's race, because we're seeing something similar play out. Steve Hilton's still in the lead there. Javier Becerra right behind him. But Tom Steyer is kind of the Nithya Raman in this race. Does he still have a chance to get in?
Same thing. He has.
Who, though, I need names to avoid. I can't even give you a list because it's just a mess all over the place. I'm going to be honest. It's one of those where it's not even that I have anyone particular in mind. It's that this is a persistent issue, and it's not even the point that you need to know specific names, because this is an overall problem. And I think the issue is the broader left coalition focusing on each individual candidate who's positioned themselves as like the left candidate. Sometimes we need to make the separation between who actually, as we try and grow leftist power, as we try and make this a movement and form this broad coalition, what standards do we want to try and be pushing for? What kind of candidates do we actually broadly want to have representing the movement? And then which ones are really, okay, that's the best option for the people in this state. And that's up for them to decide. But I do think that it's messy. It's just a lot of messiness. A lot of messiness. Bohemian, thank you for the 6 months. You get my prime the most lately because I like what you do the most out of political commentators in the space. I want you to keep doing your work and making the space better, Mother Quan. I'm trying. Thank you. Tina's asleep. Thank you for the tier 1.
Potentially could, but Tom Steyer trailed by 400,000 votes on election night. If there are, again, it's 4 million votes. He trails by 400,000. Each count that comes through,
he's got to have a higher percentage.
It shrinks, and his percentage that he needs to get grows, and
we can't hold out for perfect candidates, or we'll be holding out right up until the end. Nobody is saying that we need to have perfect candidates, but I do think there's a difference between this, I think, perception that people are requiring perfection and people who are asking for basic standards. And it doesn't mean that It doesn't mean that you are saying that candidates who are failing to pass basic standards are not the best electoral option for whatever race they are running in. But I am concerned with this. I am concerned with how there seems to be this idea that criticism amounts to trying to push for criticism of like the most politically left candidate in a race amounts to supporting the like the centrist or right wing either candidate or incumbent, and that's not true. And also that also I think as we are moving forward in this attempt to amass power on the left here, I think it is still important to have standards. And that is not the same thing as requiring perfection. And before anybody goes again, perfect is the enemy of good. I know it is. But having basic standards that we are trying to uphold in our representatives here on the left as we are trying to grow power and a coalition, I think we should have standards. And please understand standards and taking issue with people who consistently are failing certain standards. We should be allowed to do that, and I think we should do that. It's like with Nithya Raman, where I think it's concerning that Nithya has flip-flopped on important issues here that are important to Angelenos, but also that are like kind of basic fucking policies to call yourself a democratic socialist. And I think it's concerning if this is a person that we are being told is our best and only option here, and we are not allowed to question what the fuck is going on with her. How is this a person that DSA helped to elect in 2020 and is now showing herself in many ways to not be consistent? It's been disappointing seeing how the space has reacted to the latest allegation of not asking for people to stop supporting him, but people don't have to defend him on shit where he's clearly in the wrong. I just think that it seems as if there's never any nuance allowed, never any critical thought that's allowed. It's either you support unequivocally, no mention of any concerns whatsoever, or you're a wrecker. You're an op.
Not going to take all of those votes.
So very quickly before you go.
But then again, like I've stated, there is still then an inconsistency with leftists who are pushing that it's either you're with us fully or you're against us. There's not consistency when it comes to, say, somebody like Chris Smalls. I hate this vague posting. Oh my God, stop. If you say someone's defending Plattner's bad things, please say who. Do you understand? This is not like, oh, 3 particular people. This is not vague posting. This is an issue overall. Have you not been online? Have you not been online? I can't, like, it's why do you see the drama and everything? You are the one who's actually trying to find the drama in this by saying I'm vague posting and asking to name names. This is not interpersonal drama that I have. And this is not like me having written names down and purposely withholding it so that I'm creating the drama. God, you know what? Vague posting is a term that I think we have to get rid of because of how many people misuse it. It's one of those internet terms that I'm getting really tired of because of how frequently people who are very online use that to describe things inappropriately. It's very misused. Anyway.
So then, Steve Hilton, a Republican, endorsed by Donald Trump, a little different issue than the Spencer Pratt. How is he going to walk a line? Because I noticed yesterday his messaging is now all about affordability, which will play to a number of voters. But then they might sit back and go, but he's really good friends with Donald Trump.
And that's where the Donald Trump endorsement in California, it's the kiss of death. Donald Trump is at like 26% popularity. And Javier Becerra, I mean, you heard Javier Becerra on election night. He talked about we don't need MAGA candidates. He is going to make, again, like the Democrats will do to Spencer Pratt, it's going to be even worse at the state level.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
There
thank
is
you so
still
much.
so much to
Yeah,
watch
I know.
here.
I know, a lot.
That's why we wanted to
4
talk to
o'clock
you.
every day is when the register.
He's like, got his
Right,
alarm
you're like,
set.
all right, okay. We'll talk to you at 4 o'clock. Thank you,
Thank
man.
you. And for more election results from the California primary, just go to cbsla.com.
Ooh, whoa. Okay. Here we have.
All right, now to the latest results in California's primary election. As we reported yesterday, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass will make the November runoff, but with just more than 60% of the votes counted, the second place finisher still hasn't been determined. City Councilwoman Nithya Raman slightly narrowed the gap with reality star Spencer Pratt.
I think, God, Karen Bass making the first spot on the runoff here is indicative of how captured Los Angeles and California is by the machine. The Democratic machine is very powerful in this state, and there are plenty of people who are unhappy with the situation here in LA and might even extend that to personally blaming Karen Bass, but still at the end of the day, I mean, at least they're not voting for Spencer Pratt, but at the end of the day, still throwing their vote to Karen.
But he still leads her.
Why is Pratt giving why does he just looks like this? He looks like a man baby.
By 7 percentage points. The LA County Registrar's Office says there are more than 700,000 ballots that still have not been counted. And in the race for California governor, Republican Steve Hilton still leads Javier Becerra 28% to 26%, with Tom Steyer in third place with 20%. Hilton has about 400,000 more votes than Steyer. However, with fewer than 60% of the votes counted in that race, it is still considered too close to call. KTLA 5 is your local election headquarters. We will continue to follow election results as new numbers come in. You can get the latest anytime on the free KTLA app and KTLA.com.
Amtrak is adding new train service on the Pacific Surface.
Okay, so things are, again, to recap, still very close. Vote counting across California yielded little change Wednesday in the races for governor and mayor, with a significant portion of the state's mail-in ballots and election day vote still to be counted over the coming days. In the governor's race, where two will advance to November, the former Fox News host Steve Hilton, a Republican, held a slim lead over Xavier Becerra, a former Biden administration official, with Tom Steyer, progressive billionaire, who's running third. The race is already the most expensive contest for governor in U.S. history. Millions of ballots had yet to be counted, with experts predicting that the outstanding vote would lean Democratic because many of the party's voters remained undecided till Election Day. Nevertheless, President Trump congratulated Steve Hilton, his pick for the job, declaring him the winner in a social media post. Yeah. And Trump is also saying already that there's been fraud. Is this an LA-based streamer? Me? Yes, I am in LA. Maybe those big dumps would come out faster and bigger if you fuckers ate some fiber for once. We eat plenty of fiber here in Los Angeles. Can we please play the Javier Becerra clip again? Wait, the one where Biden calls him Baccaria. Javier Baccaria. I mean, Becerra. A lot of candidates and outlets declaring someone won or they moved forward to the runoffs, although it's not confirmed. Yeah, and like I said, also, it's also people and outlets saying that Nithya is not going to end up overtaking Spencer Pratt, but also one saying that Nithya is going to overtake Spencer Pratt. So this is, unfortunately, you don't know until you know. It does look better for Nithya since election night. She has been closing the gap. It's also been somewhat better for Tom Steyer. So what does Polymarket say? I'm not even kidding you. This is another thing I need to address. I do need people who consider themselves to be serious political, let's say, watchers to actual analysts. I need them to stop sharing Kalshi and Polymarket. Please. Please, if you consider yourself to be a serious person in the political conversation, stop sharing that shit. They might be getting paid. No, some of them are getting paid for sure. Absolutely. Like CNN, absolutely. But then others where they're not getting paid, but they're still sharing it because either they don't realize the source or because this is how fucking normalized Polymarket and Kalshi and all these betting markets has become. Is TYT still sponsored by Polymarket? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's actually watch Bituation Room.
Let me just show you
Fran Fio.
The latest results of the mayoral race. It was a good night for Karen Bass, the current mayor of LA, the incumbent, got 34 at this point. Again, there's an estimated 40% more left to count. She got 34.8%. Spencer Pratt with 30.4. Nithya Raman at 22.3. There's a fair amount to make up, but not impossible. And again, with the late votes, I think anything is possible, including booting Pratt out of this damn thing. But just give me your take initially on Bass, the person who sort of seems to be a little bit at sea in this role, whether it, in terms of the fire response, in terms of the even the ice response and other elements that we have not been subjected to. But give me your thoughts on Bass and this result.
Yeah, I mean, she, in my opinion, is not a strong enough personality to be mayor. Again, I don't think we need someone who's timid in the face of all that we have to in the face of what we're facing. With her response to the fires, to ICE, I just think she comes up short time and time again. This does not surprise me, though. She's an incumbent. She has.
Are there term limits for LA mayor? Yes. Yes, there are. So this would be if Karen wins again, then that's it for her.
Name recognition. She's well known in
Hogan,
the city.
thank you for the gifted. Katie,
It does
thank you
not
for the
surprise
gifted.
me.
Hogan, thank you for the
I always
gifted.
figured she would be
Sweet potato, OBJ,
top two.
thank you.
We would go to a runoff. I did not think she was going to win outright. But I do agree with you. Like, I think our best case scenario is that Nithya collects the rest of these votes and Spencer Pratt is out of this conversation within the next week.
Yes.
Hopefully. But if not, I also kind of wouldn't be surprised if it's Pratt versus Bass because, you know, it was also Caruso versus Bass. And I don't think that they had that much distance between them, if we're being completely honest. And I also think that Caruso, someone like Caruso, his personality probably would have been better in the fires. I don't agree with anything he said, but he would have at least been stronger and more of an advocate for the Palisades, certainly. But I think the city overall, I have been so underwhelmed by Bass. That's like an understatement. I don't know what's worse than underwhelmed, but she has been super disappointing. And it's going to suck to have to vote for her in November if it's her and Pratt. But I think if it is her and Pratt, then we really need to try and figure out what motivates her and incentivizes her to push her to the left in any capacity, because I think she has not been good for the city.
I mean, this is sort of, you know, it reminds me of like all the times that the right recalled Newsom and we had to, you know, begrudgingly go to bat for Gavin Newsom to fight against, you know, Larry Elder or whomever it was who was like trying to be governor. And Bass is in that same situation. I do feel like Pratt v. Bass in the general is no contest, and Bass, you know, Democrats will come out and just pull the goddamn lever or do what they have to do. Bass hasn't been so egregious for progressives to abandon her. It's again, sort of to your point, the status quo. And to our point about the governorship, I do think, you know, comparing Newsom, as much as I don't like the things that he did, I think he's a far better leader, which I think has prevented the rise of like a Pratt, meaning like an unqualified
Newsom reached his term limit.
MAGA dumbass on a statewide level. And I don't think Bass, the emergence of
Remember
Pratt,
Larry
to
Elder?
me, I lay at the footsteps of someone like Karen Bass, right? Of the sort of middle of the road way. And I just want to play a little bit of Spencer Pratt on homelessness. And there's a lot of things to get mad at Spencer Pratt about.
Here's Karen Bass. Okay, Karen is your typical Democrat where she'll say things like, boo, ICE, don't like them coming into our city, but then work with the LAPD, sign off on the LAPD assisting ICE in beating protesters. Like that is what happened during the anti-ICE protests, ICE out of Los Angeles protests. The LAPD was there alongside ICE, and Karen Bass signed off on LAPD's forces being used. So Karen is that your typical status quo establishment Dem, where she will say things, give the veneer of, you know, being veneer of progressive, but is anything but. And she was terrible during the fires and does bear responsibility. She didn't literally light the match that burned down all the homes, including Spencer Pratt's, as Spencer Pratt will have you think otherwise. But she's been bad because, of course, she was never going to be good.
You know, is like a known, you know, villain. Like he's a bully. He's a dumbass. He has no political experience. He was lying about where he was staying after his home burned down in the Palisades, which, by the way, being the dumbass that he is, he didn't have fucking homeowners insurance, so couldn't get the money back there. So I guess he's got to do this. He's been putting up AI billboards all over the city. And if you thought there was a shred of like, okay, maybe we can work with this, here's how he thinks about the, I believe, 40 to 50,000 unhoused Angelenos that call this city home.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, well, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts. Most of these people are addicted to fentanyl and meth. This isn't Spencer
making it up. Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse. This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There's spots for all of these people. They are choosing because they're an addict, and you can do fentanyl and super meth on the sidewalk with no repercussions.
I hate this fucking guy so much. Somebody said, I'm an outsider looking in, so I might be wrong. Please correct me, but Nithya gives me the vibes that she would tell the LAPD to be protesters, just be nice and not gas them. So the issue with Nithya on the LAPD is that her position keeps changing. So initially when she was running, she ran on defunding the police because this was 2020, and that was the popular stance. And a lot of even more establishment Dems were either echoing that or not opposing it. Same with Biden, right? Biden's pledges that, oh, we're going to, I'm right there, Jack, with Black Lives Matter. But then Nithya has voted a few times to expand the LAPD's budget. She went from defund the police to actually saying LA should not do that we need officers to respond to 9/11 calls, 911 calls. And then she's also voted against, Karen Bass was trying to propose an additional 170 officers. She voted against that. So it's just really inconsistent. But she's still better than Karen Bass.
So he quite literally disputes the category of homelessness. Mm-hmm. This is a man who is homeless. Like, supposedly, he lost his home. But I guess if you were a working class person whose home burned down in a fire and you found yourself living in your car or on the street, you're just now a drug addict in his mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
And let me explain to you from just a simple POV here. So your average person is like, look, I can get down with the idea that not all homeless people are super meth addicts who are choosing to be on the streets. Sure, I hear you when you say that the cost of housing is why a lot of people are unhoused, even people who have employment, yada, yada. Yeah, but but not in my backyard. But they will then look at the current government and go, okay, so we keep hearing about how they're dealing with the issue. We know all this money is being spent. Christian, hi, babes. We know all this money is being spent. And yet when I'm looking in my backyard, I see homeless people everywhere. And it's because there is fundamentally an issue with the way that the government deals with deals with the issue. And because there is not a real structural change, which begins with really having empathy for this population that are suffering from the structural from the structural issues that they still are that they are being affected by every single day. There's no long-term solution here, so it's temporary. So your average Angelino may be swayed to have some empathy for people who are on the streets, but then they go, but this problem isn't getting better. And all of this money is being wasted, and there's clearly corruption. And it just feels as if we're just going to have more of the same here, and more of the same is not better because there's still this problem. If we don't solve the housing crisis, we're going to continue seeing homeless people. They're a symptom of the issue, not the cause. Yeah, and so there are of course jackasses who are like, oh yeah, they're all super meth users, and they're all, you know, having sex with their own hands in children's parks, and we just need to get rid of them, which we know what they mean by get rid of them. But for a lot of others, it's not that they have the Spencer Pratt bro, the Spencer Pratt fan bro mindset on this, but that they are still not understanding that the solution here is long-term, because that is also something that the people who they've elected into power don't seem to understand.
It's offensive. It's uninformed. It's a very superficial, pedestrian understanding of the problem. But I think he's only able to be where he is, getting the type of screen time that he is and attention, because we have been so ineffective at handling this problem. We have misused resources. We have made horrible spending choices. We give all of our money to the cops and the sheriffs at the county level, that we cannot address the problems like people being unhoused. We can't even stop people from becoming unhoused. This has been a known problem. This isn't new. Okay. This is not like recent in the last decade. This has been a longstanding problem because of capitalism and inequality and neoliberalism. The only reason why Spencer Pratt is even able to get airtime, is even able to be a contender, is because the Democrats in the city have been so unhelpful and ineffective in handling our problems.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the resources too. They're just making the wrong choices. And that's really unfortunate, because I think, we all have choices who to vote for. It really depends on who is going to speak to the needs that are not being met.
Yeah.
And I think people who are, working two jobs to try and make ends meet, see Spencer Pratt being upset and using his power, saying, hey, I could just coast on being a reality star and all the money that I've made, and my wife's a pop star, but I'm choosing to go into politics to help you. Obviously, that sounds like, you know what? Yeah, that's someone that I want to lead.
Totally.
It's just like, I've been doing this forever, and you're still in the position you're in despite my good leadership. Like,
no, I mean, I think that's actually right. I think that's right. And look, if you didn't think that was bad, this is his plan for what to do with the homeless people that he doesn't think exist. In fact, he calls them all drug addicts.
There's a new sheriff in town. Step 5, a modern treatment facility. I've already made plans with several high-profile developers who want to donate resources to build a large, modern, and safe campus where we can administer rehab outside of our residential neighborhoods. Places with children and schools and businesses like San Pedro cannot be expected.
Yeah, exactly what we need. These, VC firms and big real estate developers coming in to help fix the problem. Yeah, just basically take these people and put them in a camp, but it'll be a nice one. And look at these models that we have rendered.
To bear the burden of hosting drug rehab facilities. In these clinics, we will rapid build modular, low-cost housing, exercise facilities, and we will not only provide drug rehab, but civil rehab. Addicts will be given job training. They will provide community service, cleaning up trash, cutting fire breaks. They will serve the communities they transgressed upon, and they will be set up for success to reintegrate into society with job skills and a sense of purpose and accomplishment. Many of the addicts on Skid Row are able-bodied people, fully capable of...
I can't. It's so...
No. And in case you don't understand, let me explain why this doesn't fucking work. Okay. So yeah, these are labor camps. That's what they are. They're labor camps that they're proposing here. Essentially prison, which, well, just a continuation of the for-profit prison system that we have. Long-term housing is the only way to fix the problem, the increasing problem of homelessness, long-term solutions, because that is the only way to address the root cause. The root cause being that many people lack access to a stable and secure permanent home. That is the problem. So when that is the root cause and the root cause is not being addressed, then it just becomes it's a cycle, and people get trapped in that cycle. And so they will have something that is a short-term Band-Aid, which that's not even what this is, because this is fucking evil. It is evil to be like, oh, we're just going to throw them in a labor camp and it's going to be great. And then they'll be able to reintegrate into society once they stop doing super meth.
Disgusting and dehumanizing that you have to stop it. They're fully able-bodied. You're lying. And also the idea that being addicted, like being an addict, isn't in and of itself like a disability, even if you did buy into that. But it's giving tech.
Also, people like Spencer Pratt treat drug addiction, which he is a drug addict, mind you, except it's fine for him because he's not on the streets, although he also is, because that's been his whole thing. Like, I'm living not in a home anymore. But people like Spencer Pratt act as if drug addiction is the cause of people being on the streets. First of all, addiction is often a coping mechanism for the unhoused because of their predicament, because of their situation. But it is treated as the cause rather than as something that occurs because of an individual's circumstances. People don't understand how psychologically damaging not having a home is. And again, the irony in that Spencer Pratt's whole thing is Karen Bass burned my home down. I'm homeless. I'm living in this fake Airstream trailer on where, the plot of land where my home used to be. And him talking about how traumatizing it's been, how terrible it's been for him and his family. But Spencer Pratt still has money. Like, he comes from wealth. He is actually never going to be in the situation that this population of people who he's totally demonized and dehumanized are in. The shelter I work at are family units too, so entire working families are losing their shelter.
Oligarch AI prison.
Dijon, thank you for
it's
29.
giving
Tigo,
like
18.
the scariest fucking solution, which again, to your point, is what happens when you don't actually house people or keep people housed by putting eviction moratoriums and keeping them, or stopping the rent gouging that has been, completely rampant and unaccounted for. You get a dumbass who comes in and is like, why don't we deport all of the homeless people? And it's no wonder he got days before the June 2nd election yesterday, he got a maxed out donation from the co-founder of Google, Sergey Brin. He's been given, he's got money from Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale. Haim Saban, billionaire entertainment mogul, also gave to Pratt. As dumb as we think he is a fucking funnel for all of these tech oligarchs and billionaires to just delete all their problems, which they think is homelessness, as if they don't rely on workers and working people. And, people who have jobs and maybe don't have anywhere to live, like, they don't rely on all of our labor.
The majority of the homeless population are not afflicted with, do not have drug abuse issues. That is something that tends to be more affecting those who are chronically homeless. And as we have explained, it is because when you are chronically homeless, makes sense that a way to cope with that is turning to substances, which then leads to substance abuse. But the primary drivers of homelessness are poverty, lack of employment, and lack of a permanent housing situation. And those are all connected. So it's a lack of stability.
Exactly. He's just Tyler Rasta for these people to funnel money in, and he'll take the cash and he'll say whatever they want him to say.
Sarah, thank you for the raid.
It's very obvious.
Thank you.
That's what
Welcome
it
in,
is.
everyone.
But as you said, like, what is the rebuttal to that? What is the vision that Karen Bass has for the city? Like, because it's actually not working what you're doing either. So I think that's why it's like people are in this place. And
The largest group of homeless aren't what people picture when they think of homeless. Couch surfing is the first stage and most common way people are homeless. Yes, or a lot of people who live in their cars. That is, I mean, I have like 5 friends that I can think of off the top of my head who at some point lived in their cars. I had a friend who, when he first moved to Los Angeles and was broke, and Los Angeles is incredibly expensive. And for the first year, if he couldn't couch surf, lived in his car, figured out places that he could get free Wi-Fi, where, had a membership to YMCA because it was really cheap and could shower there. So like that is a lot of people's situation, or people who, because their rent is raised and then they can no longer afford to live there. And so now they are unhoused. I've been there when I lived in Massachusetts. Yes, I think in the same way that the mythology of rape means when people picture what rape is, who a rapist is, they think of some scary guy in a trench coat in the alleyway, and they don't, and so they misunderstand the much more common nature of rape because they have this skewed perception. And same with the perception of homeless. They picture a guy who's clearly on substances and, like, I don't know, jacking off in a water fountain in a park. And they think of somebody who, but even still though, it's like mental illness and substance abuse issues that are still chalked up as individual failures rather than systemic ones. But I guess I'm trying to make the comparison there of how even though it's like not, okay, you know what it is? I guess here's one example I would use. I think the person that they picture is someone who has support from family, say family members who have tried to help them, who've given them money, who have offered them places, etc., and still like chooses to be on the streets. That being their perception of everybody and everyone's situation, and going, well, this person is choosing to be on the streets. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I think a guy with no job on drugs should still have a home to jack. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's the point being that this is what Spencer Pratt and the people who align with him on this issue, what they believe is that everyone who's homeless is a drug addict who is choosing to be on the streets so that they can openly do drugs and not have to work, and that this is an individual choice that is why it's resulting in it's personal individual failures.
I don't begrudge anyone. I wish that more people were out knocking doors. in the community, talking to their neighbors, and expanding on this idea of what can LA be, what can we do to make things better? Because I do think there's a response to Spencer Pratt that is adequate, but I don't think it's what Karen Bass is doing. And it's going to be extremely unfortunate if it is them too in the runoffs. And we have to try and sell Karen Bass to people who, again, are working multiple jobs, trying to make ends meet, can't afford gas, can't afford rent, maybe already are housing precarious, live in their car, live in a garage, what have you. It's incredibly unfortunate that we're in this position, but it's a position we're in.
Also, the other thing is that on a given night, if you're looking around and going, okay, see a homeless person there, a homeless person there, and that's your perception of all homeless people, you're not considering the fact that there are hundreds of thousands who are living in emergency, transitional, temporary shelters. So, for example, a woman escaping a domestic violence situation with her children, she's probably not going to be on the street corner in view of you. She's probably trying to find a domestic violence shelter or trying to find any type of shelter she can to provide as much safety and security for herself and her children.
And because we have a history of an LA City Council that is ineffective and mayors that have been ineffective, that have been more focused on bringing mega events into our city instead of improving the city for the people who already live here. It's frustrating.
What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe.
Homelessness in universities happen too. I agree. People don't know the spectrum of what this looks like. Yeah. Yep. And just remember that you are closer to being in that position, and some of you in here have been in that position, than you are to being a billionaire. And I don't even think I want it. I would even say like than you are to being a multimillionaire, a millionaire. You know what I mean? Where I think a lot of times we use the example of you're closer to this situation than a billionaire because of the aspirational billionaire dreams that here in the United States of America many people have. But I think to better reinforce the reality that you are closer to being on the streets, to being homeless, unhoused, than not, is what I would say. So many classmates in college were homeless during school breaks and summer vacation when dorms were closed. Yeah. So anyway. Okay. Let's take a look here at
CBS.
Okay, how many people voted against Prop D in the SF? It's fucking insane. What'd you think of the back? I'll talk about the back rooms when I get to talking about Kim Parsons. The fact that the new dream is billionaire rather than millionaire shows how much the economic situation has shifted. People aren't temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Now they're temporarily embarrassed billionaires. This monster implied people choose not to use shelters to abuse animals because shelters notoriously deny access to people with disabilities if they're accompanied by a service dog because they're private residential facilities. Spencer Pratt is heinous. Absolutely heinous. But Karen Bass and the establishment Dems are not putting forth policies to actually address these issues. Because in order to do so, you have to look at these issues by starting with the root causes of them. And then by addressing the root issues, what you push for is structural change. The cops too find them, arrest them for no reason, and destroy items that they own. Yes, and then you have Gavin Newsom, who personally loves to attend to go along with the cops as they destroy encampments and then do photo shoots destroying the encampments. Guess who are more likely to experience housing instability? People with disabilities. Yes, I mean, like everything, there is the intersectionality here where if you are disabled, if you are if you are low income, if you just the various ways that that everything intersects to result in this reality where the most marginalized in this country are continuously punished for systemic failures. U.S. political messaging in a nutshell: nothing is ever systemic. Everything is your fault. Yeah, or they will they will pretend to acknowledge systemic issues, but it's all false, because what the solutions that they offer are not actually addressing the problems as they relate to the system. So they'll say things that sound good and as if they get it, but then their actions are the opposite. How do we deal with the massive cultural problem of dehumanizing people? Well, specifically here in America, we have a hyper-individualistic mindset. We have a very pull yourself up as an individual by your bootstraps. We have a very, meritocracy is true and real. And if you are not succeeding, it's because of something that you are doing wrong. There is this sense of, okay, my situation might not be great, but at least it's not as bad as these people over here. And then different, different groups are positioned against each other by effect to distract away from the real problem causers, and also to trick people into believing that, well, actually things are okay because at least I'm doing better than so-and-so's over here. I mean, that is a mindset. People will look at the homeless and go, well, at least I'm not homeless. And I don't mean that by they appreciate what they have in their lives in some benevolent way. It's well, those people have really gone wrong in life, and that's why they are where they are. So at least I'm morally better. In the same way that we treat bad mothers in our society, where it's a way for good mothers to pat themselves on the back and be like, because at least I'm not one of these bad mothers. And they are bad mothers because of personal moral failures. System teaching people to punch down. Wake Wilder, thank you for the raid. Aiden L, thank you for the 8 months. What up, everybody? I have boomers at work that constantly act like that. Everyone that's less than me clearly fucked up. So just by virtue of being higher on the hierarchy, instead of looking up, you look down. It's looking up as far as aspirational, looking up as far as those people are doing something I'm, better than me, but looking down as in everyone else is down below because of to their fault. It is their fault for why they are lower. Constantly having to remind my mom that she's 2 bad paychecks away from being on the street when she talks bad about the homeless in our area. But again, it's a way for your mother to feel better about her own conditions, about her own socioeconomic position, because she then looks, and this is not just your mom, this is a lot of people, she looks at the homeless and goes, at least I'm doing something right. So yes, it is also a coping mechanism. Absolutely. It's a coping mechanism living under a capitalist system, living under a system that wants you to believe that your success is up to you, but also your failures are up to you. Couldn't be me. Yeah, couldn't be me. I mean, this is what capital owners did. And this is what capital owners did post-slavery, and also what both Republicans and Democrats participated in order to retain in order to retain power in a hierarchical form. They convinced poor whites to treat poor blacks as their enemy. Blue dog Dems and the Republican Southern strategy. And the way that they tricked poor whites into viewing poor blacks as their enemy was through emphasizing race over class. And so poor whites saw themselves as in a better position and as superior due to the fact that even though they were poor, they were in a lower class, they were still white. If you can convince the poorest white man that he's better off than the poorest black man, you can rob his pocket blind.
Yes, news.
Okay, let's talk about what's happening with 60 Minutes and the absolute mess that it currently is because of Bari Weiss acting on order from the Ellisons, but also Bari Weiss just being the worst. So here is Scott Pelley's statement. Scott Pelley, who just got fired from 60 Minutes, and he's been there for 31 years. There's never been anything in America like 60 Minutes. This Sunday tradition is the most successful program of any kind in history. For more than a decade, its innovative growth on every major online platform has extended its reach to countless millions around the world. This spring, at the end of our 58th season, 60 Minutes grew rapidly with an unheard of 9% jump in viewers on CBS. 60 has been the #1 program in America for decades because our beloved audiences find integrity, quality, and humanity in our stories. When stewardship of the program passed to my colleagues and me, our responsibility was to expand energetically into a new age of media technology while preserving the values our audience expects. Now, the new owner of our network is casting this legend aside, apparently to curry a moment of favor with the Trump administration. The waste is heartbreaking. Last month, 60 Minutes lost its DNA when our entire senior leadership and 2 of our best on-air correspondents were cruelly fired without cause. Good people were silenced because they stood up for our audience. They stood for fairness against the forces of political bias. They stood for professionalism against chaos. For my part, new management has instructed me to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story. I've been told to include assertions that are unverified. To date, in every case, I have managed to ignore these instructions or refuse them. Recently, politicians have been invited to choose correspondents for interviews on the broadcast, which is insane. Giving politicians control over 60 Minutes interviews is not how this is done. Finally, incompetence and unprofessionalism in the new management, he's talking about Bari Weiss, have wreaked havoc. In a case involving one of my stories, the entire program came within 19 minutes of not getting on the air at all. At 60 Minutes, we have fought harder than anyone knows to save the program that became an American icon. We owed that to our millions of viewers. I am deeply moved by the thousands of wishes we have received to keep up the good fight. Most of the men and women of CBS News are still in that fight. But now the collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership of 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I depart after 37 years at CBS with one emotion, a heart brimming with gratitude for the men and women of CBS News who encouraged and enriched my work, very often at the risk of their own lives. I pray for a day when those people and their ideals are honored again, a day when sanity, competence, and courage return. Scott Pelley. So they are potentially looking at getting rid of the rest of the 60 Minutes correspondents who have been a staple on the program. So people like Leslie Stahl, Bill Whitaker, 60 Minutes veterans, who the few who are remaining. I think there's only 3 left. And the whole point here is that Bari Weiss and the Ellisons have totally upheaved the entire institution and are bringing in now outsiders that are absolutely going to be beholden to leadership. So going completely against the ideals of free and fair journalism.
Has fired longtime 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley after a contentious all-staff meeting in which Pelley reportedly clashed with newly installed executive producer Nick Bilton and accused CBS News editor-in-chief Bari Weiss of murdering the storied news magazine. Bilton, in a letter firing Pelley yesterday evening, accused him of acting with remarkable incivility and contempt. In his own statement, Pelley said, quote, "The leadership of 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well." The firing marks the latest and most dramatic chapter in the upheaval surrounding 60 Minutes and CBS News, as Weiss moves to reshape both the nation's most watched television news magazine and the news division more broadly. For more, we're joined now by Steve Kroft. He spent 30 seasons as a correspondent for 60 Minutes before retiring in 2019. Steve Kroft, welcome to the NewsHour.
Thank you very much.
You joined...
Nice to be here. I wish different circumstances.
Yeah, indeed. We should say you joined 60 Minutes back in 1980.
Also, fun facts, Nick Bilton, who is now who's involved in this and who Bari Weiss brought in as an executive producer of CBS, he was a staff writer for The Idol, Sam Levinson's train wreck.
Spent decades helping make it the most respected.
Did you see that report about Joe Rogan replacing? That was fake, but it's one of those like, well, you know what? These days, anything fucking goes.
Most watched news magazine in TV history.
Chili,
as you have watched
Prime.
recent events unfold, Scott Pelley's firing, the dismissal of Tanya Simon, the former executive producer, the firings of correspondents Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega, what has been going through your mind?
You know, I think it's been disastrous for the show, for the audience, which is not insubstantial. It's been going on for a long time. It began really with an interview.
In 2025, it was announced that Bilton would write the screenplay for a new Martin Scorsese film, probably using Black Labs AI. Bilton would write the screenplay starring Dwayne Johnson, Leo DiCaprio, and Emily Blunt, set to be staged in Hawaii. Bilton will also produce the film.
Interview that Bill Whitaker had done with Kamala Harris, in which CBS was sued for $17 million
I'm gonna grab some
by
water.
the Trump administration for what they called an illegal edit. The lawsuit had absolutely no merit. Yet CBS and its corporate management, Paramount, decided to settle the case for $17 million. And since then, it's just been sort of one thing after another.
The broader context which you're speaking of is important because CBS News is now operating under new ownership as Paramount Skydance seeks approval from Trump regulators to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, which, by the way, also owns CNN. And President Trump, we should say, has made no secret of his hostility toward much of the mainstream press. He has called out 60 Minutes and CBS News repeatedly. So how much do the larger political and corporate pressures at play help explain what's happening right now at 60 Minutes? And
Your Will Neff's wife, right, came from Wake's roommate, but yes. Thank you. Welcome in.
CBS News.
I think it perfectly explains it. For Paramount, the parent company, getting these deals done. First, the permission to merge the two companies from the FCC, and
Will's
then
my
now, awaiting a decision on whether this is going to go through with the FCC and be approved. I think that Paramount has just decided that it was going to be that was the only thing that was important, and they were going to try and block anything that might get in the way of that. As Scott Pelley said this morning, he asked Bari Weiss, the president of the corporation, why they fired Tanya Simon, the executive producer of the show, why they had fired various correspondents in the last week, just in one day. And she refused to answer any of the questions, which leaves you with what's been said by the president and by his staff and by the chairman of the FCC that they don't like the way CBS has been operated. They don't like the fact that it's on the air. They would like to see it taken off the air. They've said that a number of times. They would like to see people fired. And that's what's happened.
And yet, one could argue every new owner, every new management team arrives believing they can improve what they bought, that they can make an institution better, even a standout success like 60 Minutes. In this case, though, where is the line between a legitimate business decision and journalistic interference?
Well, I think that this is journalistic interference. It makes no business sense.
Look, I would never sit here and say that 60 Minutes has not been, has never been an institution that has pushed state propaganda. But just like other institutions in this country, the continued falling dominoes toward a consolidation of MAGA Zionist right-wing billionaire power is objectively bad and deeply, deeply concerning. So where we are at and where we continue to head is concerning. It should be concerning to everyone unless you are a right-wing billionaire. Yeah, it's truly three corporations in a trench coat, 3 billionaire families in a trench coat.
Whatsoever. The show is still doing very well. It's the highest rated news program on television, and it has been that way for
Hannah,
more than 50
you.
years. The audience was up about 9% last year. And why would you mess with that? It's got an audience of about 10 million people, between 9 and 10 million people, which is still one of the largest audiences on network television.
I want to ask you about something else here, because in a statement, Scott Pelley said that the new management instructed him to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story, which he says he did not do. Cecilia Vega, in a separate statement, also spoke of pressure to insert political bias and said that some staffers became reluctant to pitch certain stories out of fear of internal repercussions. How significant a break is what they described from the editorial culture and standards that defined 60 Minutes during your tenure?
It's never happened. That's the only way to describe it. I've never had anybody.
And the other difference too is that there are even with the institutional problems, there have always been great journalists at these institutions that have fought as hard as they could for journalistic freedom and to preserve the ideals of journalism, being bringing the truth to the American public, shining a light on important stories. So it's not just that these institutions are all being bought up by the same handful, the same handful of billionaires. It's that they are so clearly now firing anyone and everyone who will stand in their way, and that it's all being done in this very public fashion, signaling what path we are on here. Bari Weiss is not a journalist. No, she is not.
Asked to and make any kind of insertion or addition to a story to change the tone of it or to change the facts of it. I don't think it's ever happened in 60 Minutes.
We should say we reached out to CBS News for a statement. They have yet to respond. Zooming out, what does the country lose if an institution like 60 Minutes becomes weaker, less independent, or less ambitious?
You've already seen the effects of it. Cecilia Vega, in her final statement to the staff, outlined a number of problems that have occurred on the show and that people have been unwilling or afraid to do story, intimidated from doing stories that needed covering, and that it had instilled this feeling of fear into the broadcast. And I think that's absolutely 100% true. So it's already having effects. And I think that Scott was doing this not just for himself, making the point about himself personally. I think he was doing it to stand up for Sharon Alfonsi, who was fired, and for Cecilia Vega, who was fired, and for Tanya Simon, who was fired, and Dragan Mihalovic, who was fired. All of these people are incredibly good journalists, and the kind of people you would need if you wanted to continue to put a program like CBS 60 Minutes on the air. And now they are gone. I think it was a slap in the face to everybody who has worked there over a long period of time.
Former 60 Minutes correspondent Steve Kroft. Steve, thanks again for your time. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'm Scott Pelley.
Tonight, longtime 60-Minute veteran correspondent Scott Pelley is firing back after being fired by CBS. Pelley saying CBS executives are lying about why he was let go from one of the top-rated shows in America. The longtime CBS reporter had blasted.
Free Press struggles to crack 5K views on most of their YouTube uploads. How on earth did that woman? Okay. So Bari Weiss has had so many things handed to her for a few reasons. One, she signaled to the billionaire class, I'm your girl. I'm your person. So put me in, coach, and I will deliver whatever you want. But also because Bari has been able to convince people that she has this intellectual power that she actually does not possess. So all of the reporting on when she went to Los Angeles, when she was hobnobbing with elites in New York, here's what you need to understand. Rich people are not smart, and people forget that because they're rich and successful, but they absolutely will fall for faux intellectualism, and that is what Bari represents. So it's not just that Bari has been the number one bootlicker for her billionaire funders. It's that she is also a person who's been able to convince stupid people that she's a lot smarter and savvier than she actually is. Just look at what Elizabeth Holmes was able to pull off in the billionaire class.
Did the new top producer of 60 Minutes and CBS News leadership in a staff-wide meeting saying they're murdering the storied newscast. Pelley then met with top executives.
Especially in LA, because Bari came from New York and she had written for the New York Times, and she's got like her glasses and her professional look with her blazers. And so a bunch of like rich and famous Angelenos, particularly in the film business, they looked at her and were like, oh my God, she's incredible. She said the things they wanted to hear, but also they were taken with this supposed charisma that she has. She is not charismatic. She's not. But people in Los Angeles, I think, due to the fact that she was an outsider coming from New York City, they just like totally ate this shit up. Bari, I may be a lesbian, but I want lower taxes. She's like, I'm a lesbian, but that's about as far as the differences with you and I go, because I'm a fucking capitalist, baby. Hello, Sean recommended you. Oh my God, shouts out Sean. Shouts out Sean. Bari's never been a talented journalist. Nobody's failed upwards more than her in the history of journalism. She is a fucking phony, but the thing is that you can succeed like Bari Weiss, being the phony that she is, when you are with other phonies. Isn't her entire New York Times tenure just her doing dumb things, getting called out, and claiming it's prosecution for her beliefs? Yeah, she also left to form the Free Press because she had all this billionaire backing, Silicon Valley tech money. And she even tried to make that out to be that she was fired because her freedom of speech was being violated, fired because New York Times had gone way too woke. When she fucking left her very cozy opinion spot at the New York Times, which, again, those are not just positions that anyone can get. That is very Nepo type shit. Those are some of the most sought after positions at a major institution like the New York Times. So she left because she went to form the Free Press with all of this billionaire money. She also live tweeted during the meeting and got called out by a colleague in the same meeting. Obligatory Bari Dorsam every time.
Dinner one of these weekends. We had Bari Weiss last Friday night. She's fantastic.
Look, Larry David, here's the thing about him. He is not a person to fall for Bari Weiss's shtick. Whereas his peers in Hollywood who attended attended like fancy ass dinner parties with Bari Weiss, thought that she was some great intellectual. Larry David looks at someone like her as like, oh my God, what a piece of shit.
Hey, Larry, come for Shabbos.
Bari Weiss is going to be there. Slams door.
Executives, including the network's controversial editor-in-chief, Bari
Thank
Weiss,
you for the 14
who
months.
said that despite attempts to engage with him, they weren't able to find a way back after she says he broke the newsroom's foundation of trust and mutual respect. Pelley also accusing management of wreaking havoc on the show and instructing him to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story. As parent company Paramount Skydance's $110 billion merger with Warner Brothers Discovery awaits regulatory approval from the Trump administration. The ticking clock of 60 Minutes has been around for 58 years and near the top of the ratings for decades.
What we're really looking at is 60 Minutes, gold standard of journalism, most popular news program in America for over half a century, fundamentally being completely redone, rethought, restructured.
Bari Weiss, founder of a conservative-leaning website, was brought into the network to change things up. She cleaned house at 60 Minutes, getting rid of the show's top producers. And with 4 full-time correspondents recently out, only 3 remain, including the legendary Leslie Stahl, who is yet to speak publicly about the chaos at her show. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, New York.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
Bari Weiss is an individual who thinks she is a lot smarter and savvier than she actually is, but she has such immense wealth and power behind her because she is serving their interests that she doesn't have to worry about being good at her job in the way that being good means knowing how to run a newsroom effectively, because being good at her job is doing what the Ellisons have put her in that position to do. She's very dumb, but she's savvy. No, I wouldn't even give that to her. Here's why. Here's why. Because what Bari Weiss did was she went to these tech billionaire summits and shook hands and went, I'm your person. So I don't even want to give her I don't want to give her that, because I don't think that she actually is savvy, because you don't need to be savvy to succeed in the way that she has. You just need to be soulless. You just need to be someone who demonstrates that you are willing to do whatever to serve the interests of your billionaire donors. No scruples. Exactly. Just the kiss-ass final boss. Yep. Okay. Let's talk about
20 years old.
Let's talk about Backrooms, and then I'll talk about MARJANE SATRAPI, and then hopefully we can get to Lego stuff. Fugly Schmugly, thank you for the tier 1. Otter Tricks, thank you for the 6 months. All right. So, Backrooms. Saw it last night. I will say that the first half I felt was sufficiently stronger, and I was really impressed with the visual imagination that was brought to life through the productions, or through the what's the word? Through the production. Like the Backrooms itself being a built set was really, really cool to see. No, I didn't hate it. Let me explain. Did you enjoy the wallpaper? Yes. Shout out to the guy who owns the wallpaper that Kane Parsons asked for a digital rendering of. Okay. So my main issue with Backrooms was the decision that they made pertaining the villain, and how ultimately what started off feeling very thoughtful and philosophically interesting ended up a bit too conventional and a bit too what's the word I'm looking for? I guess franchise feeling for my liking. The buildup led to something visually goofy and turned into a Looney Tunes chase, which, yeah, it was less scary than I thought it would be, but ultimately my issue was how they decided to focus on character villainy, which I think pulled away from the horror of the Backrooms liminal space and the interesting ideas that were explored as to what the backrooms represent. He spoke well on how he uses the concept as a commentary on urbanization, modern isolation. Yeah, and I thought that was very interesting, especially a guy who was born after 9/11 and kind of what his imagining of 1990 when it takes place was, which I thought was in line with how they thematically explored what the backrooms are. But still, the back half of the film lost steam for me and started to lose what made it so great in the first half because of decisions that they made with the story. I wish it stayed more psychological, leaned into yellow wallpaper style trauma horror. Yeah. So I think the other thing too is that by focusing on two protagonists, it actually, I think it weakened the story. I think it weakened the story by focusing on two protagonists because her character to me was not as well thought out due primarily to the fact that her character relied a lot on flashbacks, which was like, okay, I get this. I get what your kind of trauma is here. It's kind of general, but I just felt that in the second half of the film, there were decisions that were made that detracted away from the strengths of the film. But I overall liked it, and there were things in it that I loved, and that's why decisions that were made in the second half were disappointing because I thought it weakened what made the film so strong. So you'd say Backrooms or Obsession you preferred? For me, Obsession, because I think Obsession did the opposite of this film, where it starts off more straightforward and then actually ends by the end is a lot more thoughtful and subversive in what its themes are. Whereas in Backrooms, it was the opposite of that. Now, they're different films. I'm not saying it's like the contrast being that both are thematically the same, but there is a parallel with, I would say, male toxicity. And I don't know. Backrooms is so visually interesting, and I really wanted more exploration of the backrooms and more of that feeling of liminal horror than I think kind of a falling back on the protagonist's on the protagonist's psyche, which then went in a direction where I didn't feel made the film stronger and instead made it weaker. That makes sense.
Since he's already making movie history. Remember this name. His new film, Backrooms, is about a furniture salesman who discovers an endless maze of office spaces with something very ominous lurking. We're all trying to figure out, what is it?
No one tells Sam. No, I actually haven't talked to Sam about it, but I think she would agree with what I was saying because she liked Backrooms, but she did say that there were some things about the film that, granted, you're going from a YouTube series to now a feature-length film, so you are building out the world more and filling in filling in explanatory gaps from the series. But I don't think she would disagree, because her initial, when I asked her how it was, she was like, it was pretty good. But she didn't tell me too much in detail because she didn't want to spoil it. But I'm sure if I were to call her and we were to get into the details on the film, then wait, Denham's what? Denham's won? Hold on a sec. It seems as if the court has held that her reaction was fair use. Her reaction to the content puke. The courts have found ways in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. Oh, just as he was celebrating his win with the New York Post. The New York Post undisclosed source, we all know who the fuck it was, in their recent hit piece. Oh no. Get fucked. Yeah, I have 2 words. 2 words to say. Get fucked. Huh. Tentative judgment on the pleadings against Ethan's claims. Wow. So it's not entirely over, FYI, but this is very good for Denham's because it's essentially the court is saying that this is transformative. That it's fair use. Wow, this is already trending on Twitter. Oh my God. Love the way the universe is using Ethan as a comedic placeholder, sad sack embodying the fall of Zionism. You know, we do need some wins here because there are way too many fucking assholes on the internet who don't get knocked down. So we need a win. Denham's lawyer combed through the entire content puke and found there was literally only 2 minutes of fully original new content that wasn't just clips from other creators or previous H3 stuff. Yeah, wow. Wait, but I thought people online who are not lawyers or are not experts in fair use in copyright law said that that Ethan was always going to win this, that they definitively declared victory early on. Fair use cases like this are important for everyone online too. Absolutely. Wait, this is pretty funny. Hold on. It looks as if they used his case against Matt Haas as precedent in forming their decision. That is hilarious. Defendant's live stream is not a market substitution for the nuke because someone watching the former will have a very different experience from watching the latter. Huizendaze versus Klein They are citing his own case against Matt Haas as precedent, informing their decision. That is so iconic. Cooking his own ass. Cooking his own ass. Oh my God. I wish I could believe that this would cause him to self-reflect and understand how absolutely low he has gotten, how far he has fallen. But we know that's not going to be the case. I don't think anything will either. Yeah. No, if anything, this would only cause him to become even more insane. Okay, anyway. Anywho, what was I talking about? I was talking about, what was I talking about? Oh, backrooms. I'm so happy for Denims, though. Yeah, this is, if I'm Denims, I'm smiling right now. This is a good day. Okay, I was talking about the backgrounds, as Ray said. The backrooms, and I was watching this.
So it landed the biggest opening ever for an original horror film and made Parsons the youngest director ever to top the box office.
It all started over Sabra, which Sabra hummus sucks. That has never changed. Okay. Sabra hummus, if your limited experience with hummus is Sabra hummus, I implore you to go actually have good hummus.
Yes. We are raving. The film grew out of a viral YouTube
Gail.
series that he created when he was just 16. That racked up more than 216 million views. Yes, you heard that correctly. We are very happy to say that Kane Parsons joins us live and in color in the studio. We are here just giving you a round of applause and cheering.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations to you.
Yes.
So
Thanks for having me.
Let's let people get a sense of who you are, because you're working on your computer. You're doing videos on YouTube.
Yep.
Tell us what you were doing and when you started doing this.
Yeah, I mean, for a number of years, I've been teaching myself VFX software, just, by any means necessary, sort of, since I would say, like, middle school. I had, like, hand-me-down laptop that I would kind of, like, upgrade over time. And it was during the beginning of the the pandemic that I started teaching myself the program Blender, which is this free open source 3D software. And that's the tool that I use to this.
He was born after 9/11.
Day, and I just started creating a lot of these like found footage style vignettes where human work, like having like a human in front of a virtual 3D camera, is so much a CG human. You'll run into the uncanny valley fast. So focusing on environment and setting and everything was kind of my niche, and I kept doing that for a number of years, and eventually this series I started, which was an adaptation of this sort of.
You know what I will say, though, is if I were directing a film and it were my first feature film and I'm 33 and I had the cast that Backrooms has, I would just be shitting myself constantly. Renata Reinsman would be like, how was that? Do you like that? I'd be like, you're perfect. What do I even know? Who even am I? You should be directing me.
Online urban legend Backrooms.
Yes.
It
You
really
should like.
took off.
How am I? I'd be like, how am I doing? Do you have any notes for me? Gen Z were born into a dying world. The horror content's going to be peak for them. Well, as I said, I do find it fascinating that Kane, who was not born in the 90s and has this film, sets the film in 1990, and the backrooms representing, amongst other things, the kind of half memories that result from nostalgia and from the past. So for someone like Kane Parsons, he was born and is coming of age in a time when, for example, shopping malls are relics of the past. Whereas when I was a kid, shopping malls was where everybody hung out and we would go to the mall all the time. But for him, that is already something that represents a dying society. He was born after the release of the Xbox 360. Oh my God. And that a shopping mall is a deteriorating memory. Kind of sounds like you'd prefer the YouTube series that has an overarching narrative and explores the backrooms more. That movie feels like a singular story in that universe, but there's a lot more going on beyond it. Or the movie feels like You know what Will said, which I found interesting? He said the Backrooms movie almost feels like a premiere episode in a limited series where the story is complete but also incomplete. It's complete as far as the main characters, but incomplete as far as the world that the Backrooms inhabits. So I almost wonder how this would have been, and I know that there's been talk of it being a series, but I almost wonder how this would be as a series versus as a film, which still, as I said, kind of gives the feeling that at the end it's a little franchisey, but you see Sean Levy saying he wants to do a Star Wars and Backrooms movie. What does that
Off
even
in the
mean?
beginning of 2022, and it was,
And here we are in 2026. But Kate, was it your dream when you were doing the YouTube videos to, quote, be discovered, to go to Hollywood, to become a director? Was that what you were hoping to achieve?
No, not with any specificity. What I was looking to do was probably more of what I was already doing, just hopefully with the dream of.
No, see, I actually felt that when the script started to explain things, when it started to kind of chip away at the opaqueness of the mystery surrounding the Backrooms, is when it started to kind of go a little downhill for me. So ultimately still enjoyed the film, but I just felt like it was one where the first half was just a lot stronger. I think it's the studio won't let me put out a film that doesn't have at least a few answers stuff. I agree. I totally agree. I actually thought it was going to be less because of how people who I've heard critique the film in a way that they didn't really like it. They made it seem as if it was too Lynchian. It was too opaque. They wanted more answers from it. Felt like the constant super wide shots really hindered Backrooms from feeling creepy, unsettling. And while I thought the color grading was nicely saturated compared to most movies these days, I also felt like it made it less scary, unnerving, etc. Overall, though, it felt like it showed a lot of promise for future stuff from Kane. Yes, there were only a few moments that I felt unsettled. And I'm a little confused by people who found it to be super terrifying. His dad was a big lynch head and decorated an apartment like the Red Room, apparently. Oh, yes. Yes. Somebody said that last stream.
Greater, resources, more production value, being able to there's like a pathway on YouTube to, sort of accrue more resources with time just there. I do really think of YouTube as like a mean to its own end. Like, I enjoy it for its own sake, and then this project kind of arises as an interesting experiment birthed off of that one.
So one of the things that I was struck by in watching your film is this concept of backrooms and why it's resonated so much with younger members, people of your generation, the idea that they've grown up in a world where they feel that they're trapped in a maze, infinite feeds, infinite content, infinite choices. And here you're sort of giving a personification of that you're trapped in this world that you can't escape. It looks real, but it might not be real. Is that where you drew the inspiration?
I mean, I think a lot of this comes from, there was this original image that sort of sourced this whole backrooms concept. I mean, it was very much named that way online back in 2019. And I think there's a notion in that was true there and has always been true with all of the iterations of it, where I think it's very much a reaction to anxieties around a monoculture and sort of, the trend, the industrialized trends that have been, steadily creeping into our lives more and more over the past few decades. And I think it.
Okay, one thing, and this is coming from Will, so I haven't verified outside of him, but he said that he had read a rumor about Mark Duplass's character being in the film because Mark Duplass was brought on by A24, or the main point of him being there was to serve as an advisor and a mentor to Kane Parsons. So this is where the ghost directing comes from. I am willing to believe that it was the case. Mark Duplass was there to make sure that things didn't end up like a fucking disaster. But that's not the same thing as Kane Parsons did not direct this film, to be clear of the difference there. And I think that actually makes sense considering, Mark did say specifically that he did not step in, but I think he was insurance policy. And it makes sense considering his character, because the character kind of felt like, I think we could take this out and it would strengthen the film. But then knowing that Mark Duplass was there as A24's insurance policy, and really the purpose was for him to step in if need be, I'm like, okay. This is where Mark, let's see.
Now, about whether Kane Parsons, at the tender age of 19, actually directed the backrooms, or whether it was more ghost directed by one of his more experienced producers. I was there. I suspect one of the reasons I was hired is because I mentor a lot of young filmmakers, and they may have thought it'd be good to have someone there who's sensitive to that, and I was prepared to help out. And what happened was, he didn't need any of us. He was intensely prepared. He spent the last 5 years of his life building out one of the most detailed mythologies I've ever been a part of. Worked incredibly closely with his crew, particularly his DP, shot design, and was very sensitive and calm and smart in dealing with actors. So for those of you who have all these thoughts, were you there?
What's a DP? Director of photography.
Comes from this feeling like we're kind of at a place now in the world where so much of the life that we live, especially, I can very much speak to
Were
this
you there?
As someone who is 20, it feels like the mechanisms of the world have already kind of shedded their skin, and they're kind of wearing a costume of the past a little bit. And so now you're kind of looking at something that is kind of walking and talking and trying to present itself as though it's a place from an earlier time.
And yet it's incredibly bleak, because it almost tells me that your generation and younger people feel like there's no exit, just like in the film.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I think it's very hard to find the way right now. There's a lot of noise. So yeah, I think it's kind of a response to some of those more atomizing effects that come from
I think you're a grown-ass man in a young man's body.
Slappy Joe Bob, take your prime.
Because
Rose's
I'm
thing
so
with 3.
fascinated listening to him talk, the way he thinks, the way he processes things. I mean, when you heard that these numbers, that you at this age had achieved these numbers, I think the budget...
Okay. He is young, but also I feel like the expectation here is that he's acting like Jake Paul. And because he's not acting like Jake Paul, like, I just can't believe you're only 20 years old. Oh my God. You're a man in a child's body. Where, yes, he is well put together and is concise and mature in what he's saying. They're treating him like he's an anomaly because he isn't a chud. Yeah, because he's not clavicular. I fear because so many Gen Z male influencers are like a clavicular. Isn't Jake Paul? Okay, I use Jake Paul as an example. I'm switching to clavicular as the example. That when one comes along, sorry, influencers. Kane Parsons is not a Kane Parsons is a YouTuber now turned filmmaker. You know what I'm saying, though, where just the 20-year-old Gen Z guy who is not behaving like a buffoon, Gayle King's like, whoa, how could this be?
I heard was $10 million.
Yeah. $10 million.
$10 million made
$82 million.
That first weekend. How are you processing all of that? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm not in the finance department, so I don't have to.
Yeah, that's true. The only experience Gayle has with influencers, YouTubers, when she reports on some shit that they've done.
All those numbers are good.
I know those numbers are good. I know that means I will be able to be given the reins to do more of this. I know that as I would hope. But other than that, I do think that it's, that's not really the area that I...
That's not what you're focusing on. I get it.
No, I like that it has reached so many people, and I think Backrooms was a phenomenon in 2022. I thought that it couldn't really be topped. I thought you would kind of like reach the same level of craze. I was very wrong about that. You can look at the trend data and just see how much more prevalent of a event this is.
The other thing that's interesting is I read that you do not want to embrace AI. That's
absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
I mean, for me, the whole point of doing what I'm doing, like, art is a way of processing life. That's inherently what it's supposed to be for most people. I don't see the value in like outsourcing any element of that. And when I'm looking at someone else's project, if I see an element of the environment has been like, they use generative fill or whatever to change.
And this is a filmmaker who came from the internet. He got his start on YouTube. He was found because of an alternative to traditional industry. And yet he is saying what Marty Scorsese is not saying.
Something about the scene, even if it just shuts off the part of my brain that wants to know more about that world and wants to look for details, because I would assume if they're willing to make an arbitrary choice there, they could make an arbitrary choice with literally anything.
And he's turning 21 in 2 weeks. Happy birthday
Congratulations,
to you.
man. We're cheering you on. Can't wait to see what you do in Hollywood. It's going to be
Can't wait to see what you do
Kane Parsons,
next.
thank you very much. You can see Backrooms.
Yeah, love what he said there. Love what he said there.
I'd go up to it.
They're so surprised, like we've been eating AI up. I mean, look, this is where when I talk about the generational divide. Now, are there Zoomers who are like AI? Yeah, but seeing a rise in older members of the industry, of the living legends, right? The remaining auteurs that we have really embracing AI and regurgitating the same lines about technology meets storytelling, and it's so exciting, and the possibilities are endless, and filmmaking's a young medium, blah, blah, blah. And then the rejection of that from the A24's youngest director in history, a 20-year-old who became, who was found from his work on YouTube. I think we are going to see more and more of that divide. I feel like alongside the problems with the internet, sometimes you get discerning kids who can use the internet to really enhance their own capabilities through finding great nuance in teachers. It leads to stories like this. Yeah, and I think Kane Parsons is somebody who used YouTube as a way to used YouTube as a way to tell his stories, but does not view all tech as an exciting part of the industry and art of storytelling. He's not the type of YouTuber who's just a piece of shit.
And I'd touch it and be like, holy, my hand goes through it. What happens if my head goes through it? Or maybe better, I'd get a camera and put that through first. Hey, I'm Cant Parsons, and today I'm going to be breaking down a scene from my new film, Backrooms. So the scene opens with, we once again see Clark sleeping inside of his furniture store. We have this lighting set up. We debated what we wanted to do with the lights for the sort of nighttime look of the film, Jeremy Cox and I, the DP. We have like a pretty advanced control system over all of the fluorescent overheads, so we can sort of, play with those, and you can see throughout the film, flicker them on and off here and there. But here we decided for the night look, we wanted to sort of let these display.
You know what it also feels like? It's like Cant Parsons is at the beginning of his career. Why would he not be wanting to pour his talent as he sets out on this filmmaking path of his? Why would he not want to pour his vision, his ideas, his desires to tell the stories he wants to tell, to explore the themes he wants to explore? Why would he not want to do that on his own? Why would he want to turn to something like AI to do that for him? To delegate it to AI.
On their own separate power supply that's sort of operating separate of the weirdness that's happening in the building. We have him there, he's watching television. It's up again, and he is going to go storm down to the basement and investigate. Because this has been going on too long, and at this point, it's just got to stop. I want to say he's at the end of his rope, but I think he's got more rope to climb. I think he's kind of climbing in a circle, more so. I think he kind of fell into the bottom of a fishbowl, and he's not really quite getting out. He very much lives in the past. He points to all these events that could have gone differently for him, all of these, times and places that he believes that he gave what he needed to, and it was others or other circumstances that let him down in some way. And so I think he's very much living in sort of a state in which he's not quite understanding that he's, there's freedom to move outside of where he is right now. I think he's feeling quite stuck. I think he's in a very stuck position in life, and I think this is, unfortunately, a pretty average night for him.
His vision is what got him here. Why would he outsource that? Yeah, that's how I feel. Where if I had another opportunity to make a film, you can bet as sure as all hell that I would be the one doing that. Why would I deprive myself, but also the audience who I want to share my story with, and to create something and then send it out there and have people react to it? Why would I want to remove any piece of that from me? Why would I want to take that from myself when I had to fight so fucking hard and work so hard to get that opportunity? I don't understand that.
I care greatly about the, crafting the sonic landscape. I have been doing it for years on YouTube, and I want this film to be congruent with that. I co-composed with Ado Van Bremen, so we would do most tracks are probably 50-50 us, and then some tracks are all him, some tracks are all me. I think this particular one was all.
Can we get a backroom series, Watch Night on Stream with Sam? Yes, because I'm sure she would be down to do that again.
We were using a lot of these early 2000s VST synth, like Absinthe and Reactor, and trying to give them a richness that they don't usually have. Take some of these mono sounds and make them something a little bit more rich and airy, sort of like a Silent Hill or Portal sort of quality to it. It's all largely pretty ambient until it doesn't need to be anymore.
Piece of shit.
Also, he made all the music himself for the YouTube series.
For me, music and sound I think of in the same bucket. A lot of the music gets altered quite a bit in the mix, and so just seeing how we're dipping in and out of all these different sonic layers to sort of create a sonic experience that's constantly, I think we never wanted to distract from what we needed to inside the environment itself of when we get to the backrooms. Here, then our emphasis was mostly just on portraying a true-to-life soundscape to the store, but the backrooms is where it gets really specific.
If you saw that light going through the wall, would you go into the back room yourself?
Oh yeah, obviously. If I was wholly unfamiliar with any of this, I would be a person in a building looking at a building that I'm familiar with. If I was in my own home and there was a crack in the wall that's leading to, I could see a faint light from a space that.
So another thing I will say is that it is always a challenge to create a full-length feature out of either a vibe or a successful short film. As we saw with Lights Out, great short film, went absolutely fucking nutso viral. The feature film, not so great, fell flat. So it's a challenge, and I think that challenge is why the reviews on this have been mixed, where some people felt like they got the vibe that they love from the series and whatever other backrooms content they had consumed prior to the film, and others who felt that it failed moving from a more vibe-based YouTube thing to a full film. So I think to kind of go back to one of my points of criticism, I think it was an issue with the character writing, because this film leaned on character to take this from a liminal creepy vibe to a full feature story, but it also didn't let us spend enough time with the characters. So it placed an importance on the characters, but also we didn't have enough time with them to feel like all the kind of actions were warranted. And I think that's why the first part of the film felt stronger for me. And then second half started to show cracks. It was kind of hard for me to care about the characters. And that is a result of not spending enough time with the characters. So when things were happening on the second half, it felt like, well, how did we get here? Series doesn't focus much on characters. There are characters, but it's less about them. So it's basically Kane's. Well, no, he didn't write the script. It was hold on a second. I think he probably helped, but Willie Loam. No. Hold on. Who is this Backrooms writer? Backrooms. Will Sudik. Will Sudik is who's credited. He didn't write it, but he definitely wrote it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Kane Parsons was not involved on the script here, but the screenplay is credited to Will Sudik. And I think there were script issues that ultimately resulted in not enough dimension for our characters. So then I think people who also found issues with this felt like things happened and they're like, how did we get here? I think the film captures this raw sense of discovery and wonder I can put aside the characterization because what he's doing visually is so interesting and fresh. I agree. I thought visually it was stunning. It was really, really stunning. I absolutely loved the slow creep in the beginning. I was totally down for it. And I think so I think there's people like you who go, okay, I could kind of set aside my issues with characterization. And I think then there were others who were like, no, it was too apparent, the issues, so it took me out of the overall setting. Angie, thank you for the 17 months.
Should not be in my house.
So for me, I'm like kind of in the middle, I would say, where it was visually intriguing and very fresh feeling, and I really loved the world build out. But I mean, I already said what my issues were. I think fans mostly care about seeing the plot elements on screen. Fan service for everyone else to still need strong characters.
Two things I don't do are either move on with my day and go brush my teeth and go to bed. And
I don't know. I can't really speak to fan service because I don't really know Backrooms.
Don't leave the house because I maybe if you knew you were in a horror film you would go and do that, but in my case I'd go up to it and I'd touch it and be like, holy, my hand goes through it. What happens if my head goes through it? Or maybe better, I'd get a camera and put that through first. We had reference cameras on either side of the wall viewing the intersection point. So it's kind of an eyeball reference off of those video elements synced up to the plate footage, and then we would, it was just a roto job, and we took a lot of iterations because kind of hard to roto someone passing through a surface in 3D space, especially when they're moving somewhat delicately and slowly and making sure the lines don't jitter and whatnot. So, but generally it was, we had the 2 stages. We had the 2 sets. We had the basement and then the first room Clark enters into. They're all in direct continuity to one another. It's all right behind that wall. And we would have a plug that we would remove and put a blue screen on the other side for one side so we could add the wall back in, and then he would fall through, and then we would do the reverse on the other side. And then as soon as he's not interacting with the wall anymore, the plug goes up and it's an actual wall again. I think horror is difficult to put a pin on for me. I have a lot of inspiration.
And I think that he's very adept at building out atmosphere. And in this case, the horror of these liminal spaces. I think it was the narrative elements. And honestly, one reason I believe that he did have control over the script, even though he's not credited as a screenwriter, is because in a way it almost felt like, due to the fact that he is as young as he is, he's limited in understanding adult issues in a way that would more have effectively built those characters and made it feel more personality than like one ascribed character trait. But anyway.
But maybe not necessarily the ones that I would peg as specifically horror.
Do we think that what he does with this film translates to anything outside of Backrooms? I think so. I think, as I said, he's shown a strength in atmospheric horror. Now he's saying right now that he's like, I don't really know much about horror, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
I know, over the years, it's been a lot of stuff from like, the Portal games, like the Valve properties in general, Half-Life included. Mr. Robot's been a huge influence on the way I do things and the way I sort of present these ideas and these sort of look at loneliness. And same with the film 1 Hour Photo. That's a good one. It's interesting because there's a lot of inspirations that went into the YouTube series, or the series at large, which leans a little more sci-fi techno thriller than this film does. And then this film is kind of deferring to the series for a lot of things. So it's easy to say what inspired the series, but if I tried to bring that up in reference to the film, it might feel a little strange or surprising. I mean, I like to see it as the continuation of what already exists. And when I started this project in 2022, narratively I knew what it was going to be, but not knowing exactly like this would happen with it. I had hopes, but like, this has been insane. It's been insane. From the beginning, it's been so important to me to know the ending of the story and, to be working backwards from that. And so I guess that's to say that, yes, there is a plan in line narratively for Backrooms, and no, it has not been completed. And yes, the story is currently unfinished.
Because here's what I would say. Due to the fact that I enjoyed the film, despite the problems I had with it, that to me is a sign that he does have potential here. I think he's got some really interesting ideas in world building. And yes, this is a continuation of the series he's done, but that is a big challenge. That's a big challenge to go from the YouTube series to building out a world for a feature film. Yeah, the fact that it's not garbage. I think as long as he can keep studio notes and producers as far away from his style as he can. Yeah. It's kind of funny. He says he doesn't know atmospheric horror because he has 2 other series of videos he's made that also do that well. The Weird Mall one, arguably much better than even the Backrooms. That is funny. He says that because I would say that that's actually his strength here. I would say his ability to create a world that feels new and something exciting to explore. I think that's what was the strength of the film.
Yeah, out of the risk of feeling like out of touch, I always have trouble. I don't feel like I have done enough to, I haven't gotten far enough away from this project to give proper advice on it yet, I feel. But I think like I can speak to my own experience and just say that like every technical trade I've learned along the way with all the YouTube work was all just through YouTube and mostly free software, and look around for like student licenses for things, and there's all sorts of ways to get programs and stuff. And like I think if you can identify what your specialty is, or like what you're most apt to be able to do well, I suppose. And I know that may be a hard thing to do because, like, you know, very common artistic trait is to think.
I guess my question will be, is he going to start writing his own stuff, or at least be credited as writer-director? Or is he only interested in finding scripts that he wants to direct? I saw a take that was pretty realistic, that the industry will do what the music industry did. Instead of taking a chance on a young talent, they'll rather go for people with already established followings like Obsession and Backrooms directors. Yeah, I think when I saw Obsession and then Backrooms, more so Obsession, it ignited a little nugget of excitement in me where I was like, ooh, are we back? Hold on a second. Are we back? Are we maybe going to be back? And then upon reflection, I think one, that the talent coming through this YouTube pipeline is noticeably also white and male. And that's a whole other can of worms. And I don't know if I'm going to get into that tonight. But this is not to take away from the success and talent of these white male YouTuber turned filmmakers, but it is kind of serving as a reminder that the barriers in the traditional industries are not falling away from there now being these alternative routes. That convo was started on Twitter and people got so mad because people do not hold space for multiple things to be true, and also because they see that as a dig on these filmmakers when it's not a personal dig. It's not coming after individuals. It's talking about the structure of these industries. It's talking about the type of people who have less barriers in the way towards success. Also, people who've kind of made these films their personalities. Again, yeah, so then they take it personally where they're like, oh, so you're saying that I'm a piece of shit. It's like, no, nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. We're just pointing out that even in alternative industries to the traditional ones, that there's still hierarchies, that there's still barriers. Problem is how gatekeepers work. Even if you have the follows and talent, it's hard as a woman or POC.
It's not well enough ever, and I feel the same, and I think it's pretty common. But I think if you can identify, if you can try to be objective about it, like what is something you can achieve in a, with the resources you have, but then achieve it to like the maximum potential of that idea. Sort of like how with my backroom stuff, I can do CG environments, not very good realistic CG humans, but if I put them in hazmat suits, it makes sense narratively, and so the narrative kind of works around that.
It's like when you're talking about a pipeline, a new pipeline, you have to also address who has access to said pipeline. And even with these new avenues that are a way to bypass the traditional structures, they still themselves have structures. And let's not forget who is emblematic of YouTube, and that is Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast that has absolutely contributed to the to problems on YouTube as far as like what the standards are and how that pipeline looks. It's time for Mr. Beast feature film. Yes.
But also you don't have to deal with the uncanny valley of the faces. So you kind of just try not to, I guess,
agree.
overextend, or don't worry about overextending. Play to what you know you can do, I guess.
It's beautiful. Am I right?
Hello?
And look, YouTube, like Twitch, is a platform that caters to men. There was a 4-part investigative series called Who Killed the Female YouTube Star? And basically it exposes the reality that YouTube was not built on equal footing. And let's not forget that the YouTube founders, part of the reason for starting YouTube was because they couldn't find a video of Janet Jackson's shirt being exposed, or Janet Jackson's shirt being ripped down by Justin Timberlake, exposing her nipple. #Nipplegate. And so they wanted to create a platform, a video platform where videos like Nipplegate would be easily accessed and shared. So it's definitely an issue where, like, even when women can break through on YouTube, being more visible brings a cost. And there are the biases and issues with they're like, basically YouTube does not exist in a vacuum outside of the rest of society. So biases that exist in society absolutely appear on a platform like YouTube. And the status quo naturally bleeds into people's subconscious. So you'll see patterns and grassroots pipelines. Yeah, I mean, there's a bias against female creators that they just make lifestyle and silly content. And there's not genuinely any exciting, innovative, creative expression. Like, there are a lot of biases that exist for marginalized creators on the platform. And so the structure reinforces those biases. But the problem is that when you try and have any type of, when you try and speak from any type of analytical view like this, people will say, oh, so you hate Kane Parsons. Like, so you think that he should die and that he should not ever get to make a movie. And it's like, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about the total system. Funniest part is that if we got David is we got David F. Sandberg, Dan Trachtenberg, Bo Burnham moving first from YouTube to the movie theater, but this new generation was self-taught exclusively on YouTube for YouTube. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely examples of millennials who were early to YouTube, but YouTube was not necessarily their training ground. Whereas for Gen Z, people like Kane Parsons, they exclusively came up on a platform like YouTube. You didn't escape the matrix, it recalibrated around. Yes. Okay. Let's move on because I got more stuff that I want to talk about. So let's talk about is this the one that I want to watch?
Marjane Satrapi made no secret.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about Marjane Satrapi, who was an Iranian writer, cartoonist, filmmaker, activist, and has died at the age of 56. So let us learn about who she was and why her work was noteworthy.
Of her sadness on social media. Just over a year after the death of her husband, the man she called the love of her life, Mathias Ripa, the Franco-Iranian artist died of a broken heart, according to friends, in Paris, having always wanted to return to her homeland of Iran.
No matter what happens, I must die in my country. I believe that you're born in a place, and for that cycle to be complete, you must die in that place. My body must become part of that land. So I will return there, even if I have to do it after death.
Born in 1969 to Marxist parents, Satrapi grew up in Tehran, struggling with restrictions imposed by Iran's Islamic leadership after the 1979 revolution. She studied fine arts and settled in France in 1994. In 2000, she published Persepolis, an autobiographical coming-of-age tale, chronicled in a monochrome comic book series, mixing political defiance with dark humor and a stripped-down visual style.
If there is a message, the message is that the human being is a human being, no matter where he comes from.
So she was born in Tehran and her parents were communists. And then the 1979 revolution happened. And at that point, she was 14, she was a preteen, and the revolution happens. Then the theocracy comes into power, and so her parents left, went to Vienna. So she spent her teen years in Europe. So she was dealing with a lot, not just as a young Iranian girl who was experiencing changes in her home country, and how her family, who had communist ties, were affected by the social and political changes in Iran. But also then when she was living in Europe, there were new challenges that included racism and a lack of a cohesive cultural identity, feeling torn between these two worlds, and also isolation and loneliness. So she created and published this graphic novel, Persepolis, and it's gone on to become one of the most acclaimed graphic novels of all time. And it was an autobiographical story of her childhood and then her transitional teenage years. So she wrote it in French because her explanation was that she wanted Western people to have a different perspective from what they had from the version distorted by Western media and governments. The version that they had, she wanted to offer a different, more authentic perspective. Persepolis would be a good film study movie. Yes. So then the graphic novel ended up becoming a film. And she wanted to display the Iranian people as complex, diverse, real living human beings, which in the West, Iranian people are used as a tool, either a tool to push this narrative that they need to be freed, they need to be liberated from their evil government, or a tool for pushing these racist viewpoints in the West to justify violence that is done to Iranians and other people in the broader region. So either way, still a one-dimensional tool, not allowed to be the narrators in their own lives. And props, yeah, political props, just depending on who it is, the prop may be used in differentiating ways. So she, rather than write Persepolis in Farsi, wrote it in French to provide that perspective for a Western audience.
Adapted Persepolis for the big screen in 2007, earning her the jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival. 5 more films followed, although she said making movies had never been an ambition of hers.
Usually, film adaptations of books aren't great. And when the author adapts their own work, it's a disaster. I was convinced I was going to make the worst film in the world, but at the same time, a little voice inside me was saying, you're being paid to learn a new trade. That's the only way I got started. It wasn't a dream at all, but I realized that cinema is a machine for creating compassion and empathy.
An outspoken critic of Iran's theocratic government, she lent her voice to the Women Life Freedom movement after the 2022 death of Mahsa Amini. SATRAPI turned down the Legion of Honor in 2025 because of what she described as France's hypocritical attitude towards Iran. Her native...
And I think, okay, I think it's complicated because there is always the valid concern that somebody who has written something that is very popular with a Western audience and whose work is being promoted by Western institutions, that person is, even if they don't intend to be, is used as a prop. And certainly there were criticisms of MARJANE that her work was used as a tool by Western institutions and governments to further advance their claims that the Iranian people needed to be liberated from the from the theocratic, authoritarian, repressive government that they were living under. MARJANE did not intend for her work to be used as Western propaganda, and instead wanted to offer Westerners a perspective that was unlike what they would have gotten from the distorted version from Western media. And she absolutely did not believe that Western forces, that in Western imperialism should be the solution to Iranians fighting back against government repression.
Country which you would never see again.
It was absolutely used that way for readers like myself. It was a work that taught me that people deserve liberation on their terms and not the terms of imperial states. Because here's the thing. There's a difference between say, the type of Iranian in diaspora who would be promoted on Fox News talking about, yeah, we need the Shah, or we need, please, Israel and US, free my people, free my people. Difference between that and somebody who is writing on their childhood and experiences dealing with a repressive government and advocating for true liberation for their people. Because we're not going to sit here and pretend like the Iranian government is not repressive, but we're also not going to sit here and pretend like Israel and the United States are the true liberators, that they're, these beautiful examples of democracy. This is what we should model Iran after. And the US and Israel need to get involved because Iran is so bad. So I thought that this was a good piece on this issue here. Marjane Satrapi and the Orientalism debate. The death of Marjane Satrapi this week has revived a debate about the political reception of the Iranian cartoonist, writer, artist, and filmmaker, whose memoir Persepolis became one of the most acclaimed graphic novels ever published. Tributes have poured in from around the world, but alongside the spirited praise came a wave of criticism from detractors who accused Satrapi of Orientalism, arguing that her work helped entrench Western stereotypes about Iran and Muslim women. The disagreement reveals something larger than just the legacy of a single author or creator. For over 2 decades, Persepolis has served as a flashpoint in a broader debate over how non-Western cultures are narrated to the world. When Persepolis first appeared in France as a 4-volume series released between 2000 and 2003, it was hailed as a breakthrough. Drawing on her own experiences of growing up in Tehran during the 1979 revolution, the memoir follows a rebellious young protagonist named Marji who is navigating political upheaval and eventually exile. Its humorous tone offered readers a glimpse into an Iran that did not exist in the charged coverage of hostage crises, nuclear threats, and the so-called axis of evil. Iranian women were frequently portrayed as either faceless victims or ideological fanatics, and Satrapi presented them as more complicated, politically engaged, complex, funny, and flawed. Satrapi's own parents were leftists, and her beloved uncle Anush was executed by the state for his communist associations. Satrapi often spoke about her family, joked, argued, and mourned to endure the harsh rule of the Islamic Republic. Likewise, the book's success rested on its ability to render Iranians not as strange symbols, but as relatable people. Yet in recent years, a growing number of scholars and commentators have argued that Persepolis belongs to what some described as a neo-Orientalist tradition. Their criticism is mainly that the book and film's popularity in North America and Europe can't be separated from the political context in which it emerged. Because it was published in the years surrounding the War on Terror, the argument goes, Persepolis offered a picture of Iran that fit too comfortably within Western assumptions about authoritarian Islam and women's oppression. Some have portrayed Satrapi as a native informer akin to Afghan-American novelist Khaled Hosseini, whose novel The Kite Runner became a staple of the post-9/11 literary canon, but was also criticized by some commentators for presenting Afghanistan in a similar way. These critics argue that Satrapi's work has been absorbed into broader narratives that have been used to justify sanctions and foreign interference aimed at regime change in Iran. But these critiques are not without their critics. Many scholars have argued that Persepolis actually achieved the opposite of what its detractors claim. Rather than reducing Iran to a caricature, it complicated stereotypes by foregrounding political and ideological diversity and class differences. Cultural critic Nagar Motahedeh, whose 2019 book Whisper Tapes examines the American feminist writer Kate Millett's engagement with the Iranian Revolution and the debate that it occasioned, and told New Lines that Satrapi's memoir depicts a society united in opposition to the Shah, but deeply divided over what should follow, producing an abundance of divisions and factions that is hardly stereotypical, a departure from the monochrome portrait of the 1979 revolution as purely Islamic in character. Others have pointed out that Satrapi's target was never Iran as a culture, but rather political authoritarianism. Far from glorifying the West, her work and public stances repeatedly critique Western interference. In a 2012 talk, Satrapi dismissed simplistic notions of an East-West divide altogether, arguing that the real divide in the world is between fanatics and everyone else. More than a decade later, she declined France's Legion of Honor, citing her principles and attachment to her birth country, while rejecting the hypocritical attitude of France toward Iran. And see, I think there is more of an argument to be made that she was purposefully a tool for Western imperialism and for Western propaganda, had she not publicly rejected things like this very prestigious honor because of France's actions in Iran and their, the problems with France that she believed made them a hypocrite in decrying the issues of repression in Iran. So essentially, it's complicated because on the one hand, a person who has experienced repression under their government should get to speak about their experiences and the experiences of those around them in advocating for liberation, but also how, of course, that can be used by the state, by the United States, for example, as a way to justify imperialist action in a place like Iran. So how somebody can be cynically used as a prop, as a tool, when in actuality, they are not advocating for somebody to come in under the false pretenses of liberation when it is anything but. Uma, thank you for the raid and thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Even Vio has said Iranians aren't a monolith and they are sick of seeing people speak for them. I always use the example of Jafar Panahi, who's an amazing Iranian filmmaker who has been targeted by the state for his political dissidence and for his films. His films have been banned. He has been jailed. He has been targeted. And yet he continues to create work that is aimed at being an honest, authentic portrayal of the people who actually the very real people who live in Iran and the fight for freedom that they should be the ones fighting for, because they are the ones who actually want liberation. It is not these outside forces who use them as a prop, who use them as like faceless, nameless blobs to justify also the violence that is done to them from said outside forces. In the same way that here in the United States, as we are standing up against authoritarian power, as we are standing up against the many instances daily of power abuses, this is our fight. This is our fight. And so somebody who creates a piece of work that is reflective of those experiences and is aimed at showing a more complex portrayal here, that can, you can't stop somebody from using that to try and cynically weaponize it in their goals. But that does not mean that we don't have the right as people who are experiencing this for ourselves, that this is our reality, to tell our stories. Now, obviously, the difference here is United States versus Iran, but just to kind of offer explanation as to why Satrapi's work has been criticized, but also that I believe her intentions were never to have her work and her voice be weaponized by the United States government and Western institutions to advocate for intervention and imperialism in her home country. There's a difference between making propaganda and representing your complex and messy struggle for liberation. Satrapi herself consistently rejected the idea that she was attempting to explain an entire country. Her goal, she said, was much smaller and more personal. If audiences came away viewing Iranians as human beings rather than as abstract categories like terrorists or Islamic fundamentalists, she considered it an accomplishment. Satrapi spoke very much from her own personal experience, but it also was representative of the experience of so many Iranians. Nahid Siamdoust, the author of Soundtrack of the Revolution, The Politics of Music in Iran, and a contributor to these pages, told New Lines. Siamdoust argues that the critique itself is Orientalist because it doesn't afford Iranians or an Iranian like her the right to represent herself freely of those kinds of considerations of that Western gaze. Hey, Caroline, it's my B-Day and just came back from seeing Obsession. What a great way to spend your birthday. I hope you're having a good one. Thank you for the 7 months and happy birthday. Reminds me of Waiting for Snow in Havana, an autobiography of the author as a child during and after the Cuban Revolution that, despite lacking any support towards the U.S., was taught to me as how the Cuban Revolution destroyed Cuban society. Sometimes the state can co-opt the purpose of an author and be weaponized in the direct opposite action, direct opposite direction. Yes. And I think because of how much Western institutions do this, it causes a reaction in people that is coming from a place of cynicism, but also of the reality that this is done all the time. But you have to separate someone's intentions from how that work is cynically weaponized. And it's not to say that someone can have better intentions than the way that the work is used and that there's still problems with that. But it's like, okay, here's maybe not it's an example of how The Matrix, which is an allegory for the trans experience, has been co-opted by the right, and the whole red pilling is now synonymous with right-wing internet culture. It's not a perfect example to use here, but I think as a woman too, you should, as an Iranian woman, you should be allowed to talk about repression that you have experienced, a lack of true freedom under your government, and not be accused every time of feeding into Western narratives that are a way to take agency actually from Iranian women by claiming that they need to be saved. So this requires nuance, because we need to recognize that, first of all, there are ways that Iranian women are succeeding in society that Western women are not. Like when we talk about education rates, when we talk about women in STEM in Iran, Like there's, there's no, it's not black or white here, but also that there are Iranian women, secular Iranian women who are forced into, forced into doing things that violates their freedom. And so somebody like SATRAPI, who really, really advocated for freedom of expression and true feminism, should be allowed to do that without these very kind of cynical accusations that she is promoting the Western narrative that the West needs to save Iranian women from their government. Her book was about the beliefs being forced on them and the religious belief that not the average Muslim person. Yes, she was not anti-Muslim or anti-Islam. She was against theocracy, and she was against the extremism of religion.
MARJANE SATRAPI.
Okay, wait, we just watched that. Here's an interview with her.
Movieweb.com. Well, the story is based on your real-life experiences growing up in Iran and Austria and France. And is this movie 100% autobiographical, or is this a fictional story inspired by your ordeals growing up?
I think the second thing is better put, because, it's certainly not a documentary about my life. And it's certainly a subjective point of view. And it's certainly that when you make a script, the part of the storytelling, we should never forget it. So if I pretend that is 100% autobiographical, that means that the dog looks like the dog that I drew, that this thing that I said, exactly I said this thing, which is not true. Of course, is a part of storytelling. It's based on my own experiences. And then, you have to make a story. I think even documentaries, they are part fictional. As soon as you make a story, you have to have some fiction. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah. And what inspired you to create the Persepolis graphic novels?
Well, that was really my answer to the word, because, the two times that I left Iran in '84 and in '94, I heard so many crazy things about my, Iran, people, they were saying things, and I was like, this is not like this is not like that. And, that is a truth, a reality that you see on the TV channel, that I don't say it doesn't exist, it does. But that is many other realities that we never see. So, that was really to say.
And with every religion, you find the same extremists. Yeah. And the problem becomes when Westerners view religious extremism in, say, Islam, and view that as singularly bad, and don't acknowledge, say, how Christian nationalism drives American politics, of how there is so much religious repression, repression resulting from religion here in the democratic, the democratic United States of America. And so that is a major fucking frustration, where they will point to, Westerners will point to, say, a law requiring women to wear a hijab in public, and go, repression, religious repression, Islam is bad, see? Rather than the problem being with extremism and theocratic power in a state, and then will still have a superiority due to being a person living in the West, despite the fact that in the last 5 years, just in the last 5 years, we have seen some of the most detrimental blows to autonomy here in the States, that we have seen a rollback on progress that we made 40 fucking years ago.
This, I will give you at least another point of view. It's a very personal one. It just engaged my own person, but this is it. And so that was the beginning, how I started it. And of course, you know, I wrote it 5 years after I left Iran the second time, because, you know, I needed to have distance with the story. I didn't have to be angry anymore. I didn't have to have any violence in me anymore. Because, you know, you cannot answer to the stupidity by stupidity. You cannot answer to the violence by violence. So it's extremely important to take a step back and look at the thing. So that is what I tried to do, and that was the reason I made it in the first place.
Now, how did the graphic novels then turn into a movie?
Well,
and let me just say, I am not Iranian. I do not have the, you know, I do not have the superior grasp here, the viewpoint here that should be considered the one to, like, oh, listen to. I guess I'm just trying to offer a little perspective here with this problem of taking work that is aimed at a Western audience in order to try and offer them a different perspective from the media that they traditionally have consumed, that is so distorted and very one-sided, and how, yes, that then because of the intended audience being for the West, it can be weaponized. And it's so it's complex, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't think that it's entirely fair to dismiss Marjane Satrapi's work as being intentionally Orientalist, or if not intentionally, that she didn't have a problem with it being used to further these Western narratives. American evangelicals will condemn the death penalty for homosexuals in Muslim nations, all the while lobbying for and celebrating the death penalty for homosexuality in Christian nations like Uganda. Or, yeah, and just totally ignoring hate crimes that happen here in the U.S. It's like all the pink washing. Oh, they would throw you off a rooftop in Gaza. Meanwhile, trans people are being killed in the United States. Trans people are being targeted by American politicians.
It was a mess, because I never wanted to do that, and I always thought it was a very bad idea. I still do. That, you know, it's not because you are a good cartoonist that you become a good movie maker, and that's not because something works, you know, as a comic that it.
Yeah, isn't Fox News' latest smear is Hassan is homophobic? I'm like, well, watch out. He's going to actually have a lot more supporters now from your audience. They're like, wait a sec. This Muslim guy is homophobic? Maybe I actually like him.
As a movie. But knowing that was very good, because I knew the danger of the project, that you shouldn't make an adaptation. We had a transposition. We had to really make an adaptation. That means forgetting about the book, taking the material and turn it into a cinematographic language. But I made it because a friend of mine wanted to become a producer, and, you know, and I was like, you know, I want to work with my best friend Vincent, and I want the studio in Paris, and I want this, and I want that, and I want Catherine Deneuve. And he said, yeah, okay. And then I was like, shit, now I have to do it. So that is how it started.
You know, I found this film very insightful in providing a perspective from an everyday Iranian's point of view, which is not common in film. Was that the point, to get a woman's point of view who lives in Iran?
It's not a woman or a man, you know. The fact is that I am a woman. I mean, if I was not a woman, I would be a man. It is a very personal point of view. Since I didn't want that to become a political or historical or sociological statement, I had to write it in my name. I had to put it on my name. It happens that I'm a woman, but it's a human point of view. And really, if there is one message in this movie, is the humanistic message, is that human being anywhere is the same, and they have the right to live, because they have dreams, because they have love, because they have parents and kids, and the life of all of us worth something, and then we have to understand that the situation is not as easy as we think.
I'm looking online to see yeah. Satrapi was not producing My Country Yearns for Freedom slop. She was humanizing Iranians as a complex cosmopolitan society to a foreign liberal audience at the height of the war on terror. And I understand. I understand the fears that somebody who is portraying a portrait of life in a state with people that have been so heavily caricatured and that in the West, because of Western imperial interests, they benefit from Western people's believing these narratives of repression, but repression as dictated to them by Western governments and institutions, so that they will have no problem with violence that is done to the people in these regions. So I understand the fear of like, okay, your average Westerner, not even average, like Westerners thinking of women in Iran in hijab or totally covered head to toe, and that every single one of them yearns to be free of that, and that means that these benevolent Western governments are doing the right thing in going over to these areas and in pursuit of regime change. Okay. But it's more complicated than that, because as I said, the savior revisionist narrative, right? Because not everything okay, how do I want to say this? So that is still, though, I think centering the West, and specifically America, I'll say, in everything, by saying that every person's work that is, for example, like Marjane Satrapi's, that it is a tool for Western propaganda, rather than it being allowed to exist as a complex portraiture of this life that someone like Marjane lived and experienced, and her feelings towards that, which are separate from the belief that outside forces need to do something about it. Like missionaries saving godless people in a faraway land when it's really colonization and imperialism, tale as old as time. So here's an example from Persepolis. This is
woman with the shoulder bag, please stop running. I repeat, the woman with the shoulder bag, stop running. Hey, you, stop where you are.
Mind telling us why you're running, sister?
Because I'm late. I have class in 5 minutes.
But you can't run like that, miss. When you run, your rear end jiggles. It's what you call immodest.
Well, then stop staring at my butt! This is ridiculous. She looks the same from every angle.
So this is interesting because you can see how someone living in the West who actually has no understanding that Iranian women and girls do go to school, that they are highly educated, that they work, would see this and go, "Oh, wait a second. They go to school? Wait. They get education." Whereas what Marjane is drawing attention to here, her critique, is that the hypocrisy of religious extremism, where she's like, you're looking at my butt and complaining that I'm not behaving modestly enough, and that she should, ultimately, if she doesn't want to wear hijab, should not have to wear hijab as dictated by her government.
We're studying anatomy, and all we can see is her enormous beak.
All students must report immediately to the main assembly hall. Those who fail to attend will be suspended for 2 weeks.
It is our obligation and our duty to behave appropriately. It is from the blood of martyrs that the flowers of our revolution have blossomed. To behave shamelessly is to trample on the blood of all those who sacrificed their lives for our freedom. That is why I ask all the women present here today to refrain from wearing wide-legged pants and makeup, and to begin wearing longer headscarves that cover their hair entirely. If there are no questions, the meeting is adjourned. Yes?
You say that our veils are too short, that our pants are indecent, that we wear makeup, etc., etc. As an art student, most of my time is spent in the workshop. In order to draw, I need to be able to move freely. A longer headscarf would make it all the more difficult. You also criticize us for wearing wide-leg pants, even though they hide our curves effectively. But knowing these pants are in style right now, I pose a question. Is religion concerned with protecting our modesty, or is it just opposed to fashion? Your criticism is always directed at women, but what about our brothers? They're allowed to dress as they please. Sometimes they wear clothing so tight you can see their underwear. I just don't understand why, as a woman, you don't think I'd be affected by the sight of men in skin-tight pants, yet you're worried they'll get turned on by a few less inches of veil?
Marjane SATRAPI.
There's a difference of when it is a choice and when it is forced. Yes. And at the end of the day, it's about the people, not the government. And so in advocating for the people, you are not, by virtue of that, advocating for someone else to come in and do something about your government. This is the thing about revolution and about liberation and fighting for equality, for social and economic equality, is that you believe it is in the hands of the people. It is not any institution that should come in, and certainly not in the West, come in as some savior here because of how, one, that is absolutely not what their true intentions are, and two, because it is in the hands and should be in the hands of the people to shape their society into what will best improve everyone's lives. It's people who need to create that change. Yeah, and it's all about having sovereignty. And so one of the first ways that you are denied freedom and that is when you are denied sovereignty, is when you are told that actually, no, somebody else is going to come in and handle things here. Non-intervention and cooperation without subordination. Yeah. And look, my position is that you cannot you cannot say that there is freedom if something is being imposed. So for people who are religious, as long as that is a choice, in the same way that being non-religious is a choice, and then for those who are religious, having the freedom to choose what they wish to adhere to is what the conversation should be. And I think, unfortunately, what happens is because of how demonized Islamophobia is, because of how demonized Islam is and how prevalent and normalized and institutionalized Islamophobia is, there seems to be this hesitation from Western leftists to draw any attention to repression that occurs within within Islamic states. And the problem is not with Islam. The problem is all religious extremism and repression that results from said religious extremism. Liberation that is denied, autonomy that is denied because of religious extremism, and that extremism being carried out through governmental power. Not just Western leftists, it's the West all across. Well, the reason that I say Western leftists is because though that's the group of people who is more likely to have the best position here, which is that you are anti-intervention, anti-imperialism, anti-militarism, anti-colonization, anti-occupation, the West going in and changing out, doing coups, doing everything that they do. But Western leftists who then take that to mean that, and also Western leftists who are more likely to call out Islamophobia because of how normalized Islamophobia is in liberal institutions. Leftists, the American left, is the political force that is more likely to identify and call out how normalized Islamophobia is. And the continuation of these caricatures and stereotypes that leads to so much of the Western, the Western public having a very one-sided view of these, of places like Iran. This is like a comparison I make. It's with decolonization movements. People turn their head at places like Algeria who are fighting for independence and instead were like, it needs to be given benevolently by your colonizers. So many states who were given independence were roped into predatory relationships with their former colonizers or were sabotaged, i.e. the Congo. No one gives change out of the goodness of their heart. Hence, there is no bombing the Iranians to freedom. Right. No one is handing freedom to you. You fight for freedom. The silence from Democrats when Muslim colleagues and candidates are attacked as a cancerous
On the
rot.
House floor, two different Republicans basically call my sister Rashida a terrorist for nothing more than being there, being Palestinian, being Muslim, being a woman. And it isn't just her, right? We've been seeing anti-Muslim attacks almost daily now. Just candidates who have done nothing more than, you know, their civic duty of running, of trying to serve their communities. From Dr. Hamawi, who is literally a veteran who has literally saved lives, including the life of a U.S. senator, who even he is being called a terrorist. Just the anti-Muslim rhetoric is picking up. And we don't often talk about how dangerous that is. And we also don't talk about how dangerous it is to our coalition. As the Democratic Party, you know, we are supposed to be the ones that are the standard setters, the ones who are fighting for justice and equal opportunity and liberation. And if we aren't able to speak up against this right now, then how can we continue to hold that particular mantle? And, you know, and it's not just Republicans who are, you know, dealing in this. I've heard Democrats use and deal in some of the worst tropes and stereotypes of our Muslim colleagues, right? We watch this every day. So I just wanted to come on to say that if we are serious about fighting back against fascism and fighting back against authoritarianism, then we have to be very morally clear right now. Whether you are Muslim or Black or trans, there are easy targets on our communities. And honestly, for a lot of people, it pays for them to pick fights with these marginalized populations. No, literally, they raise money off of it. But I know that we shouldn't be ones who are complicit through our silence. We definitely shouldn't, you know, turn around and act like we don't hear it when we know what has happened like. But I can tell you that whether it's Rashida or Ilhan or anybody else, no marginalized person should have to deal with the abuse that they are dealing with daily from the White House on down.
You know, the other thing too is that these racists will look at women in a place like Iran and go, ugh, they are forced into these things because of their repressive, you know, evil government, yada, yada. But then for Muslim women in the United States, Muslim women like Frogan was born in Michigan. Frogan is American. Frogan chooses to be hijabi. That is her choice. That is her right. And yet the daily disgusting Islamophobic attacks that she experiences is proof that the problem is not with the forced actions from a repressive government. The problem they see is in the hijabi because of the deeply racist associations that they have. So they are in effect stripping Frogan of her agency while saying that they believe in freeing Iranian women and freeing Muslim women over there. And no, the reality is that they're racist. They're Islamophobic. That's what it is.
By themselves. So I just really hope that we can be as clear about
it. Yeah, remember who was it that was attacking Rama and was like being so crazy about the 1-inch little strip of skin that she was showing because her shirt was pushed. Same woman who the fuck was it? She was like going Naomi, not the good Naomi, bad Naomi. Naomi Wolf, who was being so creepy in her comments on Rama's outfit and was like, isn't it supposed to be modest? Where it's like, what is it the fuck that you want? Is it that you don't want women in hijabs because they're being repressed, or that now they're not being modest enough because they have a little bit of skin showing because their shirt was pushed up? What is it? See, what it is they're just fucking Islamophobic. They're just racist.
Anti-Muslim hate as we are about all the other forms of hatred that we're fighting back right now, and recognizing that our liberation is tied together. So whether you are Black or brown or Muslim or Jewish, right now, attack against one is an attack against each and every one of us. And the more quiet they can make us be, we're giving them consent to eventually come around and do the same thing to us. or come around and do the same things to the people that we love. So I hope that people will join us and not stand it for it. And it shouldn't just be progressives, and it shouldn't just be other Black people or brown folks who are speaking out, right? This is a battle for each and every one of us. This is a moral rot that we are dealing with. And I hope that we will not stand by and let this particular hatred grow and grow until it's out of our control.
Summerlee, goated. Here's an exchange that I want to take a look at. Kev June is Iranian, and their perspective is one that I really value and have learned a lot from. So Sturgeon's Law posted about MARJANE SATRAPI in response to people dismissing her work as Western propaganda slop. She opposed the Western-backed coup, the monarchy, Western wars, and sanctions on Iran, for example. Do you think it's ironic that in the face of American threats, you almost find yourself defending the Iranian regime? Absolutely. But if we want a democracy, the Iranian people have to do it themselves. The Americans say they want democracy in Iran, and at the same time, when the Iranians wanted to become democratic in 1953 with Mohammad Mossadegh and to nationalize our oil, the CIA came and made a coup d'etat in my country. Why do you want me to believe that they want to come and make a democracy? We have to make our democracy. There are many things that I wish for in my country. I want my country to be free. I want my country to be democratic. I don't want journalists to go to jail because of an article they wrote in my country. But if the United States of America attacked my country, no matter what, I would be against the United States. Kev June said, not entire. I don't know who they were responding to. I don't know. Not entirely convinced these people have actually read Persepolis or know much about it beyond a few posts. Celebrating her death is weird. I did read Persepolis, though, and it was frustrating to see, this is someone else, see anecdotal evidence being used as some sort of ultimate truth about Iran during a ridiculous, tumultuous time. It's a story that's definitionally how stories are told, anecdotally. Of course, hence they shouldn't be extrapolated to this extent to paint an entire society in said anecdotal experience. I know of countless people who grew up during that time and weren't fans. Should we take their positive experiences of that era and just frame post-revolutionary Iran in that light? No, they should be treated as a point of view, which is what SATRAPI offered, a complicated one, in my opinion. And she actively fought the propagandification of her work. You are entitled to not like her work, but to reduce it to Western propaganda when it explicitly isn't is just silly. And I think she was clear in that she was not writing to represent an entire country, that it was not her perspective was the Iranian perspective. Her perspective was a perspective of an Iranian person. It's a work about her experience. Like, where did she say she was writing to represent every Iranian? She didn't, and explicitly said, I am not writing to explain every Iranian. So I'm not saying that there's not legitimate criticisms, but it's much more complicated than, in my opinion, being reduced to Western propaganda slop. And I've seen quite a few people be pretty nasty in the wake of her death, like almost celebrating the fact that she died, which is really vile. I mean, ultimately, I think there are people who read Persepolis, and it was the first time that they read a perspective that depicted Iranians as people. You know? I think when you are, say, a high schooler in America, you probably had no understanding of Iran outside of maybe whatever your parents would repeat based on what they listened to from the news, from the media. So a lot of people read Persepolis probably for the first time in high school. And it was their, for many of them, it was their first experience with seeing Iranians as people. It's weird because there are a lot of live Iranian filmmakers that are Western propagandists, like that fuck-ass AI. Yes, that fuck-ass AI slop, that very clearly is, it's not just that it's AI slop, it's that it's clearly Western propaganda because of the ending of that trailer with the fighter jets overhead and the Iranians being like, hopefully I'll make it through to see this revolution. And if not, I hope you all enjoy the liberation. Sorry to interrupt a serious topic, but you were great on When About It. Thank you. I think we need to do better, can do better, not bombing coordinates, but we're truly bombing the people. Yeah. And that's part of the problem, is that when so much of the focus is on the government, it erases the lives of the people, and they are just used. They are this faceless, nameless monolith that the West will point to and go, we need to liberate them, but never actually pay attention and offer up offer up the people's, the perspective from the actual people who live there. And instead, they're just this blob that is utilized as a prop itself. Having read it, and as an Iranian person, my feel was it humanized some Iranians to humanize others. If nothing else, it at least showcased the duality and heterogeneity of perspectives. Yeah, I definitely think it's a complicated portraiture, and it's not as simple as just saying, in either direction, good or bad. And it's an autobiography. And it's a piece of, it's an autobiography that's expressed in the form of a graphic novel, which graphic novels really evolved after Alan Moore, who's the creator of V for Vendetta and Watchmen. And graphic novels evolved to become this medium that more complex social and political topics could be explored. And there was a freedom in the graphic novel being a vehicle for exploring those topics. There's definite irony to how liberals are like, listen to Iranians. Wait, no, not those ones. Yes, specifically Iranians who are like rich diaspora ones in Los Angeles who are like, we love the Shah. We have our BMW covered in pictures of the Shah and the monarchy, or ones in Florida who are on Fox News. Anyway, all right. I hope that was a productive conversation. If you came in with feelings towards this author and artist, or if you didn't know anything about Marjane, I hope that felt productive. Lego time. Lego time. Lego time. Okay, here's my question with Lego time, though. There's so many videos because there are Ben Reckless's videos. There are Moist Critical's videos. Now there's this lawyer guy who's helping out Ben Reckless. And so now he's got videos. And now people like Philip DeFranco and others who cover, who cover news and stories. Now they have videos. Should we just do all of them? We should just do all of them. And now there's like news reports of Legos, of the Lego scandal. So there's a ton. We are obviously not going to, whatever direction we go in, we're not going to watch all of them tonight. This is a series. Ben's are so long, but they have everything. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably best to watch Ben Reckless's. And maybe we don't have to watch. Okay, let me see how many he has. Here's his YouTube page. So it starts here. I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. That is an hour and 25. And then Bricks and Minifigs responded to my video. I got Bricks and Minifigs leaked email. I got arrested because of Legos. My response to the police. All the footage is released. What do we think? Because the first one, I feel like we can't skip the first one, even though there's obviously going to be information recapped in the rest of the videos. I feel like the first one is worth the full watch, as it is the introduction to everything. And
this man spent.
And I feel like we got to start here. Okay, so let me I would recommend watching Moist Critical's first vid than the rest of Ben's vid. There's a lot of Nothing Burger stuff. We can also put it on 1.25 if need be. First one is also important, but some people don't got the attention span for it. Okay, so we are going to start. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. We are going to start with part 1 here of Ben Reckless's videos. So this is where it begins. And let me just give you a quick little backstory here. And I did talk about this on Wine About It, but this was before I had actually watched any of the videos. It was just my understanding based on what I had read. Oh my God, there's already another update today. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. So TLDR, this story involves an old man and his son and the old man's Lego collection of, I think, specifically Star Wars Legos that he had collected for years, began collecting Legos because he and his kids loved Legos. And he saw this as an investment for his family. And ultimately, this Lego collection ended up being valued at $200,000. So that is one party involved here. Okay, so that is the owner of this very special $200,000 Lego collection. Then you have this franchise chain. So Bricks and Minifigs is a franchise chain of a Lego retailer. It's the one store. Is the franchise, before I get this wrong, is the chain itself Bricks and Minifigs, or is Bricks and Minifigs the name of the one specific store where all of this went down? It's a chain. Okay, so Bricks and Minifigs is the name of this retail chain, but there is one Bricks and Minifigs store in particular that is involved here that the Lego collection was brought to in order for these sets to be sold. Okay, so there has now been a multiple changeover of ownership at this store because of all the scandal and lawsuits and arrests and corruption that is a part of the story. So you have the retail chain, you have the old man and his son, and you have Ben Reckless. So Ben Reckless is a YouTuber who, my understanding is this guy he comes from the world of like prank videos, but now has kind of positioned himself as an investigative YouTuber who reveals corporate evils, corporate misconduct, corporations fucking over the little guy. So he got wind of this story, and that is how he got involved. So once he became involved, then that blew the doors open on the insanity of this Lego scandal even more. He investigates cults too. Okay. So Ben Reckless is the third party here. So you have the retail chain, you have Old Man and his son, and you have Ben Reckless. And without giving away too many details, this is a story of stolen Legos. This is a story of the Mormon Church. This is a story of corruption and scandal and drama and corporations trying to fuck over the little guy.
In his life collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around
You keep saying Ben Reckless. That is because it reminds me of Ben Rector, somebody who I used to listen to, but it's Reckless Ben. I do keep saying Ben Reckless.
$200,000, and then the entire thing
Maybe
got
one day I'll
stolen,
get it right.
and the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not end this video until I get his entire world record Star Wars collection back. But anyways, the thief of this collection is actually a corporation called Bricks and Minifigs.
Bricks and Minifigs, the biggest toy store of its kind.
Why is there this blur spot at the top?
Bricks and Minifigs were not just your average Lego store.
For collectors, Bricks and Minifigs is basically seen as the best and safest way to sell your Lego collections.
I'm selling my Legos. So what I'm planning to do with them is take them to my local Bricks and Minifigs.
Because there's so much positive media about them everywhere, Brian thought that this would be the perfect store to finally sell his dad's Lego Star Wars collection.
So I wrote up a contract.
In the contract, it says that these are still the family's Lego sets, but every time one gets sold, the store gets to keep a small.
The blurred bits are because Brick tried to get YouTube to take it down. Oh my God.
Small percentage of each sale.
This was a store's worth of inventory. So that store that day was nothing but my dad's collection. Like all the shelves filled. They had to bring in extra shelves and filled the whole party room with shelves.
But the owner of the franchise, this woman, well, her husband had to actually leave the country due to some work-related reasons.
My husband and I were planning on moving out of the country. I reached out to corporate to let them know, hey, this is something that's coming up in the next like 4 to 5 months.
She told the Bricks and Minifigs head corporation that she was planning on selling the store, so the corporation actually was able to find a buyer to buy it from her.
They let me know that they had somebody who was interested in purchasing a franchise in the area. He was going to be in town and he was going to stop by and just take a look at it. Wasn't until Brandon
I would watch the first, then I got arrested. Okay.
That he informed me that they were terminating my franchise agreement. We were getting threats from Brandon and from corporate that if we didn't leave the store immediately, the police were going to be called. I told corporate I wasn't comfortable leaving that night without the inventory. I was also told I was not going to be able to stay there long enough to do that inventory.
But we don't just have to take this woman's word for it. She was actually able to save all the security camera footage from that night, proving that everything she just said is true.
All the footage and evidence is there. In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, How am I supposed to pay this guy? These are sets he has not been paid for.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
And of course, corporate has tried to claim, as well as the new owners who came in, tried to claim that, oh, well, Crystal Law probably just sold off the sets and kept the money yourself. So we have nothing to do with this. Don't look at us.
The corporation is sitting there on video saying they're going to take it.
After this woman got kicked out of her own store, she called Brian explaining how corporate just came down and is now trying to take the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection without paying for it. So Brian called the store to see what was going on.
Called the store and I said, what happened to Crystal? And he goes, well, that's kind of a private matter, but the corporation's taken over the store. There's something I can do to help you with. I said, well, yeah. I am the owner of about half your store's inventory. All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. And he goes, oh, I don't know anything about that. I said, well, you better get to learn about it because I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection. So I went down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's gonna happen. If we go to court, we're gonna drag this thing out so long and you're gonna end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you wanna go, and I go, that's really the route you wanna go, rather than just letting me walk in there, and he goes, no.
Classic, we will bury you in legal fees. This is absolutely not something you want to pursue because you don't have the money for it. And this will fucking burn you.
Dang. What am I to do at that point?
Bricks and Minifigs knows that this family, especially with the father's health, doesn't have the resources to take them to court. And almost mockingly, they've since flooded all of their social media with tons of pictures of Star Wars Legos. At this point, it seems like they're just rubbing it in this family's face that they stole the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection in the world.
I would have grabbed a
and they got away with it.
Everybody is absolutely baffled. How the hell can a corporation get away with doing this?
Yeah.
And why are the cops not helping?
But luckily for Brian, a YouTuber ended up catching wind of this story and created a team of YouTubers to do whatever they could to get Brian his Legos back.
This is the full inventory of all the sets and minifigs. We can figure out how to get this guy his money and his stuff back.
But right after they started, they instantly stopped working on this case. So I called one of them to find out why.
In Legoland.
They were threatening legal action against us. You know, Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, you know, really put up a fight against.
Bricks and Minifigs knows that they can just bully anyone that tries to expose them with frivolous lawsuits. And this left Brian feeling pretty hopeless.
It eats me alive. I had terrible anxiety attacks over it, got put on medication. I just kind of was like, okay, I just have to let these freaking things go right now. Because it didn't seem like I have any path to go, you know?
Well, I guess now it's time for me to get involved. So immediately I went to my car, picked up some friends, and started driving 16 hours to this Bricks and Minifigs store. And I will do literally whatever it takes. Even if I have to take down the entire police force, I will stop at nothing until this family gets their entire Lego Star Wars collection back. And now 16 hours later, we're finally pulling up to the Bricks and Minifigs store. So I started a pair of spy camera glasses. That's what I'm gonna use to film this. And honestly, I kind of just want to hear Bricks and Minifigs side of the story.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos.
Brian's Legos.
It's like a big Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are. Hi. You want to watch the cameras? I'm being harassed. Watch the cameras. I am being harassed. You need to leave.
Literally, all I did was just bring up that my friend has some Legos in their store, and the manager started freaking out on me. But I wasn't going to leave the store without...
This is the same energy as Anna Paulina Luna claiming that Medea Benjamin just assaulted her. Medea Benjamin, 5 foot tall, 90-pound Medea Benjamin, who barely touched her arm when she raised her arm up, that she smacked her and that charges will be filed.
Hearing her side of the story. Before showing up, I printed out a copy of the contract the store made with Brian, saying that all of these Lego sets will remain his until sold. Because I have a contract, legal reason to be here, legally this does not count as harassment. Instead, the manager should be checking the store's inventory to see if these sets are still in their store.
Well, so here's still all of the Lego sets you guys still have.
To be fair, it was clearly attempted murder.
You can go ahead and leave, and I'm going to ask you one more time. This is the last time. I do not want that. You're not handing me anything.
I tried for a long time just to get her to look at this contract. But finally, she gave me an answer of why she can't help me.
He's been supposed to be getting a hold of corporate.
Basically what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. But little does the manager know, I already did this. Yep, I literally went to the corporate Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
How's it going?
And this was corporate side of the story.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operated, and we can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I like how
I have no idea.
caption is
take it up with them.
cooperate.
It's your thing with them. It doesn't involve us.
So I showed the manager what corporate Bricks and Minifigs said.
When corporate tells me this, I'm supposed to come back to the store, right? And so it kind of seems like you're going against what corporate's saying.
That's fine.
Oh, this is what corporate told us.
F pair, thank you for the 14.
Last time I'm asking you to leave the store.
Can you give me a reason to leave, I guess?
Have you guys heard me ask him several times?
I don't know about you guys, but to me, it kind of seems like the only reason she's asking me to leave the store is to cover up this $200,000 theft.
You need to leave. How many times have you been asked to leave?
Was there a reason you're asking me to leave?
You need to leave. I've asked you to leave. You need to. I've asked you how many times to leave this. I've been asking to leave.
Eventually, the owner of the store called in and asked if he could talk to me.
Are you the owner of the Bricks and Minifigs store?
Yeah, why? What you got?
So basically, I just wanted to get some of the Legos back that you guys still have. I think I'm looking for the clone turbo tank.
Why do you think you would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, at least I confirmed the Legos are still here. The only thing is the owner's claiming that he's the owner of these Lego sets. I mean, it's pretty stupid of him to say that, considering I'm literally holding a copy of a contract he made with the store that said that this Lego Star Wars collection is not the store's property. It's the family's property. The contract makes all of this very clear, so I want to give him one more chance to answer a little bit better.
Well, I just want to get it back to my friend. He said he couldn't get it back, so I was just wondering if I could just come pick him up. Because you guys still have him, right?
Why do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, it's his. He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot?
Okay, so just in case you don't know, what this is consignment. So in retail, when items are consigned, it means that the consignor owns the items, but is putting them into the hands of the consignee to sell, to display or sell the items, etc. So they get a percentage of it, but the idea being that not even just idea, legally being that if items don't sell, then they are returned to the consignor, the owner of it. So you retain ownership, and if items don't sell, then they return to the owner. So so you agree to a percentage. So in this contract, they agree to what this Bricks and Minifig store would get, and then what Brian's father would receive because he's the owner of the Legos. So by legal contract, Brian's father, Brian's family, is the owner of these Lego sets. They are yours until they are sold. Exactly.
Josh, the police are showing up right now.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, at least the police are here now, so once I show them the contract we're in with the store, we can finally get the Legos back.
Basically, we have, I think it's like $200,000 worth of Lego sets that we just have them in the store, and we just like to pick them up, I guess, because they were going to sell it for us, but I guess they're not selling it for us anymore.
But does it sound like they want you here, right? So they
Well, but they have our sets, though, yeah.
I understand that. But right here, the fact there is that they don't want you. They're a private-owned store, and they don't want you on the road. Okay.
But I don't want them to keep the Lego sets, though.
Okay.
So
yeah.
The police officer literally didn't care at all that the store just stole $200,000 worth of Legos.
Of course
For
not.
some reason, he made it seem like I was the bad guy.
So you are trespassing from here. So
Okay.
trespass
He's
for
like,
life.
but there,
So if
this
you
is
come
private
back-
property.
for life?
Yeah. If you come back, you could be arrested. Okay.
Oh, so how do I get the Legos back then if I can't go into the store?
Okay, we talked about that. Do you understand the trespass portion? If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay.
So
Okay. Again, Rob, if you come back, we're in the car, and we're gonna arrest you.
Yeah, but what about my
Brian
private
did warn
property?
me that the police are actively trying to cover this up. So Brian and I are now officially trespassed from the store. And if we ever come back to ask for his own Lego collection back, then we're going to be arrested.
is there, I guess, a reason why they're able to just take all the Legos and not give it back, or
So we just gotta leave. Okay,
I just have to leave?
So leave now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to be in the parking lot?
No. So this is all private property.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
We've been filming for 10 minutes and I'm already
Okay.
trespassed from Bricks and Minifigs, which is like the whole location of the video. So how do I
I also love that he truly came in and said, hey, I'm here to pick up my friend's Lego sets. Here's the contract that I have stating he's the owner of these specific sets. And immediately she's like, get out of here.
video at Bricks and Minifigs now if I can't even legally go back there. So, to continue the video without getting arrested, I went back to Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices. And the Bricks and Minifigs CEO, the guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
Look at his
So
stash.
you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So
He has the evil
Brian
villain
Mansell.
mustache.
Okay. And who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope.
Never happened.
Nope.
I mean, it did happen, yeah. It does happen.
No, we did not.
Yeah, because his Legos were in the store and you guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping you
I
out.
am not lying to you.
Well, look, we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So, I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that these are Brian Mansell's Lego sets. And these Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000. But all of these claims are from his own company. We just caught the CEO of the entire company red-handed in a lie. Yeah, it's
The
crazy
fact that they were fucking advertising these sets.
to me that even the CEO is in on this cover-up. But anyways, now that we just caught the CEO in this lie, I wanted to let him know that it's going to be much easier if he just gives us the Legos back now.
If you just want to give it back now, it's going to be a lot easier for you guys, you know? I think you guys would prefer the easy way.
Not the zoom in.
The hard way, I don't think you guys are really going to like it.
No. Okay.
But we're getting it back either way, so it's like you can either...
So you can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now,
Trespassing.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
So you're threatening me. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
You've been asked to leave. Please leave.
And with that...
God, I've always wanted to say, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
Bricks and Minifigs has made their decision. I presented them very politely with the easy way, and they
People
said,
just be
"Heck
saying
no."
words. They just be saying
Well,
words.
they've only left me one other option, which is the hard way. But now it's pretty much the super hard way because the police are protecting them. If I ever go back to the store, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay.
You understand that?
So we all regrouped together to rewatch the footage I've gotten so far. And there was one thing the manager said that might be a way forward for us.
I have not heard anything from the owners.
The vape.
So you need to leave.
Can I talk to the owners then, or?
You go ahead and call the owners.
Do you have their number?
I'm not giving it to you.
Why won't you give it to me?
Fake being on the phone.
Because isn't that the logical next step if we're supposed to work with the owners?
Well, you have all the information right there, right?
I have the Lego sets you guys have, but I don't have the owner's number. No. So yeah, if you give me if that's what you want me to do, then
okay. Now she's calling the owner.
I can.
No, I want you to leave.
Basically, she's putting all of the blame on the owner of the store, which is good to find out. The only problem is she's not giving me the owner's number.
Yeah, if you could give me a number and we could call
I'm
him.
not giving you anything except for calling the police.
But you told me to call the owners, right?
You're absolutely right, but I've asked you how many times to leave the store.
But you have his number, or?
No, I don't have any of their numbers.
Dang.
That's why I was like, corporate keeps telling me to contact the owners of the store, but with no contact info, so I try to contact the store, and the store hangs up on me and says I'm harassing them.
The manager is really trying to protect the store owner from getting in trouble, so if she's not going to give me his number, I'm just going to have to find it a different way.
When she hands me the phone, we
investigative journalism.
Josh Lego.
Well, we found out the owner's name is Josh. However, the number was way too blurry on the spyglasses.
No, it's so blurry.
So I checked the store's Instagram to see if it follows anyone named Josh, which it doesn't. So I checked their business records, but everything got scrubbed. This owner is really going to any length he can to stay fully anonymous. After watching the footage over and over, my final conclusion is, yeah, the manager sucks. But she's not really the mastermind of this whole thing. She's just protecting the mastermind of this whole thing because she's brainwashed. But luckily for me, through my YouTube career, I've infiltrated tons of cults and I've personally experienced some of the most intense and crazy brainwashing in the entire world. Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure that I could brainwash one of these Bricks and Minifigs employees way harder than any corporate offices could. And yes, that's the plan.
Me being like, I could be the best right-wing grifter.
Brainwash the Bricks and Minifigs employees to be on my side. Yeah, I'm starting a Lego cult. I mean, a true cult would never actually call themselves a cult. They always disguise themselves as something else. So, yes, I'm actually just starting a regular old Lego club. Yep, that's what we're calling it. My friend Victor is going to be the cult recruiter. I dressed him up to look like a famous YouTuber, so he would look powerful, and the employees here will have to listen to him.
My name's Victor. We're going to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's go. All right, guys. We are heading into the store right now.
He was doing amazing.
Not the undercover YouTuber.
But we had to make sure that these employees know that Victor is the real deal.
Dude, that's crazy. Dang, let's go. Yo, we got a fan over here. 1, 2, 3. Toys for everyone. Yeah. Real quick pic. Hey, I'll send you that clip later, all right?
Yeah.
So far, everything we had set up was working perfectly.
The YouTuber
but now,
disguise.
we have to come up with some type of way to get one of these employees out of the store so we can brainwash them.
Hey, what's going on? So we're filming a quick video. Maybe you and her want to do like some kind of challenge for like $100.
I mean, sure, I'm down for
we have to get them out of the store to
What's happening right now? Do they believe it?
He's doing the challenge. Hell yeah, they're believing the challenge.
3, 2, 1. Yellow! Go, 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 go!
And these employees started their YouTube challenge. And yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward to this part. I'm not gonna torture you guys with all this. All you really need to know is that this girl ended up winning.
High five, sweet. So now I'm gonna call my producer. It's going right now.
Oh my God.
How's it going?
We have the winner right over here.
We're partnering with the local Lego club, and we're gonna kind of do like an award ceremony. Like the Lego club wants to host the award ceremony for you.
This is so. I'm doing investigative journalism, but let's not forget that this is a YouTube video too.
Yeah.
And just like that, she's in. So we traveled deep into the woods.
And I'm delivering content, baby.
And with that, our new cult member has arrived.
What the fuck?
She's the Lego Queen.
Yes, she's the Lego Queen.
Before you can brainwash someone, they have to be open to it. And most cults achieve this by making the new recruit seem like the most special person in the entire world.
Official best employee of Bricks and Minifigs.
The winner goes to California! Lego Queen! 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 Lego Queen!
Another thing I've personally seen a lot of cults do is they instantly give new recruits power.
Couldn't you just be like, yo, this old guy sold his sets to, or consigned his sets to this store, and they're not giving them back. And I feel like this girl would be like, wait, that's fucked up.
If people feel powerful, they're less likely to think that they're the ones that are being manipulated. So we got to give this girl some power.
You give me power?
Yes. Yeah, we're giving you
Oh my god, this sweetie PD.
Jump. I feel like I can do anything I want. Step on the Legos barefoot.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Beautiful dog pile.
You primed it.
Lastly, all cults do group rituals to make you feel like one with the group. So now we have to become one with this Bricks and Minifigs employee.
Brick by brick, 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 brick by.
And now the employee is fully brainwashed. Okay, maybe not fully brainwashed, but we definitely did a much better job at brainwashing her than corporate Bricks and Minifigs did. So hopefully now I'm finally safe to bring up these Star Wars Lego sets.
Lego Witch
we
Project.
heard something about like some Star Wars sets.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that or?
I know some of it. They were gonna reimburse him for everything.
The tea.
And then I think they did, and he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
But just like every other cult member out there, these employees have been told a lie and are now willing to pretty much die to defend this lie. But good thing now, she's been brainwashed even harder by our cult, and our cult is now going to give her the freedom to finally be able to think logically about this situation.
So we think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata time-stamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. I thought it's called on you?
Yeah, all I did was.
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Oh my god.
Now that we have a Bricks and Minifigs employee on our side, it's time to finally complete our mission. And
I get it, content. This girl, if you had said from the get-go that just the fact that he's a big YouTuber should be like, oh, I'll be a double agent.
Get Josh, the owner's number.
Wait, but you have like their numbers and stuff, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, did he give you Josh's number? Can I take a picture of it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, now that I have the owner's number,
oh my
it's time to give him a call.
Hello, this is Josh.
Hello. I'm just calling to get my Legos back. I think they told me to talk to you about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what Legos?
I think it's the Star Wars set. I have a list. I can kind of pull it up. I was just wondering, like, how we can get them back. Should I, like, if I get your okay, I can just walk in the store and.
I don't know what Legos you're talking about, dude. What are you talking about?
I think one of them's called like the Super Trooper set. I think we got, what else is there?
I don't know what you're talking about. Keep going.
You don't?
Since Josh was pretending to not remember any of the Star Wars sets that make up half of his store's inventory, I decided to send him over a picture of the contract his store is in.
What contract is it? I didn't sign a contract. I didn't sign that agreement. I didn't agree to anything in that.
And now I finally understand the legal loophole that Josh is using to get away with this.
Yeah.
And it's probably the stupidest loophole I've ever heard in my entire life. Josh is claiming that it's not his name on the contract, it's the previous owner's, which makes no sense because in the security camera footage, he tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
And I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
Nope, that's not how the law works.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
So
If that's how the law works, then sue me for it.
you don't just want to give the Legos back? Like,
Sue me. Let's go to court.
God, America.
Right now,
Fucking America.
And you guys are going to be arrested for harassment.
or do you feel threatened right now?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how much the owner wanted us to sue him. He wants this because Brian already tried to sue him, and it didn't work.
We've been to a couple attorneys, and they basically spelled it out, saying here's the path that's going to happen if you go down each of these routes. They're now in Spain, so we're getting into that whole international thing just to have them an injunction on the store to have them go back and prove what they sold and not. That's like $60,000 to $70,000.
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs knows that Brian and his dad don't have nearly enough resources to sue a company as big as Bricks and Minifigs.
He's like, we're gonna keep these. You're gonna walk away from this. You're not coming back. And if you choose to sue us, we will drag this out in court till it is well past what this collection is worth.
So let's lay out the puzzle pieces really quick. If Brian and his dad sue Bricks and Minifigs, it's gonna ruin their lives. And by the way, this Bricks and Minifigs company has been treating this family. I only think it's fair if they're the ones that get their lives ruined. In order to make things right, it looks like we gotta do this. Now Bricks and Minifigs has their life ruined, and you can see Brian and us, we are the ones now doing the illegal activity. So I told my group the plan. We have to do something illegal.
I thought you said you didn't want to do anything illegal.
Right.
Well, but the thing is, they're
Everyone's
getting
like, well,
screwed
hold on a
because of
second.
it, because they would have to upfront the cost, and then if they take us to court, then
Oh, yeah, okay,
thought
I'm down,
it's
illegal.
like-
I'm down for the illegal stuff
Like
now.
when
And the group is in. So now it's time to do an illegal business move against Bricks and Minifigs.
Okay, I'm down
Let's
for
just
illegal
hope that
stuff.
they take the bait and sue us.
I'm down for legal
what I was
stuff.
thinking is, what's the easiest way to get them to sue us? We steal their name.
Good. Oh man.
Perfect. First, I went to Google
Brian.
Maps and took a screenshot of the
like,
sign outside their store. I got rid of their tagline because it's boring, and I changed it to "We steal from old people." And now the tagline's actually accurate. Also added a cute little company logo. And this is my plan of how I'm gonna make it into court with Bricks and Minifigs for free. Once we're in court, we can finally hold Bricks and Minifigs accountable for stealing the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection. And of course, they're also gonna try and get me in trouble, but this is where I'm gonna make my grand reveal. You see, this entire time, my company name was actually called We Steal From Old People. Yeah, the words Bricks and Minifigs, that's just the company tagline. In America, there's no specific law that says whether the tagline has to be above or beneath the company name, so I'm just allowed to do this.
So people are just assuming that the name is Bricks and Minifigs, but that's really just the tagline of
This has shades of Nathan for you.
our company, and our company name is actually We Steal From Old People.
Yeah.
And now, because I'm actually not stealing their name, it's gonna be so easy for me to win this court case. And Brian's gonna get his entire Star Wars Lego collection back. All while Bricks and Minifigs pays for all the legal fees. So I registered We Steal From Old People as an official Oregon company. And now that my company's legally approved, I made a website, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. You can help support us by buying some of our We Steal From Old People merch, or give us a call. But as you can see, we have great reviews. And so now to promote this website, I'm going to put my company logo directly over top
Nathan's secretly pulling the strings. Imagine we find out Nathan Fielder is
of the
behind
Bricks
this.
and Minifigs company logo. So I asked ChatGPT what the dimensions of this billboard is. Sick. I'm making my logo.
Okay, here. Look at the website. If you're old, we will definitely steal from you. The 3 R's of how we steal from old people. Rob, reassure, repeat. God.
With the exact same dimensions.
Yes, dude! Oh my god! It looks exactly the same.
This is where we started to realize we are taking this way further than just a bad business practice. I'm pretty sure putting my logo over their logo is actually criminally illegal. Luckily for us, though, if we go back to the beginning of the video, Bricks and Minifigs actually gave us a solution of how any company pretty much can get away with this.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah,
They said the phone number works. They will actually answer.
We can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them.
So basically, if you put all the blame on your lower franchises, you're safe. So I registered 5 franchises under my We Steal From Old People company.
I wants to be the owner of the first company. Ooh. I want to be an owner.
Congratulations, you're a franchise owner!
Oh my God.
On their store, I can't get in trouble for anything.
Yeah, every one of my friends is now a legal franchise owner of We Steal From Old People.
Also, John Oliver level of pettiness, yes.
Each of my franchise owners is allowed to make their own decisions of how they want to run the company. And what they've decided is that they're getting 2 pumpkins, and they're going to use these pumpkins to support this tarp, and they're going to climb up the Bricks and Minifigs building, and they're going to hang our logo over top of their logo.
Oh,
I basically just sit down here and, yeah, have my franchise owner do everything for me.
Oh my God.
And we did it.
W. Crime?
And the sign is way too small. What the heck, ChatGPT?
Yeah, I miscalculated the size. So
Fuck ass GBT.
It'll work for now, so we're still going on with the plan.
2, 1, let's go.
We're setting up a Bricks and Minifigs We Steal From Old People company booth right outside of their entrance.
If anyone wants to walk into the Bricks and Minifigs store, they have to get through me and my merch.
You know, I have all of the court papers already filled out if they want to sue me. Hopefully they take the bait.
What up? You want to buy some merch?
Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah, we also got some We Steal From People barf bags because honestly what they're doing in this store is so gross, it's probably gonna make all the customers throw up.
Do you have an XL?
Large.
Well, we stopped a customer from going into Bricks and Minifigs, and he left with our merch.
It was going pretty good, and I was stopping a lot of customers from entering the actual Bricks and Minifigs store.
A cup? Okay. Yeah, I might just be out here all day. This is going very well.
It was almost going too well.
It's basically the end of the day now. They haven't really seen me because these windows are tinted, I guess.
In order to get the store's attention, my friend Jay is gonna walk into the store just pretending to be a normal customer and ask what's going on.
Is this the main store or is it the one that's out front?
Wait, like, is this the main entrance?
Yeah. No. I'm saying like the counters, there's 2. There's one here and then one outside.
No, there's a guy.
Actually made a profitable business.
Wait, what? What?
I like how she's laughing.
What? If you want to buy one, I can give you 50% off if you want.
No, you cannot be out here doing this.
Why not?
Were you the guy that was just trespassed out of here?
It's the guy that was out there. It was the guy that we just trespassed.
What was it?
Yes.
She's calling the cops right now.
Oh!
Police are here. This is a problem. The police told me yesterday that if I ever come back to this store in my lifetime, I'm getting arrested.
If you come back, you will be arrested. Okay? You understand that?
Uh-huh.
And as you can see, they still haven't sued me. I can't just give up on the plan before being sued. So I did a switcheroo with this guy. He's wearing my exact same clothes and his legal name is also Ben. And once the police find out that they caught the wrong Ben, I'm gonna be super
body double?
far away.
Oh, it's so cold.
Okay, I couldn't get that far away. The water was freezing, but I
Ben,
think
the
I got
body
far away
double?
enough at least. But anyways, back to the store. The police instantly tried removing our booth because us stealing their name is very illegal. But if we want to get away with this crime, all we have to do is copy Bricks and Minifigs. We have to put all of the blame on an anonymous corporate person, and then when they ask who corporate is, we just don't tell them.
Oh, hello, this is corporate. We steal from old people. How's it going?
My God.
Well, the corporation is called We Steal From Old People. And our tagline is Bricks and Minifigs. We're a legitimate business, so yeah. What?
Who am I talking to?
This is corporate.
I know it's corporate, but who are you, corporate?
Corporate, we steal from old people.
No, I know know who you are. I mean, who are you as a person?
I'm
Oh, I'm
corporate.
just the owner that runs it.
Just corporate.
Who am I talking here?
This is the owner of We Steal From Old People. It kind of seems like a civil matter, doesn't it? Like, we have the plaintiff's claim if they want to...
Here's the situation. Do you really want to get in go round and around?
And now, Bricks and Minifigs finally gets a taste of their own medicine. They're now in a situation the police can't help them with. The only way this will ever end is if they sue us. So I went back to the Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices to see if the CEO of this company would sue me.
Yeah, this is John Corporate.
You to do this is not the right way. Do you understand that?
So what's the right way then?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That like the harassment style that you have conducted and bragging to people that you've vandalized the store and done other things along those lines. That's not the right way of doing it.
Well, I never vandalized the store, but
people have told us that you have.
I mean, whatever
who's people?
my franchises do underneath me, I guess that's I can't really control them. I'm just corporate, I guess.
Are you a registered franchise?
Yeah.
You guys have FDDs and everything else?
Yeah.
What states are you registered in?
Oregon.
You're a registered franchisor, so...
Yeah, I'm actually a franchise owner of the franchise, too.
The CEO of this company knows pretty much better than anyone that he can't get us in trouble for what we're doing, because we can always just keep passing the blame onto our lower franchises.
Dude, the fact that they basically exploited these loopholes that, yeah, corporations use to screw people.
We're just doing the exact same thing he's doing.
Brick by brick! Brick by brick!
There are people that skip the first vid. There's so
yeah, it's
much
like
in here.
Legal organization. We have legal franchises and everything. It's 100% by the books.
It's by the books.
Okay. I get what you're doing.
Oh my God.
I appreciate that you think you're being very clever and that you think that you can do all sorts of fun stuff this way, but it's you have no business being here.
He's so mad.
Well, we do have business. We have, you guys have a bunch of our Legos.
Well, if Bricks and Minifigs is not going to sue me, then I guess we have to settle this outside of court, which is going to be hard. Because right now, Bricks and Minifigs has somehow convinced the police that they aren't criminals, they just participated in a bad business deal. I mean, Josh has literally already exposed their entire plan to me of how they're planning on getting away with this.
I feel bad for him. That agreement is not criminal. That agreement is now civil. So it's a civil
How'd they do
matter.
this in one day? Oh no, this is not one day.
Legal knowledge.
Yeah, basically a civil crime is just the legal way of saying a business deal gone bad, which, if this truly was just a business deal gone wrong, you would have to settle this through the court. The police aren't able to do anything. We have the police to solve criminal crimes, such as stealing from a lottery. That's a criminal crime that the police would have to investigate. So, here's the plan.
What if we do a lottery?
Yes. First, Brian donates one of his sets to a lottery. Someone wins the lottery, and then if Bricks and Minifigs keeps the prize for themselves instead of giving it to the winner, they have now just stolen from a lottery.
Now it's not a business deal gone bad. They're actually interfering with a state-regulated lottery scheme, which is now a criminal offense that the police would have to investigate.
That's a good idea.
That's interesting.
It turns out this is completely legal for us to do.
You still own the Legos, correct?
Technically, we own all of those.
Yeah.
So it would be legal for you to auction your Legos off, right? If you still are the owners, right?
It's basically like, get as literal and stupid with it as you can.
Yeah?
To make sure everything was legally legit, I registered for a gambling license, which, yeah, it actually takes a long time to get one of these, which sucks. But on the DOJ website, it says that if you're a nonprofit or a religion, you actually don't need a license. It'd be cool to use my new We Steal From Old People company, but I already made my first $1 when I was selling stuff outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And then I used that money to buy food from a robot. But luckily for me, I'm already the leader of a religion called Scientology Sucks, officially approved in California, which is another problem. I guess technically I need it registered in Oregon for this to work. So registered for an Oregon PO box, which costs $35. I used it for this new Oregon Scientology nonprofit. I made work with a corporation, new company.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I lost everyone, but all you need to know is that I put a lot of work into making sure that this is a legal...
fact that one of his previous schemes is now coming into play for this one.
Legit raffle.
That means that if Bricks and Minifigs decide to steal from this raffle, they have now committed a criminal crime, which the police are required to investigate.
That's the prequel.
We're doing a Lego raffle. This Lego set is worth $1,000.
Pretty much instantly, we were a hit, and everyone wanted to win this Lego set.
This is
But there's
absurd.
a problem. Under ORS 167.117, each participant must pay something of value in order for this to be considered an official lottery. We're about to charge lots of people money just to maybe be the next victim of Bricks and Minifigs. But we have to charge them money, and if we don't, then it'll actually disqualify our lottery, and the plan we came up with to get the Legos back won't work. But then we realized, wait, we're filming this entire event. We can just give each person $1 as their appearance release fee.
$1 for being on camera, there you go.
So now when they buy a $1 ticket, the transaction cancels out, and each person lost $0.
You get $1 for being on camera, and then the raffle is $1 though, so would you like to pay $1 for the raffle? Okay, awesome. So here's your ticket. So
Math.
What's our business?
Benevolent math.
Church of Scientology Sucks.
Finally.
I love how people in situations like this, whether it's Nathan Fielder doing his Nathan Fielder shit or this, you tell somebody something and they just go, all right. They just go along with it.
It's time to pick our winner.
We are about to see who the winner is right now. We have the winning ticket right here. 5, 3, 3, 9, 7, 7.
Is that mine?
You won! Yeah, are you the winner?
Well, this family legally won this prize, so now if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't give it to them, they're committing a criminal crime, which could land them in jail.
This
the
poor
Lego set
kid.
is in a place called Bricks and Minifigs. It's like right down the street, and we can pick it up.
Oh my God, this is sad now.
We drove to the store as fast as we could. We met up with the family and went inside to help them claim their prize.
I'm here to give these people their
this poor
prize
kid.
of a Stormtrooper speeder set.
Well, actually,
These people.
my sister. He won.
From who?
I'm conducting this raffle, and you guys have the prize here.
I don't know anything about that.
To inform Amanda of the business deal her store is in, we showed her all of the raffle paperwork and the family who won this Lego set.
I'm not giving out anything.
Like, I can't leave without it.
Yeah, you can. You can have a good day.
Amanda has just made it very clear. Instead of giving this family the Lego set they legally won, her company is gonna steal it.
You're stealing $1,000 from a little girl.
Yep.
Yup.
Stealing money from a kid, do you find that evil at all, or do you just, that's how you want the business to look?
Amanda now has to cover up this crime her store
fucking
committed. So she thought the best way to do this was to kick everyone out of the store.
That guy is not supposed to be here. You have a good day.
Wait, she's not gonna give him a prize?
But good thing for us, this isn't a civil crime anymore. Amanda just stole from a lottery. Now that they have officially committed a criminal crime, it's time to get the police involved.
This company just stole the prize from our lottery. Okay, thank you.
It's a criminal crime.
And now the police are here. But for some reason, I think they thought that I was the criminal.
Is this typically how you treat victims if they get their prize stolen, or?
Do you have ID or anything on you?
No?
Wow, classic cops showing up and arresting the victims.
12/30/1995. Did we commit a crime?
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
The police were very confused on who the actual criminals in this
Or
situation
worse.
were. So we explained everything to them.
I'm supposed to be getting this prize from here. Okay. And they're not going to give it to me?
But the police don't just have to take our word for it. I'm carrying all of the legal raffle paperwork, plus the Oregon law book that specifically states this is a criminal crime the police are required to investigate.
No, we have all the paperwork here. Stealing from a DOJ-approved raffling scheme is a criminal offense which the police have to investigate.
Now that the police have seen the law, they actually agree that a crime has been committed, They're now finally going to do a police investigation on this Lego theft. The investigator started by taking some notes.
They're selling stuff.
He's dressed as a Lego.
Thieves and stole stuff. It's a raffle.
Yes.
Okay. And we need to investigate some sort of raffle thievery.
Well, he started taking notes until another police officer came and whispered in his ear. I don't know what he said to him, but whatever it was, it made them all completely change their attitudes.
You're trespassing the property for life, okay? You come back.
You got the boss call.
You're going to go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
Corruption! It goes all the way to the top!
Or have no connection to the story.
Well, yeah, we do. They stole a bunch of, like, they have our prize, so there's a connection.
Happy birthday, Allison! We love you.
No, it's criminal. I got the...
Are you going to listen to me?
This officer's trying as hard as he can to cover up this crime, but I wasn't gonna let him. But eventually, he said, if I don't let him cover up this crime, I'm getting arrested.
We really want to dive down this really deep. We're trying to give some outs, okay? We're trying to work with you guys and give you some outs. We can start looking at if you guys falsified a raffle. Whatever that raffle looks like.
It's
here's
legal.
The thing is, it's not a falsified raffle. We have all the legal paperwork right here.
You don't have authority to give out a prize. We're just going to get to the point that we're not going to have these conversations. We're just going to put you in handcuffs, take it to you. Are we all on the same page? No. Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm not gonna let the police just cover up this crime.
Hell
I'm
no.
gonna get this Lego set to the
Nina,
rightful
take us to your
winner.
one.
First off, we do have the authority to do this raffle, so we are legally...
Are we done for the night?
No.
Are you done for the night?
To investigate this. It's not civil, it's criminal.
Just so we're talking in circles, right?
Yep.
No. Do you understand at least what he told you on the...
I don't think we're talking in circles. That's the first time we got falsifying a raffle.
Just answer my question, please. Do you understand what Officer Bev has explained to you? Kind of what's going to happen, what's going to be the next steps?
I think...
Nope. Yes or no?
No, I'm not understanding.
You don't understand? What part don't you understand?
Yeah, I was pretty confused on what they were going to arrest me for. I mean, the Fourth Amendment in our Constitution specifically states that the police can't arrest you if they don't have a reason. I keep asking them for a reason, but they can't tell me anything that I'm doing that's illegal.
Well, I don't think we broke the law.
What's your opinion? That part doesn't matter. Here, it's pretty black and white.
Because right now, you guys said the law we broke is the falsifying the raffle.
No, let's do this. Let's just call it, and we'll just go from here, all right, guys? Just please.
So you guys are going to investigate?
We are trying to keep you guys out of handcuffs. We don't want to go that route. We actually, we seem like nice guys. We don't want that for you guys. But at a certain point, we can't keep doing this. All right, so we're good, guys. All right,
I don't think we're good. We're not good at all.
It's been made pretty clear. You go on the property, you're going to get arrested.
When I came up with this plan, I was under the assumption that the police are supposed to follow
bastards.
the law, but I was wrong. In Kaiser, Oregon, the police don't follow the law, and because of this, another family got scammed by bricks and minifigs. I felt pretty bad, so I just paid this family what this Lego set was worth myself.
Do we call the police officer? Like, what do you do when there's just corrupt police?
Should you go to the police department?
Should we go to the police department?
So we went to the police department to tell them that some of their police are corrupt. And then we realized we're literally just telling the police that they are corrupt. Of course, they're not going to do anything about it. Yeah, they just sent us home. But this is when we realized that this raffle might have actually accomplished something pretty big for us. Josh ended up giving me a call.
You guys keep coming to the stores. You park out front. You do fake raffles. You're threatening my business, you moron.
Josh seems pretty scared, and he should be. Eventually, I am going to end up solving all of the police corruption that's going on.
Certified blue,
Once
my
that
favorite, 8
happens,
months.
Josh is no longer going to be in civil trouble. He's going to be in criminal trouble.
It wasn't a fake raffle. It was a real lottery scheme, according to Oregon state law. And it actually is a Class B felony, up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine.
Yeah, the loophole he's been using this entire time, just hiding behind the fact that it's a civil case, isn't going to work for him much longer.
Well, let's not argue that. I don't want to. It's just better to just say, hey, you're not a thief. You know what I mean? Definitions of whether it's stolen or not, I don't think, anyways, it's not stolen. Why do we care about that? Well, who cares whether it was theft or not?
But for some reason, Josh...
I gotta be honest, Look, I don't really know Ben's other videos or anything outside of this. I don't think it's necessarily he has faith in the cops. Maybe he expresses that in the other videos. It seems to me that he's exposing the absurdity of how corrupt these institutions are, right? Corporations, police, police, and that this is all part of the story. Yeah, like it's for dramatic effect. And also because the audience who's watching this, you have a lot of people. To be fair, he's doing this for content. Totally. Like every part of this is in the construction of the entire scandal and story of corruption, where he's playing naive to be like, what? But you don't have any cause. You're going to try to arrest us? But this is the type of thing too that people watch these videos who don't come in with a, ACAB, fuck the police type of vibe, see this and are like, oh my God, I can't believe the cops. Wait a second. Hold on.
Still decided not to give the Legos back. I think he might just need one more push.
Using his white boy status to expose.
Take a picture of every single sign that's outside the Bricks and Minifigs store. And now I'm going to redesign every single one to make them way better. For example, I changed turn at the light to turn and go home. In buy, sell, trade, I changed it to steal, sell, trade. And I'm printing all of them out to scale. And nope, I didn't use ChatGPT this time.
Like, do I think he's an abolitionist? No. Do I think that there's any, like, this is reflective of his politics? No. But I think it's content and it's constructing the story, and it's
this time I'm using a much
actually
better
a level
method,
of playing,
which
dumb.
is a tape measure. The exact dimensions of their actual sign that they have up right now. Now it's time to put our signs directly over top of their signs. But before we had time to do this, Josh gave me a call. He's still trying to convince me to sue him, so he gets charged with a civil crime, not a criminal crime, which could land him in jail.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? It's a civil matter. Tell Brian to put his money where his mouth is. Let's go to court.
Okay, you want to do double or nothing?
This guy fucking sucks.
What are you talking about? Are you stupid?
If you're wrong, you pay us double. If I'm wrong, I pay you double.
Bro, are you dumb? You're obviously a kid. You don't know how this works.
I think you're scared. Double or nothing. Let's do it.
You're so dumb, bro.
I think you're scared.
Double or nothing. No, not the gambling.
Let's do double or nothing.
I'm not doing
If you lose, you pay us $400,000. You're scared. You're a chicken. I'm calling you out. You're scared. I'm calling you out.
Double dog dare.
You're too scared. You're scared.
Okay, you want
Put your money where your mouth is.
Are you just going to be a pussy, or are you going to...
I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back. I just don't want any more damage to the store.
I guess Josh has finally realized that whatever he's going through right now will literally never end for him unless he gives the Legos back.
I'm happy to give you the inventory. It's only bringing me harm because you guys are doing wackadoo crap trying to attack us.
Well, it looks like we won, and Brian is finally getting his Legos back.
This definitely changes the trajectory of a lot of the things that we had in
yeah, dude, we had some really good ideas. Yeah. Well, what do we do for the next couple hours if it's raining?
Bowling. Let's go bowling.
We waited a few hours for Brian to get off work, and now he's off work.
Hey, Brian's off work.
So we showed him our entire conversation with Josh.
So what can we do now to work with you guys to get the sets back?
Okay, this is what I need done. I need a written apology from Brian. I need
Okay.
all
What?
negative comments taken off. I need positive reviews on there to make up for the damage. And then I'll give them back.
So you're holding my sets hostage.
So you thought we were getting the Legos back already? We're not even halfway through the video yet.
So many
basically
times.
before Brian can get his Star Wars Lego collection back, he has to write Bricks and Minifigs an apology letter for making this Facebook post. Bricks and Minifigs really doesn't like this Facebook post being up because in this Facebook post, Brian calls Bricks and Minifigs out for stealing his Lego Star Wars collection.
Yeah, also requiring him to fabricate reviews.
It's well, here's like where we're at, right? If you could just write the letter, like we can get the Legos back.
I walked in there with the best of intentions. Here's proof of my collection in the store. I want it back, and they've done nothing but lie and make my life a living fucking hell over this. I've gone through 9 months of anxiety, stress, hospital-ridden, medication-taking types of burden.
I'm not downplaying what happened to you. It's just,
No, I am not apologizing to this fucking asshole.
Yeah,
It
Brian.
sounds kind of crazy that Brian would be saying this, but I see where he's coming from. I've gotten to personally see a tiny bit of how this company bullying his family has just torn his entire life apart.
I just want to say thanks, guys. I have to go because I got a gnarly panic attack right now.
Oh my god.
But at the same time, if Brian just writes this apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, he'll get all his Legos back.
I get it.
He did nothing wrong.
My pride and write this letter, and I get it.
But then Brian told us a bigger reason we shouldn't write this apology letter. Because Brian told us that this apology letter is really a trap. Yeah, this is Josh trying to trick us into giving him a get out of jail free card. What I mean by this is if Brian makes an apology letter to Bricks and Minifigs, then Bricks and Minifigs can now use this letter as written evidence in court that they're not the bad guys, Brian's the bad person. Brian told us
Another
that
trap.
if we give them this get out of jail free card, then they have absolutely no reason to ever give the Legos back. I just want to say, if this is actually what Bricks and Minifigs' plan is, then that's insane. But I really wanted to find out if this is what their plan was. So I decided to tell Josh that Brian is going to send him an apology video.
He makes the apology, then we can get the Legos back like today or tomorrow, you think, or?
Yeah.
Just in case Bricks and Minifigs has evil intentions with this apology video, I wanted to give him something that they couldn't use in court. So I went back to the beginning of the video and took a screenshot of Brian's face and put it into this website. I also uploaded this video of Sheldon.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell.
And after just a little bit of deep faking, it now looks like this.
Hi, I'm Brian Mansell, and I apologize sincerely for accusing you guys of stealing my Legos. I was wrong. You were right.
This is the ultimate test.
No.
Was Josh being sincere, or was this all just one big trick?
I want to give it back to him. That's the long and the short of it.
Wait. There's no way this asshole Josh falls for this. But I also know that this
over. I'm good. We gotta win Amanda over, right? Apologize to Amanda.
Okay. I guess Brian's just a little worried that you guys are just gonna keep postponing it until
You're gonna get him.
He's an evil idiot.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. Go apologize to her. Say sorry, man. Sorry. We did a fake raffle.
So before we can get the Legos back, Josh made up one new thing I have to do. I have to apologize to Amanda for my raffle being fake, even though I put in a lot of effort to make sure my raffle was actually real. I don't know. It almost feels like another trap. The employee we brainwashed from before told us that the owners are coming up with schemes to try to get us arrested.
After you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we get them arrested?
Maybe Josh is saying this to trick me into going back into the store so Amanda can call the police on me and have me arrested. But I had to find out for
If it were legit to be a settlement agreement, there is a contract. The problem is that to sue costs money.
Sure.
Did you give me permission to go into the store to apologize to her?
And that's what these jerk-offs were. That's what they were saying. They're like, sue me. We'll bury you. We'll bury you.
To make peace?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Hi Amanda, how's it going? We came to make peace, and we talked to Josh. He told us to come back and make peace with you. Is that okay?
It turns out I was right. This was a trap. Bricks and Minifigs doesn't care about giving us the Legos back. They just want to get us arrested.
There was a gentleman who was trespassed off the property maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and he's literally standing right in front of the store, right here in the store in front of me.
We only have a very small amount of time before the police arrest us. So we decided to use this time to see if we could finally convince Amanda to make peace with us.
Amanda, you suck.
Well, I guess before they get here, we just wanted to talk to you, like civilly, if you would like to have a peace treaty with us.
Not in a harassing way, not in a very peaceful way.
Would that be okay with you?
But making peace with us did not seem like a priority for Amanda. Her priority was to get us arrested.
It's just a regular peace treaty, a one-page document. If you need to go over it, like, you know, you need to take your time.
They have, like, the papers they're trying to get me to sign, it literally just says peace treaty. I don't know who this other guy is.
Peace treaty!
Oh, he's the treaty guy.
Or the treaty guy.
He has some kind of, like, treaty on a scroll.
Well, do we stick around for the cops, or do we...
And so we waited for the police to show up. And they never showed up. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, the last time the police showed up, I was fully prepared with the Oregon law book. The Oregon law scared the police so much that they had to run away. I think they're scared to come back.
Hey, where the heck are these cops? Hi, Josh.
Ben, how's it going?
It's good. So we walked in, we were like, hey, we're sorry. We have permission to come back here and like apologize, and she's like, I'm calling the cops, and she like starts.
Josh now realizes that his last-ditch plan to get me arrested, well, that plan didn't work.
I'm sorry Amanda did that. Thank you for doing that.
It looks like Josh has no other choice than to give Brian his family's Legos back.
You apologize, and it's up to them to accept. So let's cross Amanda off that checklist. Let's get this done.
And now that our work here is done, we decided to head back to Los Angeles. It's too late to pick up the Legos today, but tomorrow, they're finally gonna give this family their Legos back. And now it's tomorrow. But the store has Brian's phone number blocked, so he can't call them. So instead, I called the store to see how Brian could pick up his Lego sets.
Surely it'll happen. Surely.
Get the Legos back today.
They're gonna say we don't have them.
I just want to make sure everything's properly.
The guy I'm on the phone with was trying as hard as he could to stall. It turns out that this is actually the same guy in the security camera footage that kicked the old owner out of the store. Google says his name is Brandon Best, and apparently he's co-owners of this franchise along with Joshua Johnson. But for some mystery reason, they weren't able to give the Legos back today.
They said they'd give me an update on Monday type thing.
Now it's Monday.
It is Monday. Hey, I was just calling to see if you guys are still down to give the Legos back today.
He said. I would imagine it'll get done sometime this week, so I don't know for sure. I don't have a quick update, unfortunately.
No!
Unfortunately, I still don't have a quick update.
Stop!
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, it's kind of crazy.
Hey.
Please leave your message for.
He said I probably won't be able to talk tonight. What the heck? Why do they keep postponing this?
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
What the heck? Yesterday he said he would call me today.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. Call has been forwarded.
He's got to go back to fucking Utah.
Is not available. Please leave your message for.
It's been over a month now. And yeah, I've gotten no answer.
And
Over
finally,
a month?
after a really long amount of time.
Oh, sorry, not
they
Utah,
finally
Oregon.
answered my call.
I'm not going to distribute those things at this point. We've kept them on hold for this long, so.
I've just been told that Bricks and Minifigs is no longer going to give Brian his Legos back like they promised. And And at this moment, I finally realized what I did wrong. Josh said we could get the Legos back once we make peace with Amanda.
It stretches from Oregon to Utah because of how big this
we never
becomes.
actually really made peace with her.
And I'm not signing nothing from anybody.
Now it all makes sense. Unless we can somehow find a way to make peace with Amanda,
one of the co-owners.
We are never getting these Legos back. So I printed out a more official looking peace treaty and traveled from Los Angeles all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon.
Well, I made it to Oregon. Hopefully I can get Amanda to sign the peace treaty this time and we can finally get the Legos back.
Yeah, she's the manager.
Hello.
No.
What?
You're not allowed here.
Oh, Josh told me to come back. I think we didn't get the Legos back because
Oh my
you
God.
didn't sign the peace treaty.
Amanda.
You want to call Josh?
No, I'm calling the police.
Bricks and Minifigs is still doing the same thing they've always done. They're still trying to get me arrested just to avoid giving the Legos back. The problem with their plan, though, is Bricks and Minifigs is never going to be able to arrest me because I have a get out of jail free card. And I've actually had this card the entire video. I just haven't used it yet. Let's rewind all the way to the beginning so I can show you what I mean.
So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think?
Nope, it was even before this, right here. I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed, and all of these legal words, for any circumstance whatsoever, and for literally any reason, they cannot trespass me. And it's effective for the next 10 years. But this only really works as a get out of jail free card if I can get Amanda to sign it. But how the heck am I gonna do that?
He is an expert troller. Oh my God.
Sorry, I got a delivery. Can I get a signature?
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
In America, we have a duty to read contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault and you still have to do everything the contract says. So even though Amanda didn't read it,
Yeah,
she
see, here's the thing. These are the type of people who care about one law, the Second Amendment.
signed it, so she has to follow everything.
But even with that, they don't even understand it.
Including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000 in liquidated damages. So let's fast forward and see how much Amanda owes me. We got $5,000, keep going, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000, $40,000. Okay, I think that's all the times Amanda called the police on me, but if I'm gonna be honest, even though Amanda has been helping cover up this giant theft, I still kind of feel bad for her that she owes us $40,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. So I'm gonna.
I mean, honestly, this is like the fuck shit Disney does, where they force people into arbitration because they embed it into their terms of service agreements. So when you sign up for, say, Disney Plus, you don't expect that there's going to be something in the terms of agreement that says that if anything happens, you are forced into private arbitration. So that is what happened with that couple who went to Disney and the woman died. And because the husband had signed up for Disney Plus, Disney was like, oh, well, you can't sue us or you can't take us to public court because you signed away those rights. And now your only option is arbitration. Yeah, you just click a box and sign your life away. But yes, I understand in that case that there is the understanding you're signing a contract. And of course, Disney has the highest pay lawyers in the world, so they know how to fuck shit everything. They know how to find all the loopholes. And so it's a contract and they bury all the language in
Stop
it.
continuing to trick her, and I'm finally going to come clean about the contract. Once Amanda sees the agreement she's in, she'll finally realize it's not worth it to continue racking up this $5,000 debt. Instead, a much easier option would be we team up together to convince corporate to give Brian his Legos back.
I'm calling the police because you've already been trespassed off the premises.
Well, you don't want to owe $5,000 more, do you?
I don't owe anything, and I'm asking you for like the millionth time you need to leave.
You did say that I'm allowed to be here. You signed a document. You did it?
I never once said you were allowed to be here.
Well, then whose signature is this then?
That is not my signature.
It's not?
Why do you have anything to do with signatures here?
Because you signed this, right?
No, I did not.
Is that not your signature?
So, no, it's not, and I'd like to know how you guys got a signature that's even close to mine.
Well, it says every time you call the cops, you owe us $5,000 for like punitive damages, but...
So, really?
Well, I'm just following the contract that you signed.
Okay. Now that Amanda knows she can't call the cops on...
Is there any law against legally trolling someone? Isn't a lot of it just unenforceable? So it's not that trolling is a crime itself. It's when it crosses into behaviors that are unlawful that then could constitute offenses. So, for example, stalking, harassment, that kind of thing. No, but don't worry because they legalize comedy. Exactly. Yeah. So that's why they keep claiming that this is harassment and calling
me
the cops.
Just for being here anymore. I decided to call Josh to update him on how making peace with Amanda is going.
Hey, I just went back to try to apologize to Amanda, and...
But what Josh said next, I was not ready for.
Dude, when we took over that store, there was nothing in that store. The shelves were empty. I don't know why you guys are thinking we're the bad guys.
Josh's story has now completely changed. Now he's saying even if I'm able to make peace with Amanda, they still won't be able to give me the Legos back because they never even had the Legos to begin with.
LGBT, thank you for 12 months.
Well, if Josh is telling the truth, then why did Josh say this to us last time?
We're happy to give you your stuff back.
I mean, what stuff of ours would he be giving back if none of our stuff was even ever in his store? And they're like, what about this?
I'm happy to go open that stupid cupboard and you can have all the sets in there. I want to give it back to him. I'm happy to give you the inventory. Give the inventory to Brian. I'll give him back. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
I mean, Josh is on video swearing to God and on everything he'll give us the Legos back. But now, for some reason, he never even had the Legos. But this makes no sense.
Also, to be clear, I don't think he's concerned about actually doing everything above board where it'd be legally admissible. I think his purpose in this is knowing it's going to be a massive fucking video, which then gets the public involved. And that has already, I don't want to give any spoilers, but there have been results.
The shelves were empty.
So I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they do have Brian's Legos in the store still. And this was his response.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Give a damn.
Very legal, shaky crowd.
It's wrong. And if you want to test your fucking opinion, let's go in court. Who enforces the law?
The court? So
Exactly.
So you're saying that...
It's just a
So you're saying...
difference of opinion.
So basically what you're saying is I'm wrong, but you can sue me for it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the long and the short of it.
So you know you're wrong. So you know that you stole the Legos then.
Let's go to court then.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, is that what you want?
Yeah.
You really want that?
I mean, I would like to just get the Legos back, but if that's what you want, I mean, it seems like this is what you want. I'm giving you every out that I can, but...
Let's just not go down. Look.
Dang.
Don't go down that route. It doesn't really matter because...
I just want to get the Legos back. They're Brian's Legos. Give them back. It's pretty easy.
It's kind of funny that this entire video, Josh has just been begging me to sue him.
Tell me. Let's go to court.
But the second I agree to it, his attitude completely changes. It's almost like Josh doesn't want me to sue him, and the only reason he's saying that is because he knows that by saying it, he can get away with his crimes. But now that Josh thinks that there's a chance I might actually sue him, he's getting scared. In fact, he said if I do sue him, he's gonna tell the world that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
You can go f*** yourself.
Dang.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Oh my god.
So basically, these are my two options.
Okay, so let me explain. This is a type of person who is a fucking cry bully, okay? Type of person who's so used to being an asshole who threatens others that then causes them to back down and then uses like the police to harass them as well. And so when he doesn't get his way, that's what you're seeing here. That's when they show even they reveal their true colors even more. Yeah, the type of person who is such a narcissistic bully, doesn't take no for an answer, isn't used to not getting their way. So then now starts fully making shit up. Not that he was making shit up before, but saying, you stole the Legos, bitch. Like unraveling. Very Ethan Klein.
I can do what Josh wants me to do and shut up, which I can say right now, I'm definitely not doing that. So what's the alternative?
Yeah, and this type of person, they cannot keep their cool. They don't play things smart because they're not smart. They're just fucking bullies.
I can, I guess, raise hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow and then maybe spend 3 to 4 years in court fighting them. And somehow, if I win, then we can finally get the family their Legos back. Yeah, both of these options suck. Or maybe I can somehow find a way to engineer a third option, which I call option number 3. Small claims court. Think about it. Small claims court is basically just like big boy court, except it costs basically nothing and you get a judgment pretty much instantly. So I gathered my friends around a campfire to tell them about option number 3.
One of the thoughts you had was taking the small claims court, right?
No, because it's way too much money to take to small claims court.
You can't take someone to small claims court, Ben, for $200,000.
Yeah, it's $12,000 at the most, right? $12,500.
Everyone hated option number 3. And I guess it makes sense. We ended up looking it up and you can actually only sue for $10,000 at the most. So if we go with option number 3, Brian actually could win $10,000 pretty easily, but then this is what would happen to his $190,000. But I'm not giving up. We just need to get creative.
Theoretically, if you wanted to, could you take in the small claims court?
If you wanted to limit it.
If I wanted to limit it.
But you would at least get $10,000 out of that though, right?
We could, but it would be giving up $100,000 more, you know?
So here's the pitch.
Here we go.
What if we have 10 people sue 10 different times for $10,000 and we get $100,000?
No.
Well, why not?
The reason that this will never work is because of a legal term called claim splitting. Yeah, so it turns out my idea is called claim splitting, which is when a civil plaintiff splits one lawsuit into 2 or more lawsuits, and that is illegal. Yes, if 10 different people sue and win money for one crime, then that is illegal. But we have already established that if one person sues for this crime, it is a very easy win. So what if this exact scenario just so happens to happen 10 different times?
Yeah, he's like, God damn it, but think of the content.
Think about it. If 10 different people get their Legos stolen by Bricks and Minifigs, all 10 people can individually sue, and it turns out that that is actually not considered claim splitting. So basically, if I can find 10 different victims of Bricks and Minifigs, my plan will work. And maybe I don't have to find 10 victims. Maybe I can create them. Starting with myself. First, I signed up for a credit card and then used that credit card to walk into the bank and take out a $10,000 loan. I then used this $10,000 to buy a few Lego sets from Brian. Specifically, these Lego sets. And according to the legal paperwork, they're still Brian's to sell to me. But just in case Bricks and Minifigs tries to argue that for some reason this wasn't a legal sale, I hired a public notary to officially approve the purchase.
It's official, we have a public notary approving it. A notary public. We have a notary public approving it. I own these Lego sets now, right?
Once I stamp it, it's all yours.
Here we go.
Hey!
I am screaming as well.
It looks like I legally now have $10,000 worth of inventory inside this Bricks and Minifigs store. So I wrote a very stern demand letter to Bricks and Minifigs demanding that they give me all of my $10,000 of Legos back. And they never got back to me. So I'm going to sue them in small claims court, completely separate of Brian. Now that there's 2 crimes committed against 2 completely separate victims, this is not considered claim splitting. So this is when I thought, if the plan works this well for me, it should also work this well for all my friends. So I signed up for a ton of more credit cards, took out a bunch of more money, and each of my friends bought $10,000 worth of Brian's Lego sets.
$10,000 for you? Here you go.
Doesn't Brian look like Shane from BuzzFeed himself? Yes. Yes.
This is when we realized there's actually a big problem with our plan because we're now all $10,000 in debt, and if we don't pay the banks back soon, the interest is gonna destroy us. Dude, what's the problem?
We're $10,000 in debt.
Well, how do we solve this, dude? What do we do? We just ask our friends if they have like money to like loan us.
Tommy, I'm in a lot of debt, and I just wanted to know if you have $10,000 to loan me. No.
What?
Dang. Well, it was worth a try. Michael, do you have $10,000 to loan me?
I literally do not have $10,000.
But this is when we remembered that our friend Brian just made about $100,000 from all the Lego sets he just sold us. I bet he has extra money he could lend us. So we gave Brian a call.
So we're in a really...
Yes, I'm almost at the end of the first video, which is starting with.
Yeah, I'm on.
Have
video,
you watched them all?
I'm on video 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, it's
only video 2 is crazy.
There's even updates from today. That's why, like, I meant to cover this at the beginning of the week, and
video
then
2 is way crazier. Way crazier.
Wait, is that the 11-minute one?
There's another like hour and 40-minute one with where like the Utah police force like basically like arrests him.
Oh, apparently Hassan's chat convinced him not to watch the first one, so he didn't even watch the. I don't know. They're like, no, you don't need to. You could skip ahead. It'll cover the. It'll cover the. Recap it. So he didn't even watch the first video.
I'm gonna walk Farley and then we should record your audition.
Okay.
Really weird pickle right now. I just need $10,000, that's all. I'll give it back. This is weird. I know, it's crazy, but like...
I can see about it,
Oh.
Caroline, do not blame chat. It was Hassan's fault. When I say chat, I mean a couple people, and that's who he listened to.
Oh my god, sure.
the one guy.
Each of us a $10,000 loan, which allows us to now pay back the banks to avoid interest. And it says in the paperwork that once we win these court cases against Bricks and Minifigs, we'll pay Brian back.
Yeah, and we promise once we win this lawsuit, we'll pay you back. Yeah, we'll pay you right back.
And if you're thinking, wait, how is all of this legal? There has to be some type of catch. And you're right, there is. It's called sales tax. But luckily for us in Oregon, there is no sales tax. It's one of the only states that doesn't have it. This means that we can just keep selling Lego sets back and forth to each other over and over for free.
Well, I think everyone's in.
Yay!
Should we start? You're gonna go to the top. It's start a filing.
But I haven't even told you guys the best part yet. The best part is that all of this is another flashback. Yeah, all of this happened a month ago. So now let's fast forward all the way back to present day where I'm still talking to Josh on the phone. And yeah, Josh has no clue that we've been preparing all of these court cases against him for the last month. He's about to be in for the surprise of his life.
You have like, I guess until the store closes, I guess, to get the Legos back if that's the way you want to go. But if not, I guess we'll serve the papers today and then go to court.
How are you gonna serve the papers today?
Well, figure it out.
That's not how it works. Are you young? That's not how the world works.
It's not how the world works? Well, we're gonna do it. We're gonna make the world work that way today.
Can I just say, one thing that fucking grinds my gears is when assholes like Josh will always pull the, you naive little child. You don't understand how the world works. It's like, actually, I do understand how the world works. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I know how it works. And so I'm trying to do something about it.
Well, Bricks and Minifigs knows the deal. Get the Legos back before the store closes, or they get served court papers. And now we wait. And then waiting got kind of boring. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day promoting my We Steal From Old People company. Go to www.westealfromoldpeople.com for some awesome merch. And if Bricks and Minifigs calls the police on me for doing this, then they owe me $5,000 more. I've been advertising my company for a pretty long time now, and I've gotten no reaction from Bricks and Minifigs. So I'm sending in a secret undercover agent to see how they're handling the situation from the inside.
Oh no.
Well, they closed early on us. I think they're afraid of my lawsuit. So we decided to go bowling again. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Shut up. Oh my God!
It's the next day now, and you know what that means? It's go time.
I can't believe the owner has put up with all their shenanigans enough that he would give it back because he couldn't see them making his business living hell. Because people like that, they do not expect to be challenged like this. It is reflective of how they have gone through this world as bullies, and it has built up these egos that there is nothing that anyone can do about them. It is total bully behavior. They think that they can get away with it because often they do. And what happened with Brian prior to Reckless Ben and his team getting involved was about that. You know, he tried to do what he could and they just strong-armed him. And little did Josh know that he was coming up against a motherfucking YouTuber. And if there is one person you do not want to come up against in a situation like this, it is a goddamn YouTuber who not only sees the ability to make content out of every step of the way, meaning they are incentivized to never, ever, ever stop. They have like YouTuber Shield, which a prankster YouTuber who's infiltrated cults, mind you, which a lot of times it's used for evil, but in this case, it's used for good.
Go time. The funniest part about yesterday was when I was talking to Josh on the phone, he totally thinks that I just made all of this up in the moment. When the actual reality is we've been planning this court case for months. But I'm not complaining, because if Josh thinks it's fake, then he probably won't show up to court. And if Josh doesn't show up to court, we just win by default. So before I serve him any court papers, I'm actually first going to confirm Josh's beliefs and do something super duper fake. Like give him a world record for the most amount of Legos ever stolen.
Not everyone can say that they're the best in the world. It's something. Exactly. We ready?
Oh.
Hi. Hello. I am.
Oh
Brian,
my God.
Association, and I think you're expecting this actually. This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company.
Look at Amanda.
Stolen by a single franchise.
Is that what it says?
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not hanging that up.
You don't know anything about
I
this.
have no idea of anything about that.
Okay. I guess call
I
the.
am the manager.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
And you weren't expecting it?
I was not expecting it.
Success. Anything that gets delivered to the store now, Bricks and Minifigs will probably also think it's fake, which is now perfect timing to serve all of these real court papers. But to do this, I need a lot of people. So I started recruiting some people with a game of hacky sack.
Here's your legal paperwork.
You have been served.
The first lawsuit has officially been served. Good luck, guys.
Here's my resume.
Everything was going exactly to plan.
I love her.
Well, until this happened.
Yeah, Mark. Hurry. Yo, can we just talk real quick?
I think Josh told this employee to close down the store early to avoid any more lawsuits coming in.
Yeah, she closed. As soon as she saw us pull up, she started closing up.
So for the rest of the day, I'm going to continue to advertise my We Steal From Old People company at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. I'm not getting many sales yet, but hopefully if I keep up all this advertising, people will eventually start believing in my company.
It's freaking out over this PC law.
Yeah, we had to close early today, so
Are you
basically guys gonna
be open tomorrow though?
I don't know. So there's been some guy like harassing us because well, a lot of the Legos that we sell here are actually stolen Legos. Like we just steal the Legos.
Yeah.
Anyways, we ended up getting the rest of the court papers served, and now I'm just gonna fast forward a few months, and Bricks and Minifigs hasn't responded to a single court case we submitted against them. So I called the court to see what the next steps were.
Okay, so I don't see that there's been a response from...
It's been so long he has different hair.
Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, looks like we win by default.
Congratulations, you won the court case.
America is not a real country.
They really thought it was fake.
Yeah.
We did it.
Hey, that's fucking crazy, dude. No way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay!
Well, I think now it's time to go all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs and collect our money. And I got a cute little piggy bank here that they can put the money in. And so I traveled all the way back to Oregon to finally collect my money. It truly is a beautiful ending. This entire video, Bricks and Minifigs has been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why give show me? Let's go to court. Tell me for it.
First stand-ups, now this.
When I finally followed their instructions, they were too scared to show up. There is no more legal loopholes, and there is no more postponing the problem. Now, Bricks and Minifigs finally has to deal with the consequences for their actions.
So what if theoretically it went to court?
Why?
And it turns out you were wrong. Would you then admit you're sorry for everything?
Yeah, sure, of course, yeah. I give him the inventory, and the judge says I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him. I'm not gonna go against the judge's orders.
God, not the tiny whiteys.
Dang it!
I couldn't believe it. Literally
Wow.
1 day after we filed motion for default judgment,
Wow.
they permanently closed down the store. At first, it did feel kind of cool that our plan worked so well, it completely shut them down. But pretty quickly it sunk in that we are not the winners here. The only winners today is Bricks and Minifigs. Now, there's absolutely no way to hold this store liable for what they did. I guess Bricks and Minifigs was kind of embarrassed by this decision and forgot to mark online that their store is closed. So over the next few days, a bunch of negative reviews started coming in of people expecting an open store, but then being met with this.
Wait, but isn't it hard to get payout for a judgment in small claims like you win? Then okay, because the courts don't collect payment. So basically it's just a legal order stating that whoever owes you money. So you have to then get the party that owes you money to pay up. But a lot of times people don't want to pay. So then you have to take further legal action to enforce payment. So it just keeps going.
Bricks and Minifigs didn't even notify any of the kids' parents who booked birthday parties here. So when all the kids would show up, they would just have to sit in an empty parking lot for their birthday. If Bricks and Minifigs is too scared to show the world that they're closed, then the only way to let the world know is for me to give them an official closing ceremony. I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. And pretty much immediately, we started going absolutely viral. The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed. And because of this, they finally marked on Google that their store is permanently closed.
I've been reading about this Bricks and Minifigs in Salem Oregon that's got this sign out in front of it.
It's been over a week. The sign is still up, and people have been traveling from all over just to come and take a picture with this sign.
If you drive through Kaiser, you may have noticed a mysterious sign appear recently outside the closed Mini Bricks and Fig store. Permanently closed, we stole a family's life savings. They sued, we lost. By closing the store, we got out of having to pay the family what we owe them.
Just closed down his entire place of business to not pay you $100,000. I don't know, like we didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business. Like that's almost...
We still had to get the Legos back. Which is why, even though Bricks and Minifigs closed down this store, I am not stopping until we get this entire Star Wars collection back to its rightful owner.
I don't know, it's just, this video's going on for so long now.
Yeah, I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you that this is still literally just the beginning of this Lego story. And if you want to watch part 2, it's live right now on my Patreon at Reckless Ben. And part 2 gets insane.
Everybody just chill. I like how the Lego video became the craziest video.
Also, by subscribing to Patreon is the movie I've been making for the last year.
Dude, there's a cop car every 50 feet just surrounding us, dude. We were completely surrounded.
It was supposed to be for streaming services, but they all said it was too gnarly for TV, so Patreon is the only way I can release it. But also by subscribing, you'll get lots of...
Studios are looking at Reckless Ben and going, yeah, that's one white guy YouTuber that we are not going to give a film
behind the
budget
scenes,
to.
full interviews, and way more. Also, if you happen to work at Bricks and Minifigs and you want to see corporate do the right thing, send me an email here and I could really use your help. Lastly, if anyone knows any Utah lawyers, I definitely need a lawyer because I am in some serious legal trouble right now. And lastly, just know that I will not stop this mission until we get every single Lego back to its rightful owner.
Wow. We need more YouTubers exposing local bozos. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is remember, it goes all the way to the top. It goes all the way to the top because this was one retail store that is a part of a retail chain. It is all corrupt, girl. It goes all the way to the top. The only thing that upsets me is how they did the employee, though. She ended up losing her job. She also felt used with that. Thought they were friends. Yeah. I hope people are leaving her alone. I hope people are leaving her alone. I hope that she's escaped from this whole mess. No, not Amanda. No, fuck Amanda. Fuck Amanda. I'm sure he gave her money too. I'm sure. The civil rights lawyer channel is reporting. Yes, I saw that he was reporting on that. So no pre-watch. No, my awareness came from reading just reading some reporting on it from news publications, but I had waited to watch the saga until I came on stream. It's a $200+ million business. They put their whole business in jeopardy for $200,000. Well, that is the story of the story of capitalism, because corporations, as we have talked about, corporations do the cost benefit, and every time they will violate labor laws, they will fuck over employees, they will do all types of evil shenanigans, and know that it will not only not affect their bottom line, that it's going to make bottom line go up, cost them less money in the end. We just saw this with GKN Aerospace in Garden Grove that was responsible for what almost would have been a catastrophic explosion. And all because they cut corners and do cheap shit at the expense of human lives and the environment. I just got a job at Michigan's Department of Civil Rights. I'm fighting for baddies. Let's go. I wonder if this is going to have some political ramifications in Oregon and Utah, kind of how the Sabrina Carpenter music video Tomo affected into Eric Adams' indictment and Soren Mamdani winning. I don't want to skip ahead, but also I don't know all of the details because there have been updates since I had first tuned into kind of the basis of the story here. Just wait till the second. I've heard the second video is very depressing, very soul crushing. So we are going to wait for part 2 because I need to go tape something. And because I think it is long. Let's see. Bricks and minifig. I think it's like another hour plus banger. So I shall leave on that cliffhanger. Nope, shorter. Oh, Will said, it's 30? Okay, well, either way. You're already behind, girl. I know. I thought I was going to be early to it, or one of the first. And then this week, I forgot primaries, etc. So now I'm coming a little bit late. Thanks for the banger stream. Thanks for being a part of the banger stream. Okay, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow, we watch more. Thank you. I wouldn't have watched that on my own. It really is one of those sagas that only keeps going. Oh, man. Oh, fine. Oh, man. Oh, fine. I promise you we watch more tomorrow, okay? You don't even have to bribe me. Because I'm already promising that we will watch more tomorrow. Thank you for making this night wonderful, y'all. Allison, I hope you had a great birthday. And our other birthday folks in here, I hope you had great birthdays too. Trick the Rogue, oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. Trick the Rogue, thank you. These are the subs for tomorrow's watching. Thank you, Trick, for the 5. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5. Jamin, thank you for the 5. Memento, thank you for the 10. Syndical Llama, thank you for the 10 months. Wow, thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so be excited. I can't wait to spam promises made, promises kept. Y'all know I am very consistent with promises made, promises kept. So, promises being made, and tomorrow, promises being kept. Anon, what the fuck? This is for in case I get sued in the future. What the fuck, Anon? Thank you for the 50 banger. Holy shit. This will be going into my future getting sued. Because that's how it goes these days. Especially if you're too mean to certain YouTubers out there. They get really, really, really upset about it. Teraptus, thank you for the 31. Yeah, I hope not to. Thank you for the 31 months. Sky, thank you for the bids. Jamin, thank you for the tier 3. 3 months of tier 3. Thank you so much. Wow. All right. So just to recap, next week, New York City. I will be live tomorrow night. I am trying to figure out my schedule for Saturday because normally I take Saturdays off, but since next week is going to be a little weird, I might try and squeeze in a little Saturday night stream. I got to look at the schedule though. And then Sunday normal stream. Monday night, I think I should be live. I also have to figure out, I'm doing dubbing for this show on Netflix, and they want me to do the entire series, which normally when I've done dubbing, it's like I go in for one session. they're like, yeah, we think we need 30 hours. I was like, what? What show? I am, let me see. Yeah, this very funny thing that I've stumbled into. Okay. Hold on. It's called Tastefully Yours. Tastefully Yours. It's a Korean action show on Netflix. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but yeah, they apparently want to they sent me a whole schedule over, so hopefully I can go live Monday night, and then we fly out to New York and we'll have some fun streams out there. From friends on recording studios, those hours. I've never done more than 5 hours of dubbing. So, IDK. Get your Broadway tickets. It's Tony Week. Oh, fuck. Yes, that's right. Okay, we need to figure out Tix ASAP. Have you done any other Netflix dubbing? Yeah, I've actually done a bunch. I've done quite a bit. Okay, y'all. All right, I'm going to send you guys to Andre. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining. Tomorrow, as I said, we shall continue the Lego scandal saga. So come back tomorrow if you want to watch more of that. Okay.